Good morning, everybody. This is the Commissioners' Work Session on Tuesday, October 22nd. And up first is our continuing presentations on budget. Connie is here, and we're starting out with Flourishing Natural Budget Built Environment Presentation, Part 1.
Yes, good morning. I will pull up the presentation and we'll get going.
Pardon me.
Well, hi, Rich. I didn't even see you.
Well, I snuck in.
Rich's last budget.
Oh, I know.
No, I'm not counting on them.
Yeah, no applauding, please.
There's always next year.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go. We've got a bunch of staff with us here today. We'll be looking at Flourishing Natural and Built Environment. This is Part 1. And the success factors associated with this part of the county's strategic plan are conserved natural resources and environment, responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets, ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems, and then well-planned and livable built environment. And we'll be touching on a number of these areas in today's presentations. As you see from the pie graph on the right-hand side, the flourishing natural and built environment is 60% of the overall proposed budget. It's an area that tends to be more heavy in capital projects, so that's why it is usually much larger than some of the more service-focused parts of the budget. Within this, it's almost $164 million for the proposed budget, with the airport being the largest at a little over $37 million. We then have the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. Most of that is pass-through sales tax that is paid out to RAFTA, City of Aspen, and Snowmass Village. Solid Waste Center is next, and then Open Space and Trails. When we look at the three-year expenditure comparison for this part of the budget, you'll notice some large swings from year to year in some of these areas. That's because of the capital projects. If you're putting capital and operations in together and saving up for projects one year and then doing the larger projects another year, you can expect that you'll see some bigger swings. Some of the larger percentage increases that you see over to the side on the right-hand column, community development, they have their Vision 2050 project in the 2025 proposed budget. The infrastructure department is a little general fund department, but we've had some shifts in staff responsibilities and who we're counting in which department. That's why you see a big change there. And then down towards the very bottom, Solid Waste Center, we have the biggest phase of their landfill expansion project included in the proposed budget. So just a few highlights, and we'll be going through these in much more detail with all of the different department presentations. Today, we'll be looking at most of the departments under the infrastructure part of the budget. There's still a few coming up, but we'll start with General Fund Public Works Admin and Engineering, the Road and Bridge Fund, Transit Sales and Use Tax, Fleet, Solid Waste Center, in the General Fund Facilities, Land Management, Assets and Infrastructure, and then we'll finish up the afternoon with the airport. We'll continue with this part of the budget on Thursday, November 7th with Community Development, REMP, Open Space, Healthy Rivers, Translator, and Public Safety Radio. So we're going to get started with Rich and introducing his infrastructure team.
All right, Board. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. It is bittersweet, actually, that I get to sit in front of you and present what will be the last budget that I get to introduce, and this great team that has put this together for you. The nice thing is that I think now, after 40 plus years of dealing with these kind of budgets, all I have to worry about is my own personal one. It's far less than this, so I think it'll be much easier to manage. So I do want to just open by saying that over the years I can't tell you how much I appreciate your guys' support for the teams that we put together under John's leadership. We have restructured on a number of occasions, and you'll see even some different changes in the group this year. But we have been pivoting to try to be able to meet the needs of the community, and this infrastructure team does just a boatload of work out there and puts into play all the policies and the budget that you let us certainly manage. So, but our opening slide is one that's familiar to everybody. It's our strategic plan. We always look to it whenever we're developing our budget and just doing our day-to-day operations. As far as our team goes, one of the changes that we had from this year to last year, let kind of get this pulled up, is that we had taken Jody's position instead of a direct report to myself is now under assets and construction and reports directly to GR. So we got pictures here that.
I'm gonna have to stop sharing and start it again. It froze.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's all right.
Rich, you'll find that your own personal budget will be easier to ignore as well.
That's right. I don't have 5 of you. I have only 1 that I have to answer to.
Yeah, and that may be tougher than the 5 of us, so.
Maybe. Yeah.
Steve looks like he's back in Alaska.
Cold up there.
He's at his house.
Good morning, Steve. It was 33 degrees at my house.
Okay.
It was
Sorry.
24 here this morning.
Whoa.
Wow. All right, so this is a graphic of our team, and we have Myosha, who you will see in 2 different presentations. In fact, you already saw her in one under the housing, and then you, within GR's presentation, you're going to see her as well. She's a direct report for us. We like to have her report to the manager's office because we have aspirations with her to be able to fill in and other things just besides infrastructure. And so she has a direct report to the deputy county manager, but really spends her time kind of 50-50 with assets, construction, and also housing. And we've got the department heads for Public Works, construction asset is GR. We have Brian Pettit here and his team. In fact, they're the first ones out of the chute here. Gary Tenenbaum with Open Space and Trails, Jeff Kruger, Telecommunications, and then Dan Bartholomew. And I love that picture of him. I
already
hope they
commented.
keep that forever.
glam
It just
shot.
goes on.
I already commented on that to him this morning.
But one thing I wanted to highlight is that these are the main departments, but every Tuesday we have a team meeting, and they have been just really beneficial. We all get together on a Zoom, and we invite into the team representatives from Risk, HR, Procurement, the Sheriff's Office, E911, EOTC, Climate and Resiliency, and Communications. And it gives us a chance to talk about what administration's doing, update them, and then they have the opportunity to talk to each other because there's so many crossovers with these departments and the work that we do. So that has been just real beneficial to our entire team. Infrastructure services, we do have our core focuses, as Connie had mentioned, and also the success factors, but we also have a purpose statement. We did a retreat when we first organized, and we have never strayed from that or updated this, quite honestly. So we do have a purpose statement that we like to look to and use whenever we are presenting to you all and also managing our operations. The last slide that I have is kind of an overview, and it's just real brief, but I wanted to break out the 5 different departments and the different divisions they have underneath them. And you're going to see this today with Brian. He's going to bring his staff up representing different departments with engineering, road, bridge. EOTC is a move actually from last year. Linda used to report directly to me, and we moved him under Brian when we did the restructure. As facility managements and land management. Construction and assets don't have that many departments, but they have numerous contractors, engineers, and consultants and owners reps that they deal with on a regular basis. The airport, they have administrations, operations, security, capital projects, and ARF, which is the aircraft rescue and firefighting. Open Space and Trails has administration. They have acquisition, stewardship, public education and safety, and environmental planning. And then telecommunications deals with public safety radio, translator, TV, and the FM radio and broadband. But the next conglomerate of words here is what was pulled together, that all of these deal with, and they run the gamut from radio repeaters, microwaves, mountaintop translators, dispatch center, housing, renovations. I don't need to read all of those to you, but the bottom line is that these departments deal in a tremendous amount of work around this community. A lot of overlap, which takes a tremendous amount of coordination between them all. The thing that I find interesting is that 2 of our 5 departments have ballot questions that affect their departments this year. And then the bottom line is, with all of this work, you are going to see personnel requests coming through from our different representatives. A lot of these, though, deal within their own enterprise funds. I don't believe there's much of an impact on the general fund, but they will explain those to you. But with that, I think that ends my portion of it, and I'm going to step back and turn it over to Brian. And
Great,
again,
thanks, Rich.
thank you, board, so much.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, thank you.
Don't go too far.
Oh, I won't.
Got the 4 seasons there. Nicely done.
Yeah,
But there's is there a hawk in that one picture?
yeah, I did see that today. Yeah, Romany has a good artistic eye. I want to make sure Rich didn't leave just because I just wanted to thank him for his partnership since he's been here and his leadership of the infrastructure team. It's nice to have a man of his wisdom in helping us get through issues and really balancing some strong personalities that come to that meeting on a
Well,
every
wisdom,
Tuesday.
good nature, thick skin.
Is wisdom another word for age?
I was careful.
Wisdom, can be.
They do tend to run in together.
Yeah, correlation doesn't mean causation.
But we appreciate Rich's communication and his leadership. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county. The Public Works, we're pretty much a service agency, and we provide services in each of the seasons. And I think Romany captured the facility there with winter, summer, spring, and fall. And I appreciate this team getting together at this facility while Jeff Pendarvis with the facilities area is in town. He comes out regularly to the Public Works facility, and so does Kathy Hall from the landfill. So we gather and we plan our, about 2 weeks in advance, we meet every timesheet day, every other Monday. What makes this team special is not only are they working during the seasons, but they're playing during all the seasons as well. And I think they bring a good balance to this agency. They're hard workers, but also they play hard too. So it's nice to have that balance in the rational mindset they bring to work in each day.
I know, I noticed nobody's in the office.
Don't get started here. But they get the work done, and it's necessary to get outside. That's why we're all here.
Absolutely.
Great.
We have 59 employees at Public Works. Most of that occurs in the workplace. Most of the people that work for Public Works can't work from home.
Right.
We can't bury trash from home. We can't plow snow from home. And most of those folks are traveling a great distance. Many of them 2 to 3 hours of commuting each day, and that's a challenge. What this shows are reporting relationships, but I want to really highlight the teamwork that goes on here. This is not how we communicate on a daily basis. It's done from a team standpoint. Scott Mattice started something called the Collaborative, help me Scott. Collaborative Council years ago, and that's gone on well. It's just to get together, bring up subjects that are important to people and talk it out. DJ Hughes then followed up with something called the Supervisor Success Group, where first-line supervisors get together and talk about the challenges that they're having, and they help each other out. So not only do we have the structure that we're working from, we also work with each other from a team standpoint. I will say, I think one of the more important ones is with bringing on Linda DePriest as the Regional Transportation Director. She comes into a team environment, a team that is focused on transportation issues with Andrew Knapp and DJ Hughes. I see them collaborating on a daily basis, so that's been a good change for us. Most of, well, some of the Public Works employees came from within Colorado. About 12 of them came from within the Roaring Fork drainage, Redstone, Glenwood Springs, and Aspen, but also in other parts of Colorado as well. If we go to the next slide, but the majority of Public Works employees came from the rest of the United States. We had California and New York State being the big contributors of our employees, and I thought it was just interesting to see where people came from here. Just because it's an election season, this represents 295 electoral votes, and so we would definitely carry the presidential election if this was to be had.
I'm glad you threw that in there.
But we do have representatives from around the world, Mexico and Central America, and one employee that was born in Russia. So we are a diverse group in Public Works, not only from where we come from, but from a gender standpoint as well.
I thought that's where they were working from, and I'm like,
Yeah,
how
remote,
does he
that's
blow
remote things out
snow
of
from
control,
Russia?
Patty.
I can't figure that one out.
No, again, Rohini did the work to find out where people were from and put together the data for us. Initiatives and priorities that we have, one is to continue to find funding for our infrastructure, both facilities and roads and our vehicles as well. I will say that I don't have a concern with the funding levels of the fleet department. I think we've done a great job of holding firm to a fleet replacement plan that maximizes the dollar in our vehicle replacement. So I'm real proud of that. I think my main concerns are with our aging facilities. I think recently we had some sewer problems with the library and the jail. So as these facilities age, we're gonna have to build up our maintenance reserves in order to take care of them. And then lastly, our roads and bridges, I think we are just barely maintaining them right now. We're certainly not improving them to the degree that I'd like to see. I think we're going to see a Redstone Bridge replaced in the next couple years, but we should be replacing bridges more often based on their age. We chip sealed a lot of roads today, but those only go so far. At some point, you have to rebuild the substructure of those roads, and right now, we are just, it's a fine line of the money that we're being provided to provide that kind of improvement. We also have residents, almost on a weekly basis, ask for improvements such as paving of Watson Divide, improvements at Smith Way, McLean Flats, and River Road. We just don't have those funds to make our road system better and improve mobility. I wish we had more money to do some of the improvements that are even required on 82, because CDOT's not able to fund those improvements either.
I'm waiting for you to mention Brush Creek Road, which is the busiest county road we have, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, not just by my neighborhood, but all the way up. I think that's such a heavily used road. You really see the differences in the surface itself over short amounts of time, I think.
By far the busiest road.
Yeah.
Next, we will be coming back to the board with a Buttermilk parking lot management plan. We are in the process of hiring a professional parking company to help us manage Buttermilk, but then how that rolls out will be up to the Board of County Commissioners. So once we hire that professional firm, we'll come back to the board to find out how you'd like Buttermilk to be handled. It's a parking lot that has about 300 parking spaces, and it's integral to how this community functions. It's used for a wide variety of reasons, and primarily in the wintertime for skier parking.
Can I ask?
So that's coming back to you.
Question?
So Brian, is this new management company also gonna work with airport parking?
Yes, so this procurement was done in cooperation between Public Works and the airport. So we're hoping to have one firm that is able to do all of that work.
Because we've had a lot of recent input from people who work at the airport with the lack of parking and who's actually parking there. I think that's going to be part of the plan as we move forward. I'm hoping.
And so, and Brian, it's Health and Human Services, Buttermilk, and the airport was included in this RFP. Is that
Correct.
Yeah.
So all three parking, okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So that gives us an opportunity to see what's happening at all three and how we can work it out. Great, thanks.
If we work into a paid parking situation, we can balance that across the different parking areas.
Thanks, Brian.
Lastly, the next is to monitor e-bike growth. I'll be interested to see the data for Maroon Creek Road. So we're monitoring all bicycle traffic going up, and then we have a special monitoring system for e-bikes, commercial e-bikes. Most of them have a RFID badge on them that we can monitor how many e-bikes are going up there. So we can find out the ratio between non-e-bikes and e-bikes, commercial e-bikes.
And is this just Maroon Creek you're focused on, or are you looking at county roads in general?
I think county roads in general, I think Maroon Creek is probably the highest, not probably, it is the highest e-bike use on the county road system, but we also have additional e-bikes traveling on county roads.
Got it. While this is out of your department, but you might look at emergency room visit numbers from bicycle collisions, not involving vehicles, because our number is quite high for the state. Kind of shocking, and I'm hoping to learn more about that. But you might just take a look at. I can send you documents about it, but it's we have a lot of accidents that we don't really hear about. We hear about a few of them, but the ER will tell you different, and I think the coroner as well, although he doesn't. Luckily, we haven't had too many fatalities, but he knows about them. Yeah, one's too many.
Well, and in addition to the e-bikes, though, we're seeing a growth in just bikes, aren't we?
Right.
Absolutely.
So that, it's not just e-bikes, it's bicycles.
It's bikes, yeah.
Well, and two, I think what I'm seeing is more e-bikes that are on, say, Rio Grande Trail. A lot of those folks that are road biking are then transferring to our roads
Yeah.
because they don't want that kind of impact.
Right.
That's right.
And if we're going to really try to promote commuting using e-bikes or bicycles in general, we have to really understand what's happening there.
Yeah.
As I commute on my e-bike, you just see the potential for conflict.
Absolutely.
Lots of bells and mirrors to try to make people know I'm there.
Yes. So we'll watch that carefully. We continue want to attract and retain qualified employees. I had the opportunity to interview all Public Works employees over the last few months. Made it through all departments except for facilities, so I'll be doing that in the next couple weeks, or probably through November. But I think one of the things I heard was the fine line that keeps our Public Works employees working here, because they're traveling from such a great distance between Newcastle and Parachute now. I think without 4 10-hour days and without our commuter van program, these folks wouldn't work for Pickens County. So that's a tight line in order to keep people employed here. So I want to keep that on the radar for the future, certainly for budget and for salary discussions. We will be upgrading the Solid Waste Center and doing the expansion through a permit with the state of Colorado. Of course, assuming we have a successful vote in November. That will really, if we do have that successful vote, we are ready to roll with that change at the landfill. And lastly, we do work closely with our regional partners, both our municipalities, the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, our Parks and Recreation Department, Parks and Wildlife Department. And this year we have our 2050 planning process with CDOT. And as you know, I'm the chair of the Intermountain Transportation Planning Region. So I think in November, we will be meeting with Basalt, Town of Snowmass, Aspen, Rafta, and Pickens County to determine what our county priorities are from a transportation standpoint. I'd like to bring that to the board to get some endorsement there, and then bring it to the region so that we can prioritize with Summit, Lake, Eagle, and Garfield counties. And
Can you make sure that I'm noticed on that meeting?
Absolutely. So
that
that's the big regional effort this year, is the 2050 planning process with CDOT.
Kelly, go ahead.
Will that be timed after we've had some Castle Creek Bridge conversations? I can't imagine
It will.
TPR
That's
won't involve
Thursday.
that.
We'll have a little bit, yeah.
So the meeting we have will be in November, and I think with the EOTC, we'll be discussing Castle Creek Bridge the entrance. So I do believe that the city of Aspen is planning on trying to prioritize that project with the other needs that we have in the county. So we'll see what that prioritization looks like and how it turns out.
I just think it might be relevant to note that on Thursday's conversation.
That you'll
We
be
can do
having a
that.
meeting, that there'll be TPRs
Yeah.
talking about this, yeah, yeah.
We'll
very
be
good.
prioritizing projects, and if EOTC has anything to say relevant to the Castle Creek Bridge on that, it might be.
Linda's making a note.
And this is a great overview, and it's great. I remember back when we declared a climate emergency, we were trying to incorporate, those things into our reports, not always with budget, with board reports, or department reports. And I know there's some of that in here, and I just wanted to say that's still, you could go through every one of these and look at, what is the climate, what's the carbon emissions of having to commute people to Rifle every day and back, or what are the savings and what are the costs, and I think it's important to keep that a picture of that. And I always ask for that, that. But great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is the proposed budget for Public Works Admin. This is a general fund department, just a small department that's outside of the Road and Bridge Fund, overseeing all of Public Works. Only a 3% change total in the budget, so pretty minor change. The largest difference you'll see is just 10,000 added in for the buttermilk parking enforcement. Any questions?
I don't see any.
Thanks,
Steve, I want to make sure you're not, he doesn't, okay. I thought he
Okay.
was reaching for his hand up button there. Okay, let's go.
All right, the screen behind you keeps going off, but hopefully. Next up, we've got engineering.
Let's get Andrew on the hot seat. I've already had a chat with him about trying to standardize our measurement system and metrics.
Do we have the screen for?
Is that a
The,
board decision?
that one isn't working. I think the
Well,
commissioner's
it's
screen
just so when he's
is-
reporting, we can all, we have our point of reference, we understand.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Knapp, the county engineer. Oversee the engineering department. And our main responsibilities are, road and bridge, capital maintenance, paving projects, bridge replacements, culvert work. We also oversee the right-of-way permit program, so anytime a utility company or developer needs to make a road cut for utility tie-ins, that would be covered under right-of-way permits. And we also have a robust traffic counting program for all the county roads in the county, through a variety of means, tube counters, radar counters, and we do a lot of that in-house, so we have a robust data set to kind of show changes through the years. Pretty small unit. It's myself, Chris Baruti, and Kevin Castanon, kind of doing the heavy lift for our department. And for our fun fact, this year we had a pretty major chip seal program, doing 270,000 square yards of roadway. Capitol Creek, Snowmass Creek, Smith, McLean, among many others. And just to give some perspective, that's equivalent to 8.75 million fruit roll-ups, or 3.75 million sheets of paper, 42 football fields, or 2 Aspen airport runways. So a large area, and a lot of traffic control required to be able to do that work under traffic. So
That's a lot of fruit roll-ups.
it's a lot of fruit roll-ups, for sure.
I told him the standard of measurement was a banana, and I don't, so I'm trying to, how do you just, how do you transfer bananas to fruit roll-ups? I don't know how to do that.
I don't know. I'll have
It's
to peel a banana
banana-flavored
and
fruit
measure the
roll-ups.
area on that one. I included a video to kind of give you an idea of what a chip seal actually looks like in process. And It's a bit of a risk. We'll see if we can pull it off.
Working on my computer now with the presentation. Give me just a minute here.
Okay.
You've got two engineers at the table. This will be a breeze.
Let's see.
Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
So I'll just give you a bit of background on the chip seal. You know, to do a chip seal, you have to apply an asphalt tack coat on the roadway, and then you have a truckload of the chip material. Here we go. That's attached to the broadcast machine, and they're broadcasting the chips over that asphalt, and then behind it gets rolled in, and once it sets up, it's reopened to traffic.
The
And
roller's
then-
a separate machine, right?
What's that?
Is the roller a separate machine?
The roller is a separate machine, and it's not covered in this video.
But both the distribution of the asphalt and the distribution of the chips is computer controlled and extremely precise, right? Down to thicknesses and, quantities.
Yeah, you want to be careful on your application rate of the oil and the chips. You know, there's only a certain amount of chips that will bond to that surface asphalt tack coat, and you don't want to be wasting your chips that aren't going to be bonded to the roadway. And then once that's reopened to traffic and traffic helps beat that in even further, we come back in a couple weeks this year and we apply a fog coat, which is kind of painting the road black and tacking those rocks down even further and giving that uniform appearance and a little extra longevity to that chip seal. And then that is then restriped.
Steve has a question. I want to know, is
Sure.
the fog coat a kind of a new thing, or has that always been done?
It's an optional thing. It's not new, but it is something we like to include. The cost of the fog seal is a relatively small cost on the overall project cost, and it does provide a lot of benefit with those added chip retention of that fog coat. And to the layman, they see once these chips are rolled in and fog coated and striped, some people think we did a hot mix asphalt application on that roadway. And I've had some people complaining that we've chip sealed a road that they thought was paved previously, but it was previously chip sealed, and it just looked to them like it was paved. So a chip seal is probably the most environmental surface treatment thing you can do for a roadway, because it really reduces the amount of oil and rock you're putting down on the road compared to an asphalt overlay. An asphalt overlay, you don't want to go probably less than 1.5 inches in depth, where a chip seal is 3/8 inch rock and a lot less oil involved. So that's less oil that's being produced, less rock that's being quarried and transported to the project and job site. So it's the most cost-effective environmental surface treatment we have for our paved roads.
Thanks for that. Steve had a comment or question.
Well, first of all, I noticed our car driving by on that video of the chip and sealing on Capitol Creek Road.
I didn't know that.
And I think this is the first year that the fog coat has been put on, because this more gray color that shows here is what previous chip and seal things would look like when it was all done. Well, now it looks like an asphalt, and it drives like you're driving on asphalt. It's like the smoothest our road has ever been, which maybe makes people want to drive too fast. But then I do have a question. I see you want to do an asphalt overlay on Lower River Road next year, and I'm wondering why not just do a chip and seal on it, because the chip and seal it's made like, it looks like a bulletproof product that will really hold up a long time.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Steve. A chip seal works for the right road at the right time. And if a road has some structural issues, chip seal isn't going to add really much pavement structure to the roadway. It's more a preventative treatment, and it does help a little bit with some minor imperfections. But on Lower River Road, we've got extensive transverse cracking in the pavement, probably due to cold temperatures. And we've got some areas where we've got some pavement blowouts that have been patched through the years. And we have some culverts that need to be replaced as well. So I think Lower River Road isn't a great candidate for a chip seal due to those structural issues of the roadway. So it does need that added structure of an overlay to account for those pavement blowout areas. We're gonna probably have some areas where we need to excavate out some unstable subgrade to give us a solid foundation for that overlay to make sure we're getting good value out of our dollars we're putting on the road, because we don't just want to throw down asphalt and have it crack up in short order because we didn't do that subgrade or drainage work on that roadway. So we take a look at those, kind of the condition of the roadway, any other issues that have been going on, and just feel like Lower River Road right now isn't a great candidate for that. But if we do it right, it'll probably be a candidate for a chip seal in 5 to 7 years to get the most life we can out of that asphalt pavement.
Okay, thanks. I understand the issue now a lot better.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, really good question. So for our 2025 budget year priorities, like Steve mentioned, we're looking at paving Lower River Road. It's a good time. It got a lot of extra traffic this year from people seeking alternative routes around the Highway 82 work in Snowmass Canyon. It's got some full depth patching that I mentioned, and we're also going to be looking at ADA compliance for the Rio Grande Trail crossings of Lower River Road. Those crossings need to be upgraded to include some what you would call detectable warnings, truncated domes, to give a sight impaired individual the context clue that they are leaving the trail and entering a roadway or re-entering the trail on the other side. And then we'll verify that all the grades of those entry and exits to the roadway meet ADA standards as part of that. And we're also going to be attempting to replace the Sopris Creek culvert, which is on East Sopris Creek Road, just past the intersection of East and West Sopris Creek Road. We have a failing steel culvert in that location. And Chris, my staff member, has done an extensive hydraulic study of that area and identified the proper sizing of the culvert to pass 100-year storm events there, and it's going to end up being a 10-foot by 7-foot concrete box culvert in that area. But with that, we're going to have to acquire some right-of-way to be able to install that culvert. The right-of-way on county roads is highly variable, parcel to parcel, depending on when they were platted and who owned it and who was sitting in your chairs and made agreements 100+ years ago. And on East Sopris Creek Road, unfortunately, depending on your perspective, maybe fortunately if you're the homeowner, the roadway only has 30 foot of right-of-way width, which barely contains the existing culvert. And to do it right, we want to install head walls and wing walls to make sure all the water is getting into the pipe and out of the pipe and not undermining the road. And we're going to need to acquire a small amount of right-of-way to be able to install that culvert and make sure it's fully within county property. And I think if we had had the more typical 60-foot right-of-way width in that location, we probably wouldn't have need to acquire right-of-way. So that project schedule is contingent on those right-of-way acquisitions and the timeliness and cooperation of those homeowners to be able to accomplish those property acquisitions. So hopefully we're able to do that this year, but it may slip due to delays in those acquisitions. And we'll need to be working with our county attorney, who has a lot on his plate as well, which could affect our schedule. And then we're also working on progressing the Redstone South Bridge replacement project. We have public outreach events penciled in for February and August of 2025, which coincide with different design milestones for when the plans are to a certain level of design. And we'll engage the community on those at those outreach events, and then incorporate their feedback as we can into that process. And we're hoping to be able to complete that design in 2025 in the fall timeframe. And we'll be applying for some bridge improvement grant funds through the federal government. And if we are not successful with those grant applications, we have 2026 targeted for that construction. And we've been partnering with Open Space and Trails on that bridge because we're looking at including some bike and ped facility to accommodate the future trail they have planned, the Carbondale Crested Butte Trail, that includes this bridge on that alignment. So they've been a great partner on this project and helping make our budget work on this project. And what's not shown on here is kind of a last minute change that you guys are aware of, is the Highway 82 intersection improvements that was kind of fully fleshed out after this presentation was put together. And we've made a last minute budget change to include some funds for design on those intersection improvements that we're going to be progressing through 2025, targeting those grant funds that CDOT said are available. And we'll see once we have further design and the number for if we receive the grant, if there's additional funds needed for construction. But right now, we've been able to massage the budget a little bit to get that design accommodated in 2025. And,
Question about that, just with the design and modeling. Kelly has one too, I think. I've had some feedback of sorts. It's a change, and so people typically are afraid of changes. And I'm just wondering how, in the design process for this, do you have any other? Do you need to do any more modeling? Do you need to? Is this clearly the way forward on that intersection? It seems like a solution's necessary, and it sounds like you're pretty convinced this was it.
Yeah, so there's going to be an extensive amount of design work that hasn't happened yet. What you guys saw in that packet was akin to a feasibility study. Can this work in this location with the constraints we're given? Once we get into the design process, we'll have additional opportunities for engagement, but we're going to do some significant modeling on the turning movements and the turning movements of different size vehicles around these proposed U-turns to make sure that they can accommodate our most common vehicle sizes and types out there and achieve our project goals out there. So we'll be doing a lot of drafting and modeling around those turning movements, but I think we have what we need to know on our kind of baseline traffic volumes that we are trying to push through this type of intersection. And we've got enthusiastic support on this from CDOT and also from the people I've been talking to at the sheriff's office. They're supportive of this, because they're responding to accidents all the time at this intersection. And the feedback I'm given is anything to make that intersection safer.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing that. Kelly, did you have a question?
Yeah, separately though, related to the Redstone Bridge, I want to make sure that our multiple departments with priorities that they're working on our behalf are aligning. And in this case, it's relative to our Wild and Scenic River effort, which includes that stretch of Redstone. And, it's under the circumstance it's under now. It should be evaluated as if it were a Wild and Scenic River because it's designated as eligible. And I just want to make sure that our design for the bridge will line up with those requirements under what we are sure to be a future wild and scenic rivers designation for the Crystal. And so, you know, the Healthy Rivers team has a ton of knowledge about that. It's coming up relative to other projects in the watershed about what that means for design and things. And so I want us to be aligned in how we're designing that bridge replacement too.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, one of the major project goals that we have for the Redstone Bridge replacement is that the removal of the center pier of the existing bridge that's in the middle of the river right now.
Great.
So this project will remove that pier from the middle of the river, and the new bridge will free span the river. So I think that'll be a great
that's
improvement for the
great.
river
Yeah.
and that location. And as you probably know, with these sorts of projects, there's a lot of agencies and
Yeah.
collaboration that you need to do with CPW for fish and U.S. Army Corps for impacts to the waterway, and looking at our floodplain and doing floodplain analysis and updating the mapping for the floodplains as part of that. Sneak peek, our initial floodplain modeling shows that the floodplains could go down a significant amount, which could be great for the citizens of Redstone and might get some people out of having to get flood insurance, but we'll see how that full modeling plays out. And thanks for highlighting Healthy Rivers, and I'll make sure to loop them in on the project.
Because under the wild and scenic, what would happen is when the Army Corps permit gets triggered, the Forest Service would review it for hitting the criteria.
Got it.
So
And you said that the floodplain in Redstone could actually go down with a newer bridge replacement because the bridge is holding back that much water. Is that
It's
diverting it?
how much
so to
time do
speak?
you have, Greg?
Yeah, I know. Sorry. That's a
yeah.
rabbit hole.
Just
Yes
the,
or no?
the bridge isn't driving a lot of that floodplain reduction. It will help. The removal of that pier
okay.
will help. But what's driving that is mainly the level of modeling that's been done on that stretch of river. So when FEMA does their floodplain modeling, it's
God.
pretty high level. It's not very granular, and they're making a lot of assumptions. As part of this bridge replacement project, we've gotten field topo survey, including the channel cross sections, to have a much more robust picture of the actual channel configuration in there. And I think that's what's driving a lot of this, is just better modeling and better investigation of the existing conditions. Now, what we're proposing to do will certainly help, but I don't think it's the biggest mover on that floodplain movement there. Still really early, and I'm not gonna throw any numbers out there, but it looks like we're gonna have a good reduction in the mapped floodplain and at least a portion of Redstone as part of that project, because we have done that modeling.
Great, thanks.
So for changes for the 2025 budget, we've added that right-of-way acquisition for the Soapers Creek culvert through that design process, surveying, and right-of-way research. We know what right-of-way we have, we know what we're proposing out there, now we know what right-of-way we need. And we're already in conversations with the landowners on that. And hopefully we're gonna come to an amendment agreement with all the landowners down there to keep that project on schedule. We've had refinement of our Lower River Road, Soapers Creek culvert, and Redstone South Bridge design and construction estimates. We've included the planned open space and trails contribution towards the Redstone Bridge. Got a small line item for Castle Creek settlement repair at milepost 9.5. Greg, thanks for highlighting that area. And we've adjusted some design schedules for Lime Creek and Woody Creek Road bridges. And we've also juggled some pavement management things based on changes of pavement condition, bid prices, and feedback. But what you see here, these photos are the Lime Creek Bridge itself. Lime Creek Bridge was constructed in 1955. It's a timber structure over Lime Creek above Frying Pan Road on the Eagle-Thomasville Road. And our road and bridge team did a great job this season getting that bridge repaired. There was some significant guardrail damage, as you can see on the top, and some material accumulation on the deck, and some needed additional signage out there, and you can see the after photo in the bottom. And they've got that looking really great up there. But I would like to get that bridge replaced with a more modern structure that can have crash-rated guardrails and set that structure up for another 75 years of lifespan here. I've been juggling some of the bridges around, and I moved Lime Creek and Woody Creek forward and some others further out because these are smaller structures and they're going to have smaller dollar figures associated with them. I was able to kind of fit those into our current budgetary picture here. And they are very similar structures, so it makes sense to bundle them together into a single project.
Question?
Yeah, are any of these funded through the state's off-road bridge replacement fund? I don't fully understand how that fund works.
So
I'm curious if we're using any of it.
The off-system bridge replacement fund was what funded the replacement of the Castle Creek Bridge. Not the one you're thinking of, but the one 6-8 miles up Castle Creek Road that was replaced 4 or 5 years ago. That one was funded with that funding pool. That funding pool is highly competitive, and we were able, it wasn't me, it was GR, was able to tap into that fund pool because that bridge was one of the worst rated bridges in the state. And their funding is going to the worst bridges. And I'm trying to not be accumulating the worst bridges in the state on the county network and position ourselves for those grant funds. But we are seeking grant funds where we can. We are targeting a bridge improvement program for the Redstone Bridge. And if we do get those grant funds for Redstone, I just want to give you a pre-warning. It's great news, but it would likely delay the project. Because you get the grant funds, you can't spend $1 on construction until you have a signed agreement with CDOT and the federal government, and you need to have, and that takes months to get that in place, and that would likely miss the 2026 construction season. But that would mean we could potentially do more of our other bridges with those funds we wouldn't be spending in Redstone if that was the case. So that would be worth it, in my opinion, that scheduled delay, to be able to do some additional bridges in the future.
And that's a different fund than the off-system bridge replacement.
There are so many different
Yeah,
funds.
I just want to,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
when we have to advocate for this stuff at the state level, it's helpful
Yeah.
to talk about how we're using it here.
Yeah.
So thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So our proposed budget is highlighted here. It's hard to fit on a slide. Connie chopped it up to make it fit on the slides a little better. It's got every single road that we are maintaining the pavement on, and identifies, you know, when and what we're gonna do on those roads. Just for 2025, you can see Lower River Road was highlighted, and then in 2026, we're gonna be doing another chip seal year, and likely looking at chip sealing Brush Creek Road to preserve that pavement, and hopefully get additional lifespan out of that pavement, and potentially looking at Maroon and Castle Creek for chip sealing as well in those years. And then 2027, I have Upper River Road identified, and then 2028, we have the ABC, which has been identified among a few others. And then that goes hand in hand with our capital improvement budgetary line items, where we've got the design funds shown in 2024 for Redstone Bridge, culvert replacement design, and then 2025, we've got a placeholder for 82 intersection costs, Soapers Creek right-of-way acquisition, and the Soapers Creek right-of-way replacement. 26 with our Redstone Bridge replacement cost, portion of that being funded by Open Space and Trails, and then progressing the design for Woody Creek Road and Lime Creek bridges there. I won't go through all these numbers. They're a lot, and my eyes cross when I look at this for too long.
I think anybody's eyes would cross looking at the number of bridges, roads, trails, things that you have to keep track of to maintain on a regular basis. And like everything, it requires maintenance, especially when we have the traffic volumes that we seem to have these days. So it's always a great reminder of what we do, what
Yeah.
you do for us.
Well, thank you. And I think it's worth highlighting here in this slide. What you're seeing here is the Snowmass Creek Bridge on Watson Divide Road. And if you look closely, you see a new weight limit sign on that bridge. Weight limit 24 tons. That was a mandatory weight limit posted that came out of this year's bridge inspection cycle. And there is no major deterioration of the bridge that needs to be addressed. This is age. This is age of our structure. And CDOT does an updating of the load rating for a bridge structure. And when they do that updated load rating, this one hadn't been load rating since the 90s. They have to refer to a table for assumed concrete strengths and steel strengths based on the age of the bridge. And based on those table values, we have a new weight limit for that bridge. And this weight limit isn't entirely too impactful because trucks are not allowed on Watson Divide Road, while they do frequently traverse it illegally. But I do expect this could be a trend moving forward, where more of our bridges are going to be weight limited as they get older and their capacity is reduced. So that's something I wanted to highlight.
Patty.
How do we enforce that?
Sheriff's presence. That's really the only way we can enforce that, and it's hard for them to find the manpower to sit out there and have a stake,
Portable way station.
have a stake out for it. It's already posted as no truck, so we don't really need to have a way station. We just need for that to be followed. Watson
Francie
Divide
and
Road.
Kelly.
How big a truck is a 24-ton truck? What does that look like?
That's a really good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but that's DJ. Do you have a good idea?
Pretty much a tandem.
Tandem dump truck.
What did you say?
A tandem dump truck.
This is
Oh,
a
dump
typical
truck.
big dump truck
Yeah.
you see.
That's fully loaded.
Thank you.
Does that information interact with mapping software at all?
You know, I don't think it does. You know,
No.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
unfortunately.
when you're doing mapping software, from my experience, it doesn't ask you, are you driving a tandem dump truck? It's not asking what vehicle you're
Sure.
in, right? So,
I
you
just
know,
didn't know if it's like, info about the road, that
yeah, no, that's a
able to
good question.
access.
Maybe it would be helpful. But, you know, those vehicles should be driven by someone with a commercial driver's license that are aware of their vehicle weight and potential bridge restrictions associated with that. But a lot of people don't read
Going over
signs.
Independence Pass with a truck that's 45.
Question about what are the restrictions, regulations, or practices regarding cameras, like a camera trap on a sensitive bridge?
I'm not fully versed in the law on this. From what I've heard, a lot of remote enforcement or non-manned enforcement isn't currently allowed with state law.
Is or is not?
Is not
Is not. Yeah,
currently
okay.
allowed with state law. But I haven't done an in-depth dive on that.
Got it.
Put that on the list. It's coming before.
It's coming. You know it's going to come up.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's keep going. Good job on this. It's
Thank
thorough.
you, Andrew. We've got road and bridge next.
We're running ahead.
Thanks, Andrew.
So,
Tough act to follow, DJ.
I've got the easy one. Well, actually it's morning. Good morning. I'm DJ Hughes, Road and Bridge Manager. And what we see right here is our road and bridge team. One thing that I want to point out, same as Brian did earlier, is 10% of road and bridge lives in Peyton County. That's one employee. Everybody else is traveling and bringing their knowledge from as far as Parachute.
Josie, did you hear that?
And these are the guys who keep the roads and bridges together.
That we are. We've got a lot to maintain out there, and it's always a struggle.
Now, were these new shirts, or was this after laundry day? I'm just trying to figure out how did this, they don't always look like that.
He's got the same one on.
I
Those
know,
are
I
new
have a
shirts.
blue one.
looking good.
Right here on this slide is our department organizational chart. You can see there's one manager, one operations supervisor, and we are taking care of the county roads with 8 equipment operators. Our interesting fact is from the first storm last year to the last storm, there was 161 days. The commitment to road and bridge is evident. We had a combined 3,305 hours of plowing snow. That's a total of 137 days and 17 hours.
Seven-
Those were
137
amazing statistics.
Plus 17 hours. Yeah. okay,
Plus
100
17
okay.
hours.
Wow.
And the real thing to point out here is there was only 24 days that we did not plow snow in that time frame.
Question is, did you move snow around on those 24 days?
Oh, I am sure
So you
so
did.
in those 24 days we were moving snow somewhere. We were just not removing it from the
Yeah,
roadway.
yeah. You guys were working it. That's for sure. You always do.
Wow.
Our main priorities for road and bridge in 2025 is the increase in guardrail and bridge maintenance, maintaining our gravel roads, and address some employee burnout and retention. As Andrew has said, we've got a lot of infrastructure out there that we do have to maintain. It's aging and it's requiring a little bit more maintenance, a little bit more time, and with that, it takes a lot more energy from our staff.
Can I ask a question about the guardrails? It looks like CDOT is elevating guardrails to match the new bumpers of the big monster vehicles out on our highways. Do you have to do that as well? Is that part of our plan, or is it a mandate from anyone, or?
Yeah, there is a new standard. We do not have that planned right now, so I think we've got to coordinate with Andrew and make sure we're meeting that new standard.
Or we can just make monster trucks smaller.
For 2025, our proposed changes is, as Rich said earlier, one request for one FTE, heavy equipment operator. We're looking at a $30,000 increase for our radio acquisitions. This is over 4 years, so 120,000 over spread out across 4 years. $25,000 increase for permanent roadside radar signs. We have identified through a couple speed studies, Upper River Road, Brush Creek Village, Brush Creek Village for some permanent radar signs, help control some speeds. of
Now,
traffic.
it looks like the base for that sign is already in, is that right?
No.
Oh, there was something out there that looked like a permanent sign already going in, maybe not. But I've just, personal experience, people are seeing that and it's slowing them down as they come rocking off 82.
Radar signs definitely do help. It's a nice friendly reminder. Hey,
Yeah.
use your speed. slow
Yeah,
down.
there's a new one up near Watson Divide.
That is a temporary mobile one, and yes, it has helped a little bit.
Has it?
Yes, it has.
It doesn't pick up e-bikes. I try to see if I can even hit the minimum, and I can't.
We've seen some pretty extensive and high speeds up there.
Does it pick up your speed on your bike?
No, it doesn't read me.
So FTEs, on one page you say you're asking for 2, on another you're asking for 1. Is that the one carried over from 24?
They
No.
asked for 2, we included 1.
Yeah, so,
Okay, I'm tracking you.
yeah, there were 2 FTEs requested, and the recommended budget from us, there's one recommended, yeah.
I got them flagged, so I didn't forget. Thank you.
I was gonna address that.
A
Sorry
little
about that.
clarity on that. Will we, when we review all the FTE requests, will we get both?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And all of the write-ups are included under a separate tab in your budget binders or online on the material for that first budget presentation on October 10th. So you see the request, as Patty mentioned, for 2. With all juggling all of the different priorities with funding and how much sales tax we allocate and bridges that need to be replaced, we were able to fit 1 into the 2025 budget, and we're struggling to make 2 work.
Question, Greg?
Yeah, Francie, go ahead.
So what is that gonna do to your overtime pay?
I am looking at the overtime, throughout the winter, we have not seen, I mean, throughout the summer, we don't see a lot of overtime. Our winter time is when we do see the overtime, but it's always based on Mother Nature. I don't see a dramatic increase.
So if you only have 1 new employee rather than 2, it's not gonna create a huge overtime drag on the budget?
I do not see that coming.
Why are you asking for 2 then?
Good question.
We were originally asking for 2 because of the maintenance that we've got throughout the county, the increased demands that we're seeing, based off of the traffic volumes that we're seeing, the bridge maintenance that's ongoing. That was one of the portions, and then also our PTO that the county graciously provides. When that employee is gone, sick, vacation, whatever the case may be, it's putting that workload on other employees, and we're not able to complete everything that we need to do out there.
So it's gonna stretch your time out for completing the projects that you wanna do if you only have 1 rather than 2? And put stress on people's work schedules?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So are you leading to whether or not we would consider 2?
It'd be interesting to know what the cost would be if you were to pick up the slack with overtime. Trying to figure out how do we square that? It'd be nice to have.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, thanks for that good question.
The other thing that Road and Bridge is going to take on with additional labor is more quick guardrail repair. Currently, we rely on a contractor to do that work, and so I think by having more employees, we can take some of that work in-house and save that expenditure.
Got it. Now, I know we've done seasonal highway volunteer pickups, trash pickups. But as we see the highway speed, especially 82, but then probably county roads as well, I'd be intimidated to stop and have kids or people going out on the roads picking up trash as we always have. And I'm just wondering if we have to start thinking about that becoming more of an assisted program with Road and Bridge helping, or maybe it's Sheriff's Department, but I was just thinking it's getting more dangerous to go out and,
On the county roads?
well, on some of the county roads, but certainly the highway. But I know our volunteers from the county are out there doing stuff like this, but I'm worried about danger, and it's just, maybe we can talk about that sometime.
Can I ask you another question? So if you're going to not do contract work and have it done in-house, you need the extra FTE to accomplish that? I'm trying to figure out where this request for 2 comes in and why we're automatically saying we're not going to grant it. So I'm just trying to dig a little deeper about where money is saved to pay for the second FTE. So I think you said, Brian, that if you don't contract out that work with guardrails and stuff, that you can save money by having another employee.
Yeah, that's just an example where we contract out work that we could bring in-house if we had additional labor resources. I think, DJ may be able to explain the 811 situation that we have to comply with now. This is another, mandate that we haven't had in the past, and we haven't been in compliance in the past, that we would need to now.
So back in 2021, I believe it was, the state law under 811 required us to be in compliance with registering our underground facilities, culverts, our electrical facilities, stormwater facilities, anything that the county owns that's buried under the ground. we're supposed to register with this company for notifications and going out and locating this infrastructure. We have not been able to do so, or we have not done so. 2023, the law has changed, and it is now requiring us to. Encompassing with that, we have to go out upon request and locate these facilities for a private contractor that's doing excavation work within the area,
On the ground.
under the ground.
I mean, you have to go there, be there physically.
Yeah, we have to go out there and mark with paint on the ground, hey, this is where our utility is at, or this is what is here. When we do that, that is taking a little bit more man hours or personnel hours away from our other projects that we're doing.
That's the call before you dig kind of thing?
Yes, that is the 811 call before you dig.
Okay, well, I would like to see how much money you think you'd be saving if you had another employee to counteract the cost of another FTE. Can we get that, Brian? I mean, an estimate anyway.
At some point, yeah. Patty, and
right
then
now.
John's
No,
gonna,
I know.
John's gonna jump in, but Patty as well.
John, do you want to jump in before me?
Just if it's okay, it's just in response. And no, that's going to be variable because what we're talking about are oftentimes one-time projects or those
Right.
sorts of things. So it'll be estimates and they'll change year to year.
Yeah, I get that.
Got it.
Wonder-
Thanks for that, though.
My question was, what, for the 811, could we not contract that out and have somebody come in and do the whole county at one time?
Preliminary cost off of the number of requests that we had. 2023, there was 800 requests. 808 requests for locates within our roadway right-of-way. With this provided to a contractor, it was well over $150,000 just for us to contract with them, saying, here you go.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for.
And Steve-
Yeah, that's what I thought. And as we have been going out and spot locating, let's call it that, does that not then come into our plan for, and eventually those spots will line up. So, we'll have one road that we might have done 5 spots where we had to go out and do individual locations. And then they add up, so we're getting that road done because of individual requests.
Is it ever done?
They're not permanent.
It's
right?
not permanent.
They're not
They're
permanent.
temporary,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
They're all
temporary
temporary.
replacement, yeah.
One other thing I would like to point out is by us going out there and doing these locates within our right-of-way, we will be able to identify unauthorized work that's being completed within our right-of-way, which is going to
Really?
bring in some right-of-way permits.
Right. Steve has his hand up.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't even know he was here.
So this is a little slightly different topic, but it does have to do with the FTE for the heavy equipment operator. The thought popped into my head that there are probably some graduates from Aspen High School or Basalt High School who are local kids who do not want to go to college. They would love to be a heavy equipment operator. We could maybe have our grow your own heavy equipment operators for the road and bridge department, just a local training program, and actually try to recruit some local people who have stable housing here and don't have to be living so far down valley in order to hold a job down here. So it's just a thought for kind of a in-house training program for heavy equipment operators and try to have them live closer to where the work is. So just a thought, might be something that would be worth our while.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, keep it moving here.
Okay. So
Decision point.
this is the Road and Bridge Fund, the 2025 budget and 5-year plan. I'll point out a few items on this 5-year plan. At the very bottom of the screen, I added in a line for what the percentage of sales tax allocation is planned for each year in that 5-year plan. Currently in 2024, it's 31% of the county's sales tax being allocated to the Road and Bridge Fund, but we're proposing moving an extra 2 percentage points up to 33% for the 2025 budget and 5-year plan. with a one-time increase to 35% in 2026. All of this with the idea of getting those bridge replacements into the 5-year plan. We are not allowed to transfer general fund balance into the road and bridge fund. So the road and bridge fund must sustain itself and save for all of their projects just out of the revenues that are allocated to it. There is a small property tax that's about $775,000. With our 2% projected increase in sales tax and 33% of it allocated, that would be $6.3 million in the road and bridge fund. Intergovernmental is mainly the highway users tax. And then other revenue, $200,000 is road impact fees. So these are some of the revenue sources that we have for the Road and Bridge Fund. To make changes and make additional room in this budget, it's really that sales tax allocation, which is split between the capital fund, general fund, and road and bridge, that is our main lever to be able to use to fund projects.
Patty?
Yeah, how long has it been since we reviewed the road impact fee?
It's been several years, yeah.
Maybe that's something we might want to think about in 2025,
Yeah,
just to see.
there is an increase that should be occurring annually based on consumer price index. So that bump
That's part of
should
it,
be
yeah.
happening through community development. And I know we're looking at it right now with community development to determine if it needs to be revisited.
Thank you. And the other question I had too was, I would like to see, I'm assuming that the 25 budget includes 1 FTE. I'd like to see what that would be to have 2. I see some definite in-house savings there and relief for staff because of overtime or heavy snow year or whatever may come our way. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I think this is a department that, it's a public safety, it's a huge issue all the way around for our visitors, our guests, our local community, across the board. So, and we really appreciate the work you guys do. Thank you.
Francie?
So for the 2% extra that's gonna go to road and bridge, who gets burned on the other side of that 2%?
The general fund.
So, nothing specifically, but.
Well, look, we, there's a bigger set of interrelated decisions here, right? And this goes back to our initial conversation about we are spending down fund balance on one-time projects, but we showed a small surplus to the board, a small operating surplus. As we transfer more of the sales tax out of the general fund into other areas, then we create that structural deficit issue on operations that we're concerned about. So I think as you add in order to, and we may have adjustments, coming as we have revenues coming. There may be opportunities to do something like this, but as it stands now, in order to avoid a structural deficit issue with operating expenses exceeding revenues, we would likely come back to you and ask what you would want to cut out of the budget in order to make this add. Mm-hmm. Now, like I said, we may have some, so that's going to be, we're going to seek direction from you all. We made our recommendations as far as how to balance that, but if you're seeing this as a priority, then we'll want to try and understand what should come out. I would not, under any circumstances, recommend approving a budget with a structural, an operating deficit issue in the 5-year plan.
Thanks, John. I think Francie, then Kelly.
Yeah, so I just want to follow up on this 2% thing again to make sure I understand. So we can't do transfers out of general fund to road and bridge, but we can change the policy which dictates what % of the sales tax goes to road and bridge.
Right. We can make a change to the annual allocation, and we set that once a year.
And so once we've done that, then we cannot transfer
For that year.
further.
And you can make a property, you can change the property tax mill levy, but
I thought it was sales,
sales tax is what we're talking
Okay.
about. We generally do not adjust the property tax because half of that goes out to municipalities and half, so you have to double that distribution of property tax mill levy in order to achieve what you want in the on the county side. And so that creates an even bigger structural issue on operating. So while you can do mill levy, we generally don't recommend it, changing that.
Kelly, did you want to add in?
Yeah, I just was curious what the boundaries are in terms of how we divide the three-way pie of sales tax. Like
Yeah.
what's the max percentages of each one that you can do? You know, what is that?
I don't know that we have a max. We've left the capital fund at 10% for quite a number of years, but the capital fund is a little easier to manage because we can do those one-time transfers for capital from excess general fund balance into the capital fund. So that's a little easier to manage. Between general fund and road and bridge, we've altered it just about every year. And it really depends on the priorities that the board is putting forth, what the needs are, if there's a greater need on the general fund side. And there are positions that have been requested on the general fund side too that are not built into the 2025 budget proposal. So it's really a balancing act of all of the different projects that you hear in these budget meetings, the position requests, the road maintenance, the bridges, all put together.
Just most are not as restricted as road and bridge fund
Right.
are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'd be more comfortable going with your recommendation. So we're flagging this as a possible, something to really look at it. Clearly, there's interest from the board to look at it, but I don't want to say it's a definite need. I want to say it's a possible, and we're encouraging you to look at it rather than telling you to change it right now, because as John has explained, it's, you know, you've been balancing this, and I'm going to trust you.
But if the board feels that we haven't gotten the priorities reflected correctly in these budget proposals, then we take your direction to be able to shift it and make this budget proposal match up to your priorities.
Well, thank you for that comment,
Right,
Connie.
yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate
I do think if we could justify it with savings in other areas, that maybe wouldn't be the result that you're saying we don't want to do, John. You know.
But I will
It
bring
has to come
back,
from you, though.
I will bring back another version of this road and bridge plan without shifting sales tax, just to see, okay, can we make this work with fund balance, with the resources, with the projects that are proposed, with the different position,
I
with
would
an
love
extra
that,
position.
because I think this is a very forward-facing part of our county. Everybody in the
Well,
county,
everybody needs it.
you know,
Everybody uses it.
interacts with road and bridge in one way or another on a regular basis. And I think they expect their taxes to, you know, be applied to safe and sound roads and bridges.
And we certainly are seeing traffic volumes go up. I want to go to Steve and then come back to Patty.
I'm thinking maybe we should wait for a year. We have these different capital projects we're doing. In a year's time, when we have some of the capital projects hopefully completed or farther along, would there be more money then that we could put into the operating fund? And maybe a year from now would be a better time to do this switch on the 2% thing.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, there are also a number of bridge replacements that we have not put in this 5-year plan. So the amount of work that's out there to do is always greater than the resources we have available.
Right, right. So you're doing the best you can to tee that up for us. I thank you. Patty, another
Yeah, my question
word.
too is, if technically we're in non-compliance with 811, then that is a concern to me. And if bringing somebody in-house to help us get that done, and then there's, like you said, there's always work to be done after that. That would be why I would like to look at that second position. And kind of, yes, I agree that bring us how it might fit into the budget. I was not suggesting we add it now. I was suggesting what you said. Let's look at what it would mean to add it.
got it. And I don't want to ask what else we're not in compliance with.
Nothing.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. The other
Thanks.
2 line items that I would just point out are the road maintenance projects. These are your different paving projects. The Lower River Road and others that you saw on the capital plan are in that line item. The professional services also include some of the studies that need to be done to line up some of those projects.
Great, thank you.
And you
This is-
see the
oh,
capital projects with the large amount in 2026 for the Redstone Bridge, but you also see an offsetting revenue on this other revenue line in 2026 to include a contribution, I think it was 1.5 million from Open Space and Trails to that bridge project.
Got it. Great. This is a decision point. Do we need thumbs up? Is that what you need? Do we approve this to move it forward?
I already said where I'm standing on this. So.
Yeah, I
we
think
got-
our ultimate thumbs up is gonna come after we review this
Right.
revised budget. But yeah, it looks
Great.
good so far.
We can keep
Thank
going.
you.
Thanks, DJ.
Thanks, DJ.
Thank you.
You ran the gauntlet. Next victim.
Next.
Hi, everybody. My name's Matt Bergstresser. I'm the fleet manager.
Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. I'll go over our organizational chart. It's myself. I have 2 operations supervisors, one at our public works facility and one at the landfill. We have 5 technicians currently. We're short 1 and 1 purchasing specialist. So staff of 9, trying to recruit since about December of 23, and we have had no luck on that one. So still working to fill that last FT we got last year. So
That's where my other.
Now I've seen you have a big bonus per month.
yeah, we have a
Match
hiring
going on there.
bonus. I mean, we increased our tool allowance. You know, we have a van program, so we're doing everything we can. It's just recruitment's been pretty slow for us, so. Some fun facts, or fleet facts.
I'm
We
gonna
dispense,
convert that to carbon emissions right at the top line. Just want to warn you.
yeah. Well, we got plenty of EV to talk about, don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
I know you do.
Some fuel site facts. We dispensed 166,000 gallons of fuel in 2023. Our motor pool usage was up to about 484 days, so about 5%. Our parts inventory is just shy of $1 million now. We have 10 new requests for 2025 that was whittled down from about 15. And our largest repair year to date was $86,000 on an ARF truck that we had to.
Is that diesel fuel or gasoline or both?
That's everything.
Okay, well,
Yep.
it's about 23 pounds of carbon per gallon. So that's about 2,000 tons of carbon emissions from that. It's just an interesting thing. It's not something we can get out from under. It's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we have a big operation. Lots
Yeah.
of vehicles driving up and down the road. So,
Sure, and we need them.
yep. Here's an image of the recovery we had to do on Castle Creek. So I'm sure you guys are well aware of that one. We got some phone calls. So we had the road closed for about a 1 hour increment and then about a 3 hour increment. So about 4.5 hours total, half-hour planning. So 2 records, and that repair right there is $84,000. So
To repair this truck,
correct.
yeah.
Yep.
That would have been a scary ride. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Some priorities for 2025. Again, growth. 10 new requests for next year. So growth in the fleet requires, additional staff. Nothing this year for you guys, but just continuous demands that we have. Some of the challenges, again, advancement in technology. We've done body cameras. We're doing Starlinks. We're doing everything, to keep up with the Jetsons nowadays. Excessive commuting. Our furthest employees commuting all the way from Parachute as well. So they're getting down pretty far. Hiring and retention, we kind of discussed. We have a hard time getting people in the door, even just to try to apply for the job. Work-life balance, short-staffed, and CDL requirements. So some additional challenges. Cost of goods have gone up dramatically again. Availability of parts and excessive build times. We have 2 ambulances right now that are over 800 days to try to get them spec'd out. So you'll see we have 2 of those that are carrying forward or rebudgeting for this 2025 year. So an EV update for you.
Oh, before you jump to that, sorry, go back just a sec. Steve brought this up earlier with Road and Bridge regarding, where can we bring local talent online? People could get out of high school and actually probably make a good living if they had the training to join. And I know we talk about this with RAFTA. RAFTA's got the same situation. I'm hoping CMC and the high schools and our trade schools are paying attention to this because we ought to be trying to find people from the valley who want to pursue this, and I'm hoping that's something that we're doing.
So, yeah, Greg, I do think that probably needs to be a conversation with the CMC or other organization that may be able to stand that up, but it's probably outside our purview.
Yeah,
to
it's
stand
outside
up
your budget discussion.
an individual program. But I know CMC in the past has been open to conversations about what needs are for workforce training and such. And I know they have some new leadership on board, and so we can look into what that would take.
Yeah,
great.
we've reached out to like local tech schools or tech schools across the country and not had a whole lot of luck with that as well. So here's one of the large repairs that we discussed of $86,000. So that's the guys pulling the water tank, the transmission, and everything out of the ARF truck for the airport that was damaged this year. So.
I think what the challenge with the Pickens County fleet too is the excessive diversity of the vehicles these guys maintain. It's just not automobiles. It's the ARF vehicles. It's the fire department vehicles, all the way down to the new EVs cars we're buying now. So it's training people up for that diversity in order to take care of it. And Matt's done a great job of hiring, but as these people with great experience move on, it's going to be harder and harder to fill that gap.
Right.
And so I think you're right on, Greg, but at some point, we've got to have a good in-house training program for the type of vehicles that we have and equipment.
Right, I can imagine, yeah.
A little bit of an EDV update for you guys. As you know, we had 2 projects last year, one at the airport, one at Public Works, so we're moving ahead really well with that one. Those are the new level 3 chargers at Public Works, so that's a paired unit that will charge at about 160 kilowatts right now, so it's pretty high capacity stuff. We've got all of our level 2 stuff in at Public Works as well. Our level 3 chargers for the airport, somewhere on a truck right now. Expected them actually yesterday. But those, everything's ready, the site's prepped. That's going to be probably the highest single charging capacity location in the state, of up to 600 kilowatts when we're done with it. So we're expecting some heavy equipment this year that we'll be able to test out over at the airport and really see what the EVs can do during the winter operations. So we have hoping for 2025 we would do an additional site down valley to help with a little bit of the commuting, so we're not so pigeonholed up here. So as people travel up and down, it gives them a secondary location. You know, if we could maybe work with Eagle County or one of our other facilities. So there's 7, actually it's 9 EV vehicles proposed for 2025. So we're doing our best to honor your wishes and try to move that into the fleet the best we can. So
Have you been tracking maintenance costs of the EVs compared? Because I know they're much more expensive than fuel cars, but regular maintenance seems to be significantly less, and I'm wondering how that pencils out.
we haven't started tracking it yet just because our fleet is so small. We currently have 15 of them. With the addition next year, we'd be at 25, which is a small portion of what we own. You know, probably 3.5%. So until we get some bigger numbers, it's really hard to get some good data on that. But it's definitely something we're looking to do in the future.
I think on my EV, I put 40,000 miles on. I've changed the windshield wiper fluid and put a set of tires on it.
Yeah,
So it's pretty impressive what I'm not spending.
absolutely. Yeah, your big costs are, you know, you do tires at probably a 2 to 3 ratio, so you're getting an extra set of tires every once in a while, cabin air filters, wiper filter, you know, stuff like that. But minimal maintenance over the tenure of the vehicle.
That might help,
So,
yeah.
for sure.
Thanks.
Yep. Capital replacement for the general fund. We're looking for 3 replacement PPV Silverados. We've switched from Tahoes. We're trying some trucks again. Back in 2022, we brought a first truck back online. They seem to like that, a little more versatile for what they're doing. Additional request facilities we have in the center there, you'll see a snow blower. We've tried a few versions of that over the last few years and haven't had a huge amount of success. We've tried small John Deere tractors, skid loader, just nothing that really fit the mold what we needed to do. So we demoed this one 2023, 2024, and it really fit the niche of what we're looking for. So looking to purchase that.
Who makes that one?
This is made by Ventrac. So something like this will, with the increased efficiency, reduce physical labor, it'll really be a huge benefit to the facilities department.
And is this a sidewalk rig or is this a driveway rig? What
Like
is this?
sidewalk, small parking
That's a
lots,
small one.
it could travel, 18 miles an hour if it has to go somewhere a little further down, but mainly sidewalks and around the campus in town.
Got it.
Where does the snow go?
Most of it in the grass, or DJ has to move it. So,
Onto city property.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. ComDev, we're looking to add a unit. So they currently have 3 trucks that they use for the inspectors and a 4th truck that's shared. So between planning, zoning, engineering, they've been using the motor pool fleet quite a bit, about 100 days this year. So that justified an additional asset for them. The sheriff, they have an additional FTE request, actually 2 of them for one is a lieutenant position and one is the civil role. So backfilling those for their requests as well, so. This is a little video of the daily operations at the landfill.
See if I can get this.
I went out there last week and it was unrecognizable. I just haven't been in a while, and it's changed so much.
Yes.
There was a new mountain on one side, and
A lot of new equipment up there in the 2024 year too, as I'm sure you saw.
mm-hmm.
I don't know that I can make it show on the screen.
Fair enough. So, like, what you'll see there is a new shaker deck that's for making topsoil, and that was feeding a conveyor belt. So those are 2 new pieces that we have. Those pieces, unfortunately, require a lot of work from excavators. So we're requesting an additional excavator up there to help move the dirt, grind the wood, sort material, load trucks, all of the many things that they do. So you see just kind of this is a daily operation for them.
The shaker just separates
So
the
the
big
shaker
pieces
separates all the
from
heavy rock.
So this is a big pile of soil that's been brought in by construction people and then,
Dirty, correct, yeah, that needs to be sorted or processed. And you'll see our roto chop over here with an additional excavator grinding the wood up. And that excavator you saw loading the first 2 pieces of equipment was not ours, we were just using that.
other people's equipment, even better.
Yeah. Our compost piles, and then a little flyover of us processing compost as well. So
amazing.
Nice
bunch of
job.
heavy equipment up there.
The Starscreen is is electric.
Correct. It's a hybrid, so it's a diesel electric. So we got rid of the Vermeer trommel screen, and we're seeing a reduction of probably about 60% in fuel of that one going hybrid. So it's
Yeah.
pretty significant. So
Great video. Who's the drone pilot?
I flew over that day.
Well done.
Thank you.
I left the
Show that
business
to my
right when they
grandson,
emerged.
who would be in
Yeah.
trouble.
It's pretty easy.
Put them in the pipeline, Patty.
Yeah,
Yeah. Bring them over.
shake him.
In addition to the landfill request, we have 2 open space. Sorry, I'll go back to scheduled. So the landfill has a conveyor stacker. So the green unit that was on the left-hand side there, moving all the topsoil. We're looking for an additional one of those. That would be we'd be replacing a bagger. So I'm sure, Patty, I think you've been up there getting some of the bag soil.
Yep.
We'd be selling that unit and then putting a stacker in its place.
I've actually been bagging my own up there too.
Now, there you go. So no need for it then. The airport, we have a runway blower and mower that we're looking to replace for 2025. Again, just capital replacement timeline. And then the ambulances, we have 4 trucks, 2 which are rebudgeted. Those are the ones that are about 800 days out, and due to the extensive timelines, we want to try to get the next 2 in motion. So hopefully we can get those in maybe a 500-day timeline, but no
Can I
guarantees
just
yet.
add, and those are funded out of the ambulance district fund, the AMI.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thanks.
Additional requests, the excavator we spoke about, 2 open space units. So currently open space shares a unit with Road and Bridge. With their increased FTE requests of 1 or 2, they'd be bringing that truck back into their operation, actually regardless of the decision, because they need that. And then we'd have to backfill. The first position would be for maintenance. So the guys that are working on the trails. The second one would be for the Rangers crew. They have an additional FTE as well. So that would be pending that decision.
So it's not really just a request for an FTE, has to have a truck that goes with it.
Some of them,
You
yes,
need to move
correct.
around, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the airport snowblower, I assume, is one of the big ones. Is that right?
Correct,
So,
yep.
Yeah.
Yes. The runway closure marker, so after we had our little runway incident this year, we realized that we have no redundancy. So that's to build that fleet up. So we have 3 of that runway X's. You know, we have to have those at both ends at all times. So it's something we'd have a third one of that gets rotated in the fleet as we
I
need.
see.
So
Is the one that was damaged a loss, or was it repaired, or?
100% loss.
Okay, thought so, yeah. So you're buying 2 then?
We'd just be buying 1. We already replaced that one that we
Okay,
lost.
got it.
And then we'd be replacing 1 additional one, or adding 1 additional one.
It's just a big X, right?
That's it. And the last one is a Healthy Rivers SUV. So Healthy Rivers is responsible, as you guys know, from the watershed from Aspen to Rifle and beyond. So with their usage of kind of personal vehicles, they have put in a request for an additional asset as well.
Will that be, an EV SUV? So not a great big SUV, not like a Suburban or something?
No, small, just small electric, maybe like Chevy Blazer, the small Blazer, something pretty compact. So
And they're already charging for mileage and all that, if it's personal vehicles, right? So maybe it makes sense. Patty?
I just have a question. In talking to people that have EVs,
this is my wheelhouse. So give it
yeah,
to me.
they just people in the general public, I'm hearing more that they think they're reconsidering their decision to buy an EV, especially if they travel. So they're looking more, maybe I should have bought a hybrid. Has there been discussion over the hybrid and our ability to charge them, staff time taken? I mean, I'm just thinking that EVs might be, especially looking at Healthy Rivers and Streams driving from up here to Rifle back. I mean, I know that
That's not a long
I know
distance.
the distance is changing, but I'm hearing from people in the general public that a hybrid might be a better decision.
It could be. I mean, it depends on the utilization. So our thing is we have a network that goes down valley, 30, 40, 50 miles, depending on where you're located. And if you're coming back and charging at night on a single charge, we're paying peanuts, for
Right,
electricity as we were for everything else. So I think that would offset the usage because we're not traveling to Denver every day. We're
What
not
about
going
those,
far.
I just want to make sure we still have in our fleet, for those of us who do drive to Denver or to, Granby or to, Walden, that we don't have to figure out, especially when you don't own an EV, you're not used to where to charge or how to charge. I'm just thinking that we don't want to lose sight of the diversity in our fleet mix.
Yeah, and again, this is such a small percentage. We're talking 25 vehicles, if all these are approved for next year out of close to 400.
Well,
So we
yeah,
have a-
we're bringing in the stuff at the landfill. I'm not driving that to Denver
Yeah,
either, so.
but we're trying to strategically place these with vehicles that aren't going to be doing those long commuting distances. So like our motor pool, like the ones that you guys check out, those will still be like a hybrid. So you can go to Denver, you can go.
I'm just more of a hybrid fan than
Yeah.
an EV. It's just, I just think for people that have one vehicle, because a lot of people I know that have EVs have 2 vehicles because they do, have families and needs that take them out of the range. And so I don't want to encourage us to have a fleet here for this and a fleet here for that.
Well, I drive an EV, and I'm really hoping that we have some more fast chargers up between here and Denver before too long.
They will. They
Yeah, I
are.
think the state's working on it.
Georgetown.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Electrical infrastructure, as we kind of discussed already, looking to do a down valley charger. So $120,000 for a level 3 charger, something similar to what we just placed at Public Works.
Maybe Eagle County.
Potentially
Eagle,
Eagle,
somewhere
yeah.
possibly
That's
there.
kind of what we're thinking, or one of our buildings down that direction. So the premium of electric vehicles versus internal combustion, we're paying about $240,000 difference between the two. So to go EV, it definitely is going to cost us more money up front. Hopefully the savings is on the back end with less maintenance.
Right.
I don't understand this. I didn't know what this meant when I saw it.
So if we were buying the equivalent of those vehicles in a gas form, it would be about $555,000, and if we're going electric, it'd be about almost $800,000. So the difference to go between the two. So like a RAV4, you know, it's $40,000 for easy number. If you're buying the electric version, maybe it's $50,000. So the difference in what it would cost electric versus non.
I see.
That's where the maintenance comes in.
Yeah, that's right.
And
We
Yeah.
can
fuel
get that
savings.
Definitely
metric.
save on the maintenance and on the gas.
And mileage, yeah.
Yeah, the electricity that we're paying for, so we have a pretty good rate with Holy Cross at 6.5 cents per kilowatt right now, as long as we're
Really?
charging in off-peak hours. So
6.5.
we have a great rate to help
It's like
save us. which
200
is-
miles per gallon equivalent. It's pretty
But
amazing.
even at full price from Holy Cross, you still save a lot of money using electricity instead of gas.
Correct.
Where does the hybrid fit in that? I see a combustion engine and an EV. What about the numbers for a hybrid?
A hybrid is
Expensive.
it's more than it's right in the middle. To be honest, it falls.
That's what I would think, but that might be worth
But it
a
has much
thought.
more maintenance.
It does, and we have a lot of hybrids. We have probably about 20 hybrids
know, and
right
I
now.
drive
So,
them.
yeah.
But, yeah,
Yeah, no
And I
problem.
don't see us getting away from those. But all the vehicles that can live, you know, in this immediate corridor, I think the EV has a really good case of, you know,
just don't live
replacement.
outside the corridor.
Yeah.
I think part of the point, though, is that we are making, at least initially, as not an early adopter, but earlier adopter, I guess, than some of our peer organizations, a values-based choice here with the EV transition. And so there is a upfront investment cost to that and replacement cost that, you know, we see as being consistent with the priorities of this board. And I guess that's part of the check-in here. This is kind of the real cost, right, of pursuing this right now for the values on the other side.
Which I understand.
We're not on
that-
the bleeding edge.
I'll be really curious to see in the near future comparative studies between having a EV, let's say for 4 years, compared to a gas or a hybrid. So that would include maintenance costs and everything, so you could have a really more clear comparison of the two. We don't really have that yet, that I've seen anyway.
Correct.
And
I mean, they produce it for at least gas expenditure.
say that again.
Like when you buy a new EV, you see exactly what your savings
but that's
is
just- yeah,
over
that's
what
true.
an equivalent gas, which a lot of times it's like 3/4 of the savings.
Yeah, this
in
data
gas
already
alone.
exists.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's
what's
out there,
adding
easy to
in the
find, for
maintenance
sure.
would be
Yeah,
big.
the maintenance would be.
We
big.
just don't have enough of them in our fleet to get like true.
You're not seeing it yet.
True data on what our actual
And
information
if you
is.
have the multiple vehicles, you're gonna have staff able to work on all of them anyway, so you're not gonna save a lot in terms of staffing, for instance. You still need people that are versed in everything, right?
Correct. Until there's an
So-
offset of so many EVs that actually weighs into what we work on, it's going to be a while.
Got it. Well, and thanks for the conversation about it.
Absolutely. So here's just a summary of what we're doing. General fund, about $270,000. Other funds, about 3.4, and additional requests, about 1.6 million. So grand total of about 5.3 for everything we're looking for next year.
I don't really understand the breakdown of that. As you were going through, and I saw the sheriff in a couple of places, and I saw OST in a couple of places. So how do they end up in each of these columns?
Like Connie probably answer that one.
Yeah, so you could take the ones in the additional request column and move them into the other two columns as far as funding sources go.
Okay.
Matt has just broken it down to show what's part of the regularly scheduled replacements that are already within our fleet, that we were already planning for, and what's brand new.
Okay, that helps.
Great,
Thank
thanks
you.
for that. Yeah, that helps.
One thing I do want to note with the consistent growth that we've seen year after year, as you guys know, I would see us coming back for an FT in the near future, maybe 26 or 27. So, again, we haven't held a higher at the 24 request, but with this kind of growth, we're going to need another employee at some point. So,
Great.
And I think the other thing the board, and Matt, you could explain this better than I, but working on an electric vehicle is sometimes different than working on an internal combustion vehicle. The brakes may be the same, but once you start dealing with everything else, it's a different,
It's an IT thing.
right?
Yeah,
almost.
and it's the same with the charging network, you know, like the vehicles, everything is run on high voltage electricity, you know, 480, 600 volts, so you can't just dive in there and start pulling wires apart and getting into things like, actually, like, we're a GM certified repair facility, and they haven't allowed us to work on the electric vehicles as of yet, so until we get some of the training
Right.
and, you know, some of the safety measures in place to be able to work on them, we're probably pigeonholed into taking them to the actual dealership, so. But the charging network is no different, you know, it takes a lot of time and effort to get them installed and set up and operating to make sure that we are charging, you know, it's multiple gas stations essentially that are gonna be all over the valley.
Copy that.
Okay, and this is the 5-year plan for the fleet fund. The revenue for the fleet fund is just service charges out to the various county departments that use this service. And with a little bit of extra revenue from the Aspen Fire Department because they maintain their vehicles also. Expenditure-wise, there's the staff and benefits, and then the main line is the supplies line. That would include all of the fuel, both gas and diesel, and all of the parts. So the parts budget is pretty significant there also. And that is about it. You see a small surplus each year and maintaining the fund balance.
Pretty stable budget, really.
Questions, comments, thumbs up, thumbs down?
Looks good to me.
We got thumbs up.
It's
I'm okay
remarkably
with it.
stable.
I'm still concerned about the EV over hybrids.
Well,
But
the more you learn,
Go to
the more
lunch
you'll
one day
feel
and talk about
comfortable.
it.
yeah, that I'm comfortable with hybrids. The more I learn.
Okay, Kelly?
I'm good.
Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Thanks.
Yep, thank you
Thank
guys.
Thanks,
you.
Matt. Good job.
Okay, we've scheduled to break for lunch after fleet, so we
All right,
can
we're 9
break
minutes
for
ahead of
lunch a few
schedule.
minutes early. And we'll pick up again in the afternoon with the remaining departments.
Thanks, Connie.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
Thanks, everyone.
works kinds of lends itself to them
Absolutely.
because
Yeah.
of
No,
the
I
type of
like
work
it. I
we do.
just need to work on
Well,
setting
and-
myself up
and-
to where I've got it like lined up.
And I know it caused you stress, but that delay was okay. It was fine. It was just like a little breather.
Yeah.
So,
No, I kind of like them.
okay, good, thank you. Well, yeah, for, I know, for operations, because a lot of times operations people don't know a lot about, so you show a video and they're like, oh, that's what chip sale is. Yeah, good. You're gonna do fine. You got this. Yeah, right, right. I wouldn't think so. Yeah, they could just talk about the entrance. I don't want to talk about prioritization. So getting here to talk about prioritization, she wanted just to discuss the entrance to Aspen in terms of what its priority is. So we'll see. The city's gonna try to put it there this year. Yeah. So, yeah. The question is whether they're going to say, because they well, I told them you gotta that gave you permission. Right. We can talk about that later, but I just said if you're gonna submit something for prioritization to the TBR, you have to just tell us what the project is. So if it's anything other than the preferred alternative, it's because that's what can be. I think they've got it. I think Jacobs did an estimate for the preferred alternative, so they're going to have a number. So it'll be one of our top priorities, if it's not the top priority. Anyway, we'll see. Yeah, yes, we can. It's up to the city. Yeah, I think they will. That's the word. Well, if they want to build something, they've got to get something on CDOT's priority list. They've got to do it.
Okay, hello, everybody. We're back with the Tuesday, October 22nd work session with the commissioners. We're still doing our budget. And up next is our budget part. It's still part one of our budget presentation, but it's the second half of part one. Part one, take two, since this morning. Connie, go ahead.
Okay, get the slideshow going.
Yeah, exactly. EOTC.
All right, and Linda is here. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you. Linda Dupriest, Regional Transportation Director, Elected Officials Transportation Committee. You are 1/3 of this group that is Pitkin County, Aspen, and Snowmass. Our vision is providing multimodal transportation, sustainable transportation system for the Upper Valley, focusing on transit and multimodal options. So this is our interagency staff. Myself, Brian Pettit, Pitkin County Public Works Director. We have a new member from the city of Aspen, Lynn Rumbaugh, who is the Mobility Division Manager and / interim Transportation Director, as Pete Rice recently left us for Gunnison County. Sam Guarino is the Transportation Director for Town of Snowmass. And then we work closely in collaboration with RAFTA. David Johnson, who's the Planning Director for RAFTA, and also some of their operations folks. That makes up our staff.
Great, thanks. Welcome, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to see you in a couple of days, so this might be a little compressed or not, whatever y'all want to do. Our priorities for 2025 is we don't have a lot of big new expenditures this year. We're working on our optimizing the Brush Creek Park and Ride lot with our management and monitoring study, which we've just started and are starting to get some great, interesting data out of that. Another thing that has sort of been on the list to do at Brush Creek that we are planning to do this year, but depends on some of the findings from our study, is if it does make sense to put restrooms out there. It was part of the plan and the flat project, but as you know, the bids came in for it astronomically expensive, and now that we're studying our issues out there with camping and people who live out there and whatnot, we need to think about and maybe look more closely at if it makes sense for us to manage a restroom facility out there, if we can staff it, open it in the morning, close it at night, keep it clean, that sort of thing.
On that topic, I know that the alternative may be worse, in that if people are camping out there and they don't have a restroom facility, they've got the porta potties I've seen that are out there, but I also have seen people kind of walking out of the bushes and thinking, what were they doing? You know, don't even want to know when I'm riding my bike down the bike path.
Yeah, we don't either. We don't want to know.
Yeah. I did want to ask about dark skies and the lighting and, modern lighting standards and all that. I just wanted for an update on the lighting out there when at some point, maybe now's not the time, but.
We can do it now. We can do that Thursday. We're going to be pretty packed on Thursday. So basically we put our lighting system out there is it's all on a computer. It's very high tech. The lights can be dimmed and then raised as needed. It did pass the county's codes for minimum lighting and also maximum for its dark skies rules.
Okay,
but we tested it in late August at night. If we start to get some feedback in the winter that the lights are not bright enough, then we can revisit that and adjust it fairly easily.
Yeah.
Try it out.
Got
It's
it.
a really sophisticated,
So it
complicated
does it
system.
sense people coming in, or does it get
does.
pulses if people are there? Or?
I think after 10 p.m. it's dark, and then as a car drives by or a person walks up,
It
lights
comes
up above them.
Got it.
That is what we're told is going to happen. We're
Okay.
going to.
That's the way it's
what's been
headed.
happening so far.
That's
We
kind of where I
haven't-
thought it was going. Thank you
Yeah.
for
Wait,
that.
I
Patty.
just think one of the things I noticed the other night, so thanks for bringing it up, is it illuminates the trees, which I think accentuates the lighting, because it comes up under the trees. It's beautiful, but it's much different than the previous lighting we had. When we first put the parking lot in, we had complaints from Brush Creek, and we tempered it down so it was more direct. But now it's kind of coming up
Kicking out the
under
trees.
or down into the trees.
It'll kick
So
off snow
that's just
also,
something to
for that
keep an
matter.
eye on.
Yeah, our ComDev, Mac from ComDev, actually the day we tested it, the night we tested it, he went up on the hill and measured it from, distances away from the parking lot. So far so good. We haven't had any complaints yet.
You should probably go up and measure from Judge Maker's house. Just so we're on good standing.
November 6th.
Oh, it's November. She's not the judge yet.
Okay. Then our second bunch of projects is multimodal transportation projects. We're continuing with the Buttermilk at grade pedestrian crossing. We're just now putting together some initial design ideas that we need to run by CDOT before they tell us to go ahead with those solutions. The Truscott to Owl Creek Trail is 90% designed. We are waiting on the rest of that we're going to tie it into the City of Aspen project, which is the improvements on that tunnel that connects Truscott over to the other side of the highway. And to tie those two in together seamlessly, we're holding out on the last 10% design on that until later this year.
Got it.
This year or next year?
We're going to complete the whole design this year with the City of Aspen team that is tying it into the tunnel.
Okay.
That last little piece is kind of tricky. We have needed to get easement from the Jehovah Witness Church there, and we're working with them on that. Or the City of Aspen mainly is leading that.
And does that have to be paved down into the tunnel?
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, they have had. It's been tricky because of the plow spoils. The snow gets shoved over the edge, and it's created this terrible ice dam situation, an ice rink underneath. So that the way we're tying into that tunnel is all getting designed to mitigate that problem.
That all has to be resolved.
That all has to be resolved.
Hopefully that won't involve electric heaters.
I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to.
Right.
And CDOT, we're working really closely on them with how to deal with that, the snow falling over the edge and all that.
Right. Yeah. Complicated.
It is a lot more than I thought it would be. The ABC Pedestrian and Bike Transportation Plan. I went before Aspen and Snowmass earlier in the summer, but you all asked for some more information and some more discussion. You had wanted to have that discussion with the full board so we're doing that on Thursday. So that is not yet approved by everybody. And then the
Aren't we the holdout? We're the holdouts. The others have all approved it.
Y'all are the holdouts, but
Right.
good questions that we're going to address on Thursday.
We're bringing it up on Thursday, and they'll all beat us up.
No, that's not going to happen.
Okay.
I might beat you
If
up.
they watch it, it'll be me they get first.
Okay.
And then our small Maroon Bells implementation plan, where we are on a team with the Forest Service, the Chamber, RAFTA, and who's the other partner? I think that's our partners on that. Yeah. That's just a very small budget item in 2025. Our permanent automatic vehicle counter system, we have finally got the installation of that 99% done. Those counters are all up now. They are not online yet. We just got them up this past week.
This is on I-82, or where are they?
There's 8 locations. Brush Creek Road, Owl Creek Road, a location pretty close to the lumberyard area across from the airport. Cemetery Lane, the camera is going to be on the east side heading towards the bridge. McLean Flats, Maroon Creek Road, and a spot east of Aspen, really close to the North Star parking lot.
Right. Good to
Are
know.
all those? And Power Plant.
Power plant.
We're pretty, as transportation nerds, very excited about the type of data we're going to get out of that, because it will tell us not just traffic, but what kinds of traffic we're seeing in all these different locations.
Will it pick up an e-bike?
Well, no, probably not, but we're a piece of our annual report that we are hoping to compile every year. We'll work with Parks and Open Space and Trails and with the City of Aspen on getting some data on their pathway system. So yes,
Great. Thank you.
those are our top projects for the year.
And it'll be busy.
not to get in a rabbit hole with the ABC pedestrian bike transportation plan, but I want the board to know that this plan would address a lot of existing problems that the county's had over the last 20 to 30 years, the ABC, as it's changed from a light industrial complex to what it is today, which is much different.
An urban
And
center.
so we have existing pet bike problems in the ABC that this would address.
So it's just the plan itself, not the implementation of the plan, just the plan itself?
Just the plan.
Is gonna cost $200,000?
At the most. We can probably get it done for less than that.
That would be good.
Yes, it would be good.
But it's-
Brian calls the ABC a town without a zip code.
Right.
No, a town without a post office.
Somebody described that to me. It's a town.
It pretty much is. It's a whole, ex-urban district, suburban district out there. That,
Well, I'm hoping it'll be more of a town if we're gonna put 300 units right next to it, so that those people don't have to go far.
And we really felt it was time to do this bike and ped plan to address those new, those folks there that it's even tricky now getting from that, if you are riding your bicycle or walking just from Mountain Rescue over to the ABC, it's already a little bit hazardous with the way those streets were designed and lack of bike and ped
So
facilities.
on Thursday, well, first of all, I would take a poll of our board right now to see how we all feel about it. Because if we approved it today, would it be necessary on Thursday, or is there still more information coming forth? Yeah, you guys can jump in. I just thought, well, wait a minute.
want to do that in the context of the budget.
Yeah, so I think we might be conflating two, but I think you could make the discussion on Thursday a lot shorter.
If we
yeah.
kind of came
yes.
to a conclusion, that's what I meant to say. I just hadn't thought of it yet. Okay,
Does it include Burlingame? Is there access to Burlingame?
back way.
There's a dirt trail, and some people take bikes on it.
Behind, or you can do the
Yeah, there's a
regular
trail
trail
go-
and cut back around.
Yeah, it's a very narrow trail behind the ABC that goes to Burlingame from down below the bluff.
Is that improvable?
It cuts across the hill at grade to Burlingame, and then you can get down.
And do Burlingame people go to the ABC to do stuff?
Is that an egress for Burlingame?
No, well, that's
We're getting off
way
track. I
down-
apologize.
Yeah.
It's not formalized, but
That's down below like the Stein Bridge. Yeah, the big.
Well, there's the one that's actually at grade from Burlingame right over to the back of the ABC, which is more like a road.
Trail.
cuts across Digger Hill on the,
Yeah,
But
back of
bike
the,
size, not car size, right?
Barely bike size.
okay, anyway,
so
that's
I
a
just wanted to
a
talk about
bit
that a
tangential,
little bit.
but,
Thank you for that.
Kind of like the hill that goes down to the river.
okay. What else can you tell us about that? Because as John points out, we might be able to, shorten the EOTC meeting on Thursday. If we're all feeling better about this, or maybe it won't shorten it, but I just wanted to try.
Well, when I was before you in September, some questions came up about the new signal at the lumberyard, and some of you had asked for more clarification and history on that. There were some questions about that. I'm asking Andrew Knapp, our county engineer, who was at CDOT when all of the work on that was done, to be here on Thursday to answer those questions. Again, what triggered our idea to start this now was the lumberyard and how it's advancing in that design. And it's always better to, as far back as you can, start planning those connections before design and construction starts. So that's why we wanted to get a jump on it.
Right. Kelly?
Well, and if my memory serves correctly, part of it too is to have a bit of a understanding from the city of Aspen about opportunities to more comprehensively plan. The concern is, why are we going to spend all this money to plan for, and then try and plan a whole regional transportation connection related to the airport and have this be kind of null, right?
That's a really good and critical question. When we decided to go ahead and get this project started, it was our feeling that while that whole district feels like a whole cohesive district. The land use of the ABC is very different from the land use of the airport below it, and they don't necessarily interact with each other. So the bike and pedestrian issues through the ABC, which are pretty critical, we feel now, could be done separately and sooner than the whole airport district south or west of 82. You all wanted to talk more about that with the whole
I thought we
board.
were gonna talk about more on Thursday, because I didn't think there was agreement with that, just given that most of us saw a presentation, you know, from Edward Ollemans about a more comprehensive way that both sides of the highway could connect, inclusive of the lumberyard development.
And that is a very compelling and interesting design idea there. But with the lumberyard already starting to look at design now, we felt we wanted to get started now on just the bike and ped connection piece. But certainly you all probably you had said you wanted to discuss that with the whole EOTC
Yeah.
on Thursday.
I think just to assess if Aspen is, you know, more amenable to bigger transportation planning,
Yeah, and I think,
despite their
Well,
lumberyard plans.
Yeah. We need all of you there at the same
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So I don't think
to
we
talk
need, I don't know,
about
I
We
that.
need
just,
to change that.
I think we need to talk about it.
So, but we're gonna hear more from Edward, right? Greg?
I'm just double checking with them. They're planning to come and make public comment at the beginning. We're not doing a big presentation because we didn't think we had time. But they are going to introduce the topic. And then we'll tee up more time to, you know, as
The
we go.
next time that all of us can get together.
Well, I think we're going to change that too regarding
I hope
EOTC.
so.
We're changing, EOTC is only required to have one meeting per year. Is that correct? But we have additional meetings, but they don't require a quorum if only one requires the quorum to get the budget passed. Isn't that
Is that
the
right?
technical description of that?
Everybody's required to unanimously approve the budget and the work plan, but the rules don't even say that has to be with all of you at the same time. We traditionally have done it that way.
Got it.
As well as additional meetings that were done with all of you together.
Which seems like maybe too cumbersome in recent years.
Oh, I thought we all had to be there in the same room at the same time.
I don't believe so. I can confirm that.
I think that's the case.
But we can have other meetings, like we could have a meeting with Edward and not, even if everybody can't come?
I
Oh,
believe
great.
so.
Okay, cool.
I'm looking at Brian to see if he
Yeah,
nods an
you only-
affirmative. I will
You have
too.
to, you just need, in order to pass a budget or make decisions like that, that's when you have to have the quorum present.
Uh-huh.
If you're not making any critical decisions, you can meet as an EOTC without a quorum. It's
Okay,
about
thank
decision,
you.
it's about
That
decision.
frees things up a
making-
bit.
making.
Yeah, definitely does. That's awesome.
It'd be nice to be able to move things forward, at least, you know, without needing all 15 people in the room to do it.
Yes.
So that's going to be helpful, I think.
And there is always the option of a retreat as well. We had talked about that last October, but that didn't happen.
I'm always considering a retreat.
Yeah, me too.
I have a food budget, so. Yeah.
That helps.
And just some amounts here attached to those projects. So our Brush Creek monitoring management analysis, we had a budget for it to kick it off in 2024. We are fairly certain that as we learn more about what's going on out there and what we want to try to do and some of the technology that we're learning about, we suspect that we will need some additional scope expansion on that in 2025, just as the information comes in. It was sort of new to us how parking lots are managed and all the options for a regional parking lot and our particular issues here. So we wanted to leave ourselves open to look into more things with that study.
Great. Steve, I see has his hand up. Steve, you can always yell at me if I don't see you.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Going back to the previous topic, I would insist on doing a more broader look at the transportation issues in the whole airport business center area. And as I said before, I would start at the Owl Creek Light all the way down to at least the the public's, the public works, I can't think of the name of the road now, but where the draft of public works is, it should all be done like an integrated plan for that whole area. And I think we need to have the discussion with the Aspen and Snowmass Village, because they maybe haven't even thought about some of the issues that I am thinking about. Well, I think all of us tend to take a broader view of things than maybe they do. So I don't want to decide anything today, but do the full discussion at the EOTC meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, here are just the amounts of those projects. 75 for Brush Creek. If we do go ahead with the bid planning, 50,000 for that. The high estimate on the ABC plan would be 200,000. The capital part of the Buttermilk Crossing, we estimated at 250,000. Might not be that much. And then we're paying for the permanent vehicle counters in 2024, but the technology is brand new. It's very complicated, and we are likely going to need some training on how to take all that AI data and turn it into something that makes sense to everybody. So we've got a small budget item for that. And in addition to these highlights, we have all of our management of snow plowing at the parking lot, maintenance, trash, all of the issues out there, and just our other technical services that we fund every year. I think we can go on. So here's the entire budget laid out. Our total expenditures for the year show $2,634,175. That could be reduced by $1,068,355 when the Federal Highway Administration finally does their reconciling of all of the contingency and other things that they put into reserve for the flat project at Brush Creek. It's likely all of that money will not need to be reimbursed to them, but we don't know yet. And they've told us we don't get to know yet.
That's nice of them.
It's only $1 million, so.
Only $1 million.
Pennies.
It'll be nice if we get that. We haven't actually spent that yet, but it will be nice if we don't have to.
And Connie, if you can go back one slide, please. I just want to make sure the board isn't caught off guard, too. What isn't represented here in the budget highlights is funding for X Games. And that will be included in the Thursday meeting. So that will be part of the 2025 budget. But from a timing perspective, we had this completed, and then we added that after the fact. So that's just a change from today to Thursday.
What's that amount again?
$115,000 to X Games for
$115,000.
$115,000.
And they will be here to
Skico.
Skico is coming to talk to you all about that.
Got it.
That made more sense when they had 50,000 people attending, not 5.
Well, 5 is
what?
only the paying
1,000.
customers. No, they'll still have more. They're just not counting.
That's not counting the athletes and the workers and the,
And
that's
people who aren't
tickets.
paying. Yeah.
yeah.
There's an unpaid area, which is unlimited, and they're not really counting that.
And I don't.
So anyway, that's another conversation.
We didn't see that very full. Anyway, we
Oh,
can ask
okay.
them Thursday.
Can
Patty,
I think after Thursday, there might possibly be other changes. Because we don't know, even though Snowmass and Aspen have moved things along with more information, they may choose to reconsider where their direction they're going. We don't know. And that's why we waited to make our final decisions until we had more information before us. So I just want to keep that door open.
Yes,
It's a possibility.
since
The
I've
final
been here,
decision today anyway.
Brian probably has different history. This meeting happened after the annual EOTC budget meeting. This year,
Oh.
I'm not sure why. Thank you.
oh, so that's where we're in front of them
We're
this time.
backwards. Normally, we would have had all of you 15
Right.
electeds deciding the EOTC budget and work plan, and then we would have come before the county to get,
Right.
But we will add in or subtract out whatever
Whatever comes
decisions
up, okay.
are made. Yes.
I'm just saying that there may be more than just X games.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
One thing to note on this fund is that it is a pass-through fund of sales tax, about 1.5% sales tax. The 1% you see on the first row, it's budgeted at $21.7 million. 100% of that is passed through. The county retains none of it. 48% goes to RAFTA and the remainder to City of Aspen and Snowmass Village. And then the 0.5% tax is budgeted at $11.2 million. 81% of that goes to RAFTA. The remainder, which is $2.1 million, is retained in this fund for the EOTC's use. So just kind of interesting that out of about $33 million of sales tax, we retain only $2.1 million.
We being EOTC.
Yes.
Kelly?
Looking at our ending available fund balance, not including our set aside for snowmass, in the 5-year plan, we are saving up to almost $20 million. What are we saving for?
Do you,
Well, I mean, really.
do you want me to take that?
I'm gonna let John speak.
You know, college and things like that.
Yeah,
Couple
so
bridges, you know.
historically, the fund balance has been maintained should the record of decision be implemented. It would be anticipated that there would be grant funding, probably some bonding, as well as, you know, a significant amount of fund balance that would be needed even to execute a bonding at that level. Obviously, that is still a policy decision that needs to be made by the bodies, but the fund balance has been maintained outside of these projects for that purpose.
Got it. That's helpful. Thank
There
you. Do we
have
know
been-
how much the city of Aspen has saved for the record of decision?
So I think the city of Aspen would view the EOTC funds as part of those savings. I don't know that they have a separate set. So while this is the EOTC funds are a county use tax, and so this board appropriates, there are agreements in place about how those funds are appropriated or how those appropriations are decided on, which is the EOTC governance structure. And so we do need to have a conversation at some point and get direction on what we're going to do with these dollars.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Did you have something else?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you, Linda. Next, we've got Solid Waste Center.
Thanks, Linda. See how easy that was?
See you soon.
In 2 days. Wait a minute, do we have a quorum, Linda?
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
I'll be here, it's here.
I'll be here.
That's right.
It's time to talk trash.
Okay.
Kathy
Our
Albus,
favorite event.
Solid Waste Director.
Our favorite trash talker.
I know, I love talking trash. I could be here all day.
Miss Liz O'Connell Chapman. She did that whole show, Trashy Talk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I missed that one.
So here's a picture of our crew. It's still not everybody. There are 21 of us at the landfill right now, and that includes the seasonal worker we have. So you can see the breakdown of our structure by department: operations, the Motherlode Mercantile. We got Cameron Garcia, who's the diversion analyst. He's running the greenhouse gas program, or I'm sorry, the Green Halo program, and then the scale house. So that's the crew. Fun facts. So in 2023, we diverted through our diversion programs, includes recycling, all the recycling we do, and the compost program, 13,900 metric tons of CO2. We use the US EPA's WARM model. That's the standard for calculating greenhouse gas emissions through waste. And it's just some interesting equivalents. So it's removing almost 3,000 passenger vehicles from the road, and this is annually. Almost 700 trees planted across 7 acres, and then equivalent to 1.5 million gallons of gasoline diverted. So our diversion program certainly covered the gas usage or the fuel usage in the county. So I think was that 160,000 gallons about. So
I
yeah.
love how she makes her presentations.
I love these fun facts. It's the best.
I do too. And then last year, our single stream recycling that went to Denver, it was equivalent of $369,000 in revenue. Now, we don't get that, but it does help offset our tipping fees and our transportation costs. But commodity markets, that's $370,000 worth of single stream recycling was sold back in for reuse.
A quick question, and I don't know if it's the right place to ask it regarding, I was just thinking about fees. Land use fees, say with soil from smuggler. Who does the state take those tipping fees for that?
Yeah.
Even though we have to handle it, but they take the money.
It's interesting, yeah. So quarterly, we report to the state, CDPHE, we just did it this morning. It's the solid waste user fees. And in our solid waste user fee calculation, it's called the HSRF fund. I can't remember what that stands for, but that's the smuggler.
Hunter
20 cents,
smuggler.
25 cents.
Super
Smuggler,
fun,
but-
right.
Yeah.
To my understanding, it doesn't, there's some monies that are kept here for follow-up with the institutional controls.
Actually, yeah, so.
Some
that-
of it's kept here.
That money, yeah, it's a couple $1,000s every quarter. And then that goes into the smuggler fund that is managed separately in finance.
And our cost is $100,000 a year.
We have to file letters every 6 months,
Yeah.
and EPA Superfund Division out of Denver comes up once a year. So people think we got out of being under the thumb of Superfund and
No,
EPA.
we're still there.
It's not true. They're
Yeah,
still there.
in perpetuity.
Exactly,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
not, it's a raw deal.
It's raw ore.
Okay, sorry for that. I was wondering where that came into this.
Yeah, so that's calculated separately and put into a separate fund. So our 2025 emerging issues and trends. The big one is the solid waste center expansion and the infrastructure relocation. That is going to be probably our focus for the next 6, 7, 8 years. It's big project, but a lot of good things to come. So more on that in a little bit. Diversion programs, we're always focusing on keeping stuff out of the trash. So we will be presenting to the Board of County Commissioners. Myself and some staff members at the Solid Waste Center have written a waste diversion plan and goal setting for the county. And it's closely tied to the Climate Action Group, Michael Port's group. So we're calculating in greenhouse gas emissions based on our waste diversion activities. And we're calling this 50 by 30. So our goals we've set, 50% diversion by 2030, 75% diversion by 2040. So more to come on that. Right now we're at about a 42% diversion rate, so I think we'll easily get to 50% by 2030.
So
But-
impressive. Can I ask a question, Craig?
Please.
And this is not about the budget, Kathy, but I have seen a lot of information lately about how plastic really is not recyclable and only certain kinds are. And so I'm just wondering if we in Pitkin County should stop trying to recycle all our plastic bottles and containers and all of that stuff.
Separate them
Is it just added work for you guys for no reason?
It depends on what kind of plastic. As you know, there's all sorts of plastic.
Yeah.
Plastics 3 through 7 really do not have a market. And those
So
are
don't
those.
recycle them.
I tell people that it's hard to get that message out.
I know we've been doing it for so long.
Yeah. So we tend to, it's a loss leader, you know. I'd rather have you get the good plastic in, we'll get the bad plastic out.
So it's just reading the numbers, though. It's not that hard, right? So 1, 2, and 3 you want.
Yes.
Maybe we could do a public education thing on that because it's terrible for you guys to have to deal with all that stuff.
Ship it
It's a
all the way to
lot of
Denver.
stuff.
Mhm.
I know how much plastic I put in my recycling, and I'm sure at least half of it is 4 through 7.
Yeah, it's that crummy plastic. State of California actually just sued the plastics industry for misinformation on recycling. So that'll be
think I
interesting to
saw that.
follow. Yeah.
So I would encourage us to put out some kind of public education thing about that.
Yeah.
So that you guys don't have to deal with it, and, so then is it trash?
Yeah.
Goes into, fills up the landfill.
Yes,
Fills up
but it's
Denver's
gonna go there
landfill.
anyway, but this takes out Kathy's crew having to pull it out.
We can
Not
turn
all
it
of
into
it gets
Patagonia
pulled out.
jackets.
Not 4 through 7, I don't think,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, really?
Well, an interesting thing, plastic film. We just started, I put out a press release. We just started collecting plastic film.
You mean like saran wrap?
The plastic grocery bags, which we don't see a lot anymore. There's a lot of plastic bread bags, Ziplocs. That is not going to single stream, but it's going to Pueblo, and they're making asphalt out of it. It's replacing that virgin polymer that goes into the bitumen
cool.
mixture.
So where do we recycle my Ziploc bags?
City of Aspen City Hall has 2 drop bins. I'm hoping to get maybe one here, figure that out, and then at the landfill, and it's free to drop.
But not in your single stream.
Not in the single stream. It's a separate.
I'm so glad I brought this up. That's really helpful. So, so maybe we could include that in a public service, something or other in the papers or something.
Yeah.
On your website, of course, but it's probably on there already. But.
Yeah, well, my next bullet point, we're going through a whole program rebranding. We've hired a new marketing outreach firm, and you're going to see the landfill come into a really cohesive look. We're following the county's style guide, so it's going to look like a county facility. We've kind of piecemealed stuff over the years, so now it's going to come back in and look like Pickens County. The logo's going back to Pickens County, the swirly. So we're rebranding, re-educating on the compost program, and then recyclables. So more to come on that.
Oh, great.
I hope you keep the Motherlode Mercantile brand.
Yes.
Okay.
Matter of
what's the
fact, we're going to
price
fit it
tag
into
on-
the Motherlode Mercantile,
There you
the
go.
donkey.
There you go.
What's the price tag on rebranding?
We budgeted $100,000.
Seems low, but I like that.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of cool things to come. And then next year is our 60-year anniversary of the landfill.
Wow.
So,
Time flies.
I know.
I remember going to the original dump out at where the Ark is when I was a little kid, and
James E.
we'd
Moore.
all go out and scavenge. That was the activity back then. That's what we
A
did
lot
for
different
fun.
now.
They put dirt and grass there and played football on it.
It's
Yeah,
a lot different now.
I'd want to. I was just thinking regarding the separation of the plastics. To me, it's been discouraging, but I just wonder if that's still a good idea. Only because that's a waste stream. Just because we haven't figured out exactly what to do with it may not mean that we should just throw it in the trash. I'm having trouble with that. Is it add a lot of airspace for a very low volume of material? Is there, can it be shredded and used for asphalt or concrete or something somewhere? I'm just wondering. You're following that. I just was wondering where it is.
It'll be some discussion because right now it goes on a truck to Denver at a really high cost.
Right.
Is that worth it? Waste Management does try to find a market for it, but I look at the monthly reports and it just doesn't seem like they have a market.
Artificial snow.
Thinking
We're going to need
outside
that.
the box.
We'll need that at the bottom half of the mountain one of these days.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I just put together some random metrics, just kind of show how busy the landfill is and kind of what we're doing out there. The one on the left, that's incoming waste recycling, 2019 to 2024. You can see the top line is construction demolition debris. It's up 9% this year. Here's an interesting fact. So the Green Halo program, unincorporated Pickens County, tracks all of these construction, demolition, remodel projects. There are around 200 active projects right now. There are about 230 that have registered for Green Halo, have permits, but haven't started yet. That's when my guess is they just don't have contractors to work on it. So we're waiting for those to break loose. There's another 200 projects that are permitted, haven't signed up for Green Halo yet. So we have around 430 projects that are just waiting to go. So
These are construction projects,
Yes.
shovel ready, so to speak.
demos, remodels, it's everything you would need a permit for. So there is a lot getting
Just
ready
in
to break
unincorporated
loose.
Pickens County.
unincorporated
Not
Pitkin
counting
County.
the cities. Oh, wow, that is shocking, really.
It's disheartening.
Quarter of our units.
Yeah, it's big.
That seems weird.
These are projects, not houses, but
Not
they're
houses,
projects.
and it could be a bathroom remodel, a kitchen
Okay.
remodel, but around here, a kitchen remodel could be $500,000, and so.
When you pull out the pink marble to put in the black marble, it takes, it's expensive.
Exactly. But the good news on the Green Halo side, we're 97% of people are they're meeting the 35% diversion goal, getting their deposits back. So it's working. So that's the good news. Municipal solid waste is down just a touch, and that, I believe, has to do with Aspen's food waste ban. Food waste is up around 70%, so they're getting that out of the trash and into the compost. So that's good news. And then recycling's up 8%, so
8%.
over last year, so gangbusters. You can see compost is growing rapidly. So by the end of 2024, I imagine we'll have around 18,000 tons of material composted at our facility. And then again, food waste, the numbers are a little off when I did this graph, but it's up 70%. And again, crediting that to Aspen's restaurant food waste ban.
With all that coming in, it seems like we're going to have an abundance of compost, and is that more than gardeners around here would ever need, is one question.
We're
No?
selling it like crazy.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody suggested that you can get biodigesters in any variety of sizes to produce electricity, for instance, and I'm just wondering if that's an experiment we should consider someday.
If we could get a small scale one, I mean, there's plenty. And manure, that doesn't count. Manure doesn't go into compost anymore. We could divert manure to a digester.
Got it.
So yeah, there's options.
Interesting. I don't know enough about it to have an opinion. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Transactions are up 5.3% from last year. So by the end of 2024, we're going to have about 68,000 transactions, and those are trips across the scale. That's every touch the scale house has with somebody. Doesn't count the people that just go to the recycle pile or go right over to the motherlode mercantile. So busier than ever. It's pretty solid nonstop. And then the motherlode mercantile, which I absolutely, my pride and joy, and I love, is up 52% in revenue.
Wow.
Yeah, it's.
I hear it's the place to go now. People are telling me this.
So for the ladies' lunch stop, you either go to lunch before the mercantile or you go after. It's like a whole day event.
You don't take your lunch there.
I haven't asked that.
You could.
You could.
They have tables and chairs and plates and silverware,
And chairs.
cups and saucers,
And a view.
and a view.
It's beautiful. So yeah, a lot of great things coming out of that. The women's shelter down, I believe it's in Basalt or Willits, they called us and asked for donations to furnish women's housing and everything.
Oh, right.
We've donated stuff to Ski-Co Housing, plates and silverware for their incoming lifties and workers for the winter. And then this past spring, we donated 125 bikes to the Navajo Nation.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, so really, Natalie and crew are doing a great job out there.
They were electric bikes.
Very cool. E-bikes,
By
you're saying them
wind.
e-bikes.
So our 2025 projects, again, we got a ballot question out for $22 million to expand the landfill and move infrastructure. The engineers are working on the landfill design and submittal to CDPHE, so that'll probably this fall sometime pretty soon. The initial draft will go into the state to start their look. And then the big project that'll come before the expansion is the infrastructure design permitting. So you see that orange area down off to the right there. That covers that. That'll be the first phase of the expansion. That goes right over where the scale house, the MRF, the Motherlode Mercantile Building are located. So that'll be a permitted trash area. So first we've got to get all the infrastructure moved and relocated down to the boneyard where the operation and maintenance building is.
Area.
Yeah.
Got it.
So we've contracted with an engineer design architectural firm, and they've started on kind of getting the layouts together. So fingers crossed, a ballot issue passes, and we can start moving forward next year.
Could you describe the nature of the ballot measure? What is the tax implication for the community.
There
Yeah.
are no new taxes. All it is asking the voters' authority for us to issue bonds. The bonds would be repaid by the revenue of the landfill, so there's no tax implication whatsoever for the citizens.
So voters should know there are no tax implications
No
from,
tax.
Right,
yeah.
and it's
and
a
it is number
requirement, I
There's
believe.
one.
no cost
What's
to
the ballot
to
item?
Pickens
Is it
County.
1B or something?
1B, but I think it's a requirement of the Home Rule Charter, right, John, that when we,
It's a requirement of Tabor.
oh, Tabor,
That any bonding measure go on the
still
ballot.
have to have voter approval regardless of tax.
Actually, we have requirements in both places.
true.
So
But we're both right,
typically,
Connie.
yeah, typically under Tabor, an enterprise fund would be exempt from the vote requirements of bonding. However, under the Fenton Amendment in our home rule charter, we have a similar provision, but without the exception for enterprise funds that Tabor has. So we actually operate under probably the most revenue restrictions in the state and bonding restrictions in the state.
I guess as a citizen, that would be comforting. As a county official, it's just another thing we have to deal
It's
with.
comforting.
It's comforting. Thank you. It's comforting for both.
Yeah. So yeah, so the next 5, 6, 8 years, we're really going to be working on expanding and moving buildings.
And one more time, just how many years are left on the current landfill, and does everyone know this?
They will now. So currently, as we sit today, we probably have 4 to 5 years.
That's kind of scary. Yeah, so it's time to do
Expansion will
this.
provide.
Let's not wait 4 years or 2 years to do this.
That's a
This-
lot of sleepless
yeah,
nights on my
yeah.
half.
Go
But
ahead.
if it's gonna take us 7 years for the expansion, we have 2 years of.
Keep it at home.
Okay. But with my
Hopefully,
feet
we
to the
can
bear.
start the expansion maybe 3 to 4 years, or 3 years.
So we'll have an area we can use in the interim. When the other side's filled up, we have an area we can start filling.
3 or 4 years sounds too long. 4 years?
To build it or to
So-
wait?
You mean start using it in 3 or 4 years?
Start using it probably hopefully about 4 years. We'll be
Before
kinda
we fill
close.
up the other side.
Yeah. The good news is in that orange section, that is already actually permitted for trash. But we're not gonna just throw trash on the ground there, we're gonna bring it up to modern day standards. So it'll be lined and leachate collection, all
Right.
that.
Great.
So staff requests. So we're requesting a full-time equivalent for the household hazardous waste facility. That is the facility that's located now in the green MRF building, we call it. That's where all your paints, chemicals, pesticides go into, all the electronics are recycled, our unique diversion programs. And that it currently is staffed by one guy. He works 4 days a week. And you got to know what you're doing. Not anybody can just go over there and work there because you mix something wrong, you get an explosion, you get a fire. So right now we're covering his off days and vacations with some scale house people or an equipment operator. And it's putting a huge burden. So we're looking for another full-time equivalent to work in that facility. Particularly Saturdays. Saturdays are when most households come up to use the landfill and drop stuff off, paints and chemicals, and their old TVs. And that just place gets overrun on a Saturday in just a few hours. So we're looking for some additional staffing and help that can be trained to work there. We currently right now have a term limited scale house technician, scale house operator. And that is to cover, we have a couple people out on workman's comp restrictions or limited duty workman's comp restrictions, so that's providing extra cover. We're asking to extend that further to maintain that coverage for the scale house. Again, we're almost at 70,000 transactions and they need the help. And then we're looking for a part-time equivalent motherlode mercantile sales associate. Again, the revenues are up 52% and transactions have increased 14%.
That'd be a good job, Patty.
My retirement. So we have somebody who works, and I know household hazardous waste is a big deal, but, so we're gonna hire another full-time, but this guy works 4 days a week. We need somebody to cover 2 days a week, half day, because we're only open till noon. So we need 2 full-time people? I mean,
I mean, there are days there, it's nonstop for Dago, if you've been there, that's Dago who runs the facility over there. So to have a second person and even cover, and they could also be cross-trained in
That's
the
what I was
slower
hoping you'd-
months as an equipment operator.
Or what about for the scale house?
Scale
I mean,
houses.
I believe that cross-training when you have a part-time position helps to incentivize, rather than hiring somebody part-time, which is difficult to do, having it so they know they're gonna be cross-trained, so they actually are working 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
That's important for me to keep moving forward with full-time equivalents.
Yeah, and we can certainly keep them busy for sure.
Yeah.
This person busy.
Question about the photograph, the sign. How's the sign doing? It's
Signs
looking.
are great.
Is it okay? Just in the picture, it looks
Oh,
like
wait.
maybe the stain.
A couple years ago, we had a
varnish is
guy
coming
out,
off.
he redid it, so it's probably time again.
Okay.
No, but the landfill sign, the green and white one coming up
Oh,
and
yeah.
going down Valley,
That's been
it
down
looks
for
like they've
years.
used it for shot put drill or something.
Yeah, that one's
Did
hanging
we ever
hanging by
replace that,
one
Brian?
thing.
You can do something about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I keep
Kind of like the
noticing that
Pickens
also.
County sign when you're entering over Independence Pass, it gets beaten up. I meant to call you on that, so.
I've asked
Thanks,
about
Greg.
it. Apparently CDOT's responsible for that
Oh,
sign,
it's one of
so
their
we can't.
signs.
I wanted to just go kind of rip it out, but I might
But
do that in the middle of the
I
night.
think it should be
Good
there so
night.
people have a heads up. But, and I think CDOT would probably be more than willing to cooperate and have us replace it.
Yeah.
Is there? That does seem like a dangerous thing. You blow by that, and then you realize you have to merge all the way over. It just seems like a dicey area, and I'm wondering if that's an accident zone. But I don't
Well, it's
know.
better than
Guess not.
missing it and pulling a U-turn right in the middle of the
yeah,
highway.
there's that.
The majority of people that use the landfill are continual customers.
So they know
they're,
it.
They're working their way over
They know where it
before
is.
that sign even
Yeah.
comes into view.
Thank you for that.
I kind of like the sign, but.
Tipping fee increases, we've been doing this the past few years. We base it on CPI, which a 3% increase this year. So you can see where MSW will go up to 72 a ton proposed. Recycling, single stream drop-offs, 40 a ton. Construction demo, this is just pure trash construction demo, 110 a ton. And then the unsorted, that's where loads of 10% or more recyclables end up. Will go to 252 a ton. Compost and soils are a little different. We did a market study for compost and soils a few years ago. We're well below market rates. So we've been increasing that. $10 a ton, $65 a ton for both compost and soils.
Once again, regarding the example of smuggler soils, where does that fit into this?
Smuggler soils have to be handled as trash.
Hazardous, trash.
Or covered dirt. We started a program. I'm working with smuggler people over there. If they have a large quantity of soils,
You can use it as cover dirt, or I thought you couldn't any longer?
I asked them, there's a big project going on right now. They have like 4,000 cubic yards of soil.
Outside the trailer court, so we can talk about it, so it doesn't affect me.
It's outside of this.
Yeah.
The zone.
So what I did is I worked with them and I said, listen, if you go ahead and test the soils and run a toxicity characteristic leachate procedure, which always passes lead. So I asked this, I said, if you're willing to do it, test the soil, and it came back, it passed. So I don't want to put it into the screenable where we make topsoil, but it can be used as cover because the
cover.
state then
Okay.
considers it
Like
clean.
cover at the landfill or off the landfill?
Cover at the
the
landfill
landfill.
and the trash we have to do daily, so.
I thought we just went through a whole thing about how we couldn't do that with it. What am I thinking
Well,
of?
based on the rules, if we didn't test it,
Then we'd have to treat it
You
like
can
state
trash.
test out?
Yeah,
you
then we
can
had to use
test
it.
out of it
Right,
now.
but now, as long as we test it, we can do it. I didn't realize that.
That
Exactly.
saves us. That saves
This
a
is
lot.
this is a foundation that's on a steep slope, and it's outside, really on the fringe of Superfund site. Barb Sheffer's old place
Okay.
with the grass roof.
if you had just a couple dump trucks, it wouldn't be worth testing because the TCLP test is expensive. But if you've got quite a bit, I mean, it's saved. Right now they're at 2,000 tons. They've saved this project's. I think we ran the number $130,000.
They're moving a lot of dirt.
Yeah, so I'm kind of starting to take that approach, a little more common sense,
Right.
but you have to
Yeah.
test it.
I'm just hoping
Good to
they
know.
didn't test the soil on the roof, because they brought that in clean when they did the grass roof.
Oh.
Do you have to test every load or just once?
The state recommends every 1,000 cubic yards.
Oh.
So they did 4 tests.
Wow.
It's working well, and I think it's a benefit for people.
Good job, Kathy.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a win, I think, to
Yeah.
discover that.
You have lots of
1A
wins.
is getting ready to kick off. I'm starting to get those sample results. We got a lot of soils coming.
Yeah, that much.
Yay.
Promise if I redo my bathroom, I won't move any dirt.
Don't move any dirt. But those smuggler soils, this mine tailing waste, it always tests out of hazardous waste.
You
for
mean
lead.
it tests negative,
Yeah, it just doesn't leach. It'll
Right.
show up in total lead.
which is the,
It doesn't,
which
it's
is
It
the,
doesn't leach.
bioavailable.
Yeah, so it's like, let's use some common sense and be smart.
yeah, well, that would be nice. It's, because that's a perpetual, it's like having a leech,
Yeah, see, I could do
remorse
one
attached
test
to
on
us.
my property because there would not be that much soil that had to be moved, and I could treat it as
Test hers
cover.
double.
I have a hot property, actually.
If you come to me, let me know. So,
I'm not planning to do
Great,
anything.
thank you.
ways to work around it.
So
All
a
right,
few
Lance,
highlights
Rachel.
on the 5-year plan for the Solid Waste Center. You saw all of the tipping fees for different materials on the previous slide. The total budget for all of these fees is $9.4 million in 2025. That's the landfill's main revenue source. But you see the under the other revenue category, $22 million for bond proceeds, if we get voter approval for that. So hopefully that will come through. On the expenditure side, the big capital project, $17.2 million for moving the whole campus. And then in 2027, $6.3 million for that further landfill expansion. A few other items to note, there's budget in 2026 for solar. Once those new buildings are developed, then putting solar on them the following year.
Is that under building,
Where's that?
Building, that's under machinery and equipment.
Machinery and equipment.
This
Oh.
amount right here under
and
2026.
how many megawatts of solar, or kilowatts of solar, do we know?
I don't know. Off the
Well,
top of
no,
my
until
head.
we
What's
build
that?
the building.
That's gotta be,
Haven't calculated it yet.
yeah, okay.
One
Looks
other
like a lot.
item to note would be the very last line under expenditures. We're estimating $1,861,000 for debt service. We'll have to see how that actually comes in, but for the moment, it's a placeholder. That does still leave the landfill with enough fund balance. It is obviously declining through these larger capital projects, but then we estimate that after this 5-year plan, it will begin increasing once again.
Got it. Great, thank you.
Any other questions on the
Other questions on the
solid waste center?
landfill, solid waste center? We can move on if I see thumbs up.
I'm good.
I see thumbs up.
I'm
Okay.
good, thanks.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
Always,
you, Kathy.
always fun to talk trash with you.
Next,
I
we've
just
got
talk dirt.
facilities.
You talk dirt. Patty talks dirt. All right, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to
Hi.
be here. Jeff Pendarvis, Facilities Ops Manager. Been here about 6 months, so.
Welcome.
Jeff, where'd you come from?
I came immediately, I was building, working for Tom Sherlock,
Oh,
Sherlock
great.
Holmes.
Yeah, great.
But I previously was with the City of Aspen. for
Sherlock
about
Holmes.
Yeah.
15 years.
Got it. Your name was familiar and I couldn't figure out why, but I'm sure it was from the city. Okay.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah, welcome.
You have a great crew. Thank
I
you.
do. I worked with Mark back 06, 07 when I previously worked for the county. So, yeah, I have the same office I had back then.
So do I, except in a different building.
There you go. So yeah, we take care of your buildings, respond to requests from different departments, whether they be hanging a picture or moving things. I met with Jody yesterday out at HHS, and we're planning for a reshuffle of the offices out there. So we provide, I guess, the muscle, heavy lifting at times for things that just need to get done, in addition to taking care of all the buildings. We've got a lot of inspections going on right now this time of year. It's part of our discussion on the next slide, but I think our main goal is just make sure everybody's comfortable in the spaces and the spaces function as the way they're intended. So.
Great, thanks.
So here's our staff. I did want to point out that Picken County sign, when I bought my house back in '05, was there at the house. So I don't know where the previous owner acquired it, but that's a real Picken County sign at my house. So I guess I was meant to be here.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So there's Wendy keeps us all in line. She does all of our admin. And then we have Aurora and the custodial staff. We do have one open position in addition to the 6 full-time custodians that we have. We've talked about, keeping that for future as our department's responsibilities grow as we work with housing. So right now it's undetermined how that will be filled, but it's there if we need it. So in addition, we have the 4 maintenance techs. I'm sure you all know Mark and Arnie. Josh has been with us a year or so, and then Steve started just before I did back in the spring. But we've got a good staff and bring a lot of experience and knowledge to the department and some youthful enthusiasm.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and the 2 younger guys, they both live up valley and have stable housing, so that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So
Helpful. So you came on 6 months ago? Is that
yeah,
about
just
the-
in April.
Got it. And I was thinking, when did the HVAC go down upstairs in this building?
In May.
So you just immediately had.
Welcome.
It's like, welcome. Hey,
It's
Jeff,
all
take
good.
that.
You passed.
Job security, right?
So the maintenance techs, they work with all of the HVAC and all of the systems and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so they'll do anything from change out a toilet or a faucet, light bulb, so we have a control system that's based in our office that they look at all their buildings every morning through the software, make sure everything's working correctly. If something needs to be adjusted, then they will adjust it on the system. But change out filters and then just respond if we were to have something fail, like we did a few weeks ago over at the library. So,
Yeah.
we just do a variety of things, anything that's building related to keep the buildings functioning. So, and then we do small construction projects as well.
When something fails, you have sensors in some places, so before.
A lot of times we'll get alarms through the software. Of course, you have alarms through the life safety fire suppression system. If anything were to fail, we would get notified, hopefully through the fire alarm system.
Got it. Great.
So some of the things that have come my way in my time here in the past 6 months is we met with Risk. One of the first things I did, and we walked around with Zurich, who is our insurance carrier, and they identified a lot of things that they wanted us to ramp up in the way of inspections that we're self-performing now. That's new responsibility, and so that's added to our workload a little bit. It's not something that we can't handle, but it's just something new that's come to us.
And this is like a mandate from the insurance company?
Correct. Today we're out with the electrical contractor taking a thermal imaging camera and going to the electrical panel and make sure everything's in a normal operating temperature range, and then to make sure all the connections at the panel are tight and everything's clean and operating the way it should.
Interesting. And the thermal camera will be able to tell you if something's hot, it means you've got a bad connection.
Exactly. If it's working too hard, drawing too many amps.
Smart.
So that's come to us. We used to do an annual inspection on all of our fire extinguishers, and now they'd like to see it monthly. So once a year, we'll have a third party come in and inspect all of those, and then 11 months out of the year, our staff will inspect those. So those type of things have come to us fairly recently. Even though this is a relatively new building, things happen. We lost those 2 condensing units over the summer and had to replace those. So those are some of the things that are on the horizon that we just want to keep an eye on. Contractor, to get them to come and work for us is a challenge, as everybody working in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley knows. Getting them to come inside the roundabout is even more of a challenge. So it's good to have a stable of contractors who are willing to come to work for you. Unfortunately, we have some good ones. We have some on retainer, but it's always a challenge. And again, response time. When we had the sewer back up at the library, we did call a couple before we could get a response out of a contractor. So that's a challenge. Inflationary, putting pressure on cost of goods and services. you know, it just goes without saying, it's where we are right now. We are currently providing support. I'm on the Newt committee, looking at how we're going to, you know, do things going forward and how that affects our facilities, and if we need to make any adjustments or plan for any facility changes. We support the asset department and their projects.
What's Newt? Sorry.
That's how we're gonna put people in office space group.
The new workplace study.
Thank you. Okay. Hadn't seen, I guess I have seen that. I couldn't remember it.
It's like
Thank
a
you.
salamander, only different.
Exactly. Okay, great.
And then we're currently supporting Ashley and Andrew in the housing department. Whenever there's a maintenance request that's appropriate for us to take care of, we will jump on it. We had a bear call out at the ABC on one of the units. The bear had broken into a unit. So we went and responded and got that taken care of.
What'd you do?
Well, we had to get a new refrigerator. We had to show the tenant how to use the locks on her windows so that the windows would be locked.
The bear came in through the window?
Bear came through the window, and then we had to do some other cleanup. We were fortunate that it wasn't anything too major.
The
Just
bear wasn't still there.
Bear wasn't still there. No. So
And the tenant wasn't hurt.
the tenant wasn't hurt, and the tenant was educated on what to do to hopefully keep that from happening again. So yeah, and then anybody else who needs something, they tend to call us, and we'll help them out the best we can. We also, our department is responsible for the janitorial daily cleaning of the building. We have reduced our outside contractor services and taken on a lot of that. We are, you know, we consider fully staffed, so we've reduced some of the direct outside outsourcing of contractor services for cleaning this year. So that's reflected in our budget. And then we do and work with the outside contractors and do carpet cleaning, window cleaning, seasonal deep cleans. You know, we take care of the grounds and the maintenance, and obviously snow removal is a big thing for us. That's actually on the grounds and maintenance. So one of the things that we've had a lot of conversation with Asset and with the library, with the pending electrification project going on at the library, that's going to possibly turn off some of the snow melt that's over there along Mill Street, and that will probably add to our responsibility to keep that sidewalk clear. So hence you saw the piece of equipment earlier today in Fleet's presentation. So that's all I've got. I don't know if
Great,
there's any
thank you.
question.
Good to know. Good stuff. Thank you. Great to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
You bet.
And Jeff has done a great job with going through their budget line items, and as he was mentioning, determining what they should do in-house or out of house. You see some changes from some of the lines as he's just been trying to right-size the different budget areas. And property services is something that can fluctuate year to year depending on which maintenance projects might be coming up and added into the budget as one-time projects. But overall, just a 3% increase for all of the general fund facilities.
I just had a question regarding outside contractors versus in-house. You just have to assume that an outside contractor is going to be more expensive, but that's not certain all the time. It could be we're spending more to have an in-house, but perhaps it's more reliable. And I'm just wondering, how do you balance those decisions?
Well, that wasn't quite the equation that we had to work through. Ours was more about, did we have the capacity to take on the additional responsibility and cut back there? So we didn't get into the analysis of whether our cost per man hour versus their cost per man hour is the net sum, you know, how does that affect the budget? We just looked at, did we have the capabilities to go in and take on an additional facility and let them off?
Got it. Okay.
So that was, if you need us to do that analysis, I'm sure we can look
Well,
at it.
it's always the question, if, you know, do we hire more people or do we contract out and let the competitive market?
Sure.
That's assuming they have employees out in the competitive market. So it's possible that it's not even possible. But it's something that I think about.
We can look into it.
I don't know, you know, if it costs more to have an in-house than an out, it's an argument not to than an outhouse. It's an argument not to hire another FTE is kind of where,
Sure.
you know,
We just looked at our staffing and we thought that we could take on
make it work.
additional
Yeah.
responsibilities and make
Great,
it
well,
work.
that's even better. Great, thank you.
You bet.
I don't see any other
Jeff.
questions.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
You bet.
Land
And
managers.
next we have land management.
Hello, I'm Romani Iacono, Land Management.
And this is the photograph we have to display for the public on the
This
next,
one?
next page. Isn't it the next page?
I mean,
Which
the
photo?
Romani picture?
We'll get to it.
Oh,
I'll let you-
okay.
That one.
Yes, this is my org chart. That's Romani, Land
You're
Manager, and my
hiding
two
under it.
insurance.
A weed.
They're not very helpful. I'll let you know. They don't do a lot.
They're pretty cute, though. They're cuter than most of the rest of the org
Yeah,
charts,
exactly.
you know?
Yeah, they have other qualities that are okay.
But before we go on to the second picture, so is prairie smoke a bad thing?
Oh, no, I just love that photo.
Okay, I just
took
wanted
it-
to make sure it wasn't an invasive
It's
species.
very Dr. Seussian.
It
It
is.
reminds you of the truffle trees.
It
Okay.
does,
I
exactly.
love
Yeah.
it. So,
Prairie smoke. I didn't know it was called that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah, it's very
Okay.
cool, very good wildflower. So I just put this quote up here. I think when we talk about climate change, I think that goes hand in hand, invasive species. And that's not necessarily talking about plants, which I deal with mainly. But I think it's pretty important, and I touch base on this again on one of the next slides regarding just that cost and how important it is that we recognize the impacts that invasive species have.
You
Especially
think
on
that quote
Palau.
was not just about plants?
Pardon me?
You thought that quote was
Oh,
not?
no, it's not just about plants. When you
Oh,
talk
it's
about
not?
invasive species, you're thinking about Burmese pythons in
Oh, yeah.
Florida. You're talking about brown tree snakes in Guam.
Rabbits in Australia.
Yeah, algae
Lionfish.
blooms. Yeah,
Oh,
there's all sorts
okay, yeah,
of
okay.
lionfish. There's a lot of different species. It's
Mm-hmm.
fascinating.
Interesting. That's a quote from the president of Palau.
Well, I went to
So super interesting.
a conference last year, and the focus was on island nations, where you can look at islands, and they'll be the first indicator of what's going wrong with the planet, because
Right.
they're right there at the forefront.
They're
They're going to
canaries.
get those tidal waves. You're going to feel it a lot
Right.
more.
Invasive species. Yeah, I
so
get it.
if an invasive species hits an island nation,
And
it's
and
going to
they-
be devastating.
Super sensitive species there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Great. This is interesting. Thank you. And I think the rest of the department should look at that photograph and say, we got to up our game with,
Make a note.
Yes, write that down. So not so fun facts. So what I was saying before, biological invasions are second only to storms in terms of global damage cost. Again, we're talking biological invasions being fish, reptiles, amphibians. But at the bottom here, per the BLM and the University of Montana, invasive weeds cost the U.S. economy $34 billion per year. Cheatgrass alone, up to $375 million in control and loss yields per year. That climbs to $423 billion per year worldwide.
That's amazing.
So, when we look around the county here, and I look for these things, so my heart sinks. You see a thistle. We're doing pretty good in Picken County when it look at our neighboring states, big agricultural producing states. Looking at cheatgrass is absolutely devastating for them. We've got quite a bit of it here, and that's actually, I've been trying to focus on invasive grasses a lot more, trying to learn more about them. They're not as interesting per se or easy to point out as a purple thistle, but just as important, maybe if not more important.
Like what? Like what do they do that's harmful?
Well,
like
if you
they,
look at cheatgrass is a winter grass.
Yeah,
So
I know
it's going
cheatgrass,
to
but-
take over your land. It's going to take all the nutrients out of the soil. For the spring grasses, summer grasses don't have much, and it's dead by midsummer. So you're
you're
looking-
mostly talking about cheatgrass, but
well,
are
we
there
look
some
at
others?
cheatgrass. That's their biggest. You see the most of it out here. But that not only is leaching and taking away our native grasses, it's taking away forage for wildlife, but that also creates a very dense mat, which is phenomenal fuel for wildfire.
And it puts stickers in your socks.
Well, that.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah. So, I'd like to, I've been really trying to figure grasses out a lot more. It's a lot more difficult than I thought, but it's really fascinating.
When you're doing mitigation, like thistle mitigation, I don't know what you do with the grasses, but I know there's a spray that the county authorizes.
Yeah.
Is that the milestone still?
Rejuvra is what works on cheatgrasses, and it's pre-emergent herbicide, so you spray it before it shows up. It actually lays a residual in the soil. I've spoken with Jeff Warner. He's using it on all the open space properties and having great success with it. So I'm hoping to be able to get out there with his crew just as an observer, see how that works.
But if it's pre-emergent, then it must affect everything that's going to come up that's broadleaf, right?
That could be an issue, yeah. But I don't, yeah.
That could be an issue.
Well,
for
it is
sure.
definitely, and we're not talking about little patches of cheatgrass here and there. You're looking at great swaths of property
I see.
that are infested, and that's impacting whatever the agricultural production of that property.
Okay.
So,
But it won't affect the grasses, right? It's just broadleaf, or is it everything?
so it will pretty much affect everything. This is what we're,
I mean, I understand I'll do the cheatgrass, I guess, but,
yeah.
so no grasses will grow
Heard
there.
that on the container of Rejuvra, it will work. People have had successes with broadleaf invasives and noxious weeds. It's supposed to be good with kochia, which is another thing that Jeff said they were going to start working on since the kochia is really exploding.
But not glyphosate?
Pardon me?
But you don't use glyphosate?
We don't use glyphosate at all, no.
And
We
so
did
when you
use
use
it
the pre-emergent, how long before something can emerge?
Right now with Rejuvra per se, I think they've got 2 to 3 years that they won't see any cheatgrass on that property.
Or anything else?
To be honest with you, I'm trying to learn about all
Okay.
this. And I wish I had all the answers. But I no, nothing else will be. They don't do a re-veg on that property that is treated with the Rejuvra. They'll do the re-veg in a few years.
Okay.
It's basically to really drill in and get rid of those big patches.
Interesting.
It is. It's very interesting.
Want to know what do you use on the thistles? That's our big problem in Brush Creek that
For the
I've
county,
seen.
we do a mix of milestone and escort.
And why don't you use glyphosate? Because if it's not mixed like in Roundup, then it dissipates really well. It becomes
That's
inert.
what our contractor uses for all of our right-of-ways. He uses something different on the bare ground at the airport. I'm not familiar with that. It's a different contract than us. It's
Okay.
a totally different FAA standard.
Okay, thanks.
And it's milestone and
Escort.
escort. Is escort the surfactant, or is that a different sort of?
Pardon?
It's a different chemical.
Yeah.
It's a different one. Okay. Just wondering I just want to make sure if I'm doing weed mitigation, I want to make sure I'm using the stuff that's approved and
Yeah.
the safest stuff I can use. Got it. Thank you.
I think if this is a subject the board would like to
Yeah.
bring back,
We'll come
we
back
can,
to it.
we can bring our contractor and be more prepared to.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
have,
no,
maybe
sure, of
we should
course.
ask questions to Jeff.
We're in budget
Jeff
season.
is an absolute wonderful resource. I learn so much from him. Every time I see that he's got even 2 minutes of free time, I try to.
Great. Well,
Grab
yeah,
it.
this should be a good, short presentation. Would
Okay.
be interesting, I think, for the public as well.
Absolutely, and I spoke with Jim the other day, and he had brought that up as well, so
Great.
that would be great. I
Steve,
would
I'm
love
sure, Steve has a lot of concerns about various noxious and invasive
He also knows a
species.
lot about this.
And he will have a lot of free time coming up here.
Hey, Steve, go ahead.
So, Greg, I wanted to do a little education here. You need to add the surfactant also because that helps the spray stick to the leaves of the plants. The escort stops the plant growth where it is. If there are thistle blossoms developing, they will stop growing at that point. So that's at this time of year, that would be what you would need to spray once the thistles are blossoming. Before they're blossoming, just straight milestone would work fine. That would wilt them. Romany, what should I use on the small
Okay.
houndstone?
This is a test.
What spray on the
Budget,
small
or is this-
houndstone?
Weed management.
If it's a long answer, let's take it offline, only
You
because
have
we're
to
gonna
dig,
keep
Can
moving.
we-
you have to dig it,
We
Steve.
want to hear about it.
I dig my hound's tongue. It's so easy, but I don't know how much you've got.
I dig it up
We
on
have
the
a
city
lot.
trails all the
It's
time.
easy.
I've been digging it for 60 years. I'm ready to start spraying.
Well, why are you asking me? I should be asking you. What do you do?
I do have a comment.
How about bindweed, Steve?
my favorite.
Whoa, wait a minute. We're kind of getting off track here.
I know, but it's so much more interesting than.
Brian's
Just
been
have a
trying to
lit- we
keep
have
us
a
on
little
track.
bit of, we just have a tiny bit of bindweed. It's not really an issue, and we did release some mites on it. Maybe they are doing the controlling on it now.
Is it edible?
Offline, Steve, I'd love to chat with you about the bindweed mites, because I haven't had much success, but,
It could be the mites that are killing honeybees, just so you have heads up.
well, they're usually half dead by the time I get them, so our bees at
Okay,
least are.
Patty, is there
I
something you
have
want to add
one
to this?
comment. Romany's photographs are the best in the whole budget.
Oh, they're fantastic.
And I have to give credit to the fun facts. I think the fruit roll-ups was the best.
I'll let Andrew know.
I like page 69, the proposed changes to the budget. That's beautiful.
Okay.
Romany does an amazing job.
What's next? I want to keep us on track here.
Romany, thank you. Every time I call her, she gets back, she goes out and looks at weed issues and works with the Forest Service or the private property owner or with the state or with CDOT or with whomever else is involved, and thank you.
Thank you. So priority is same as always, enforcement, public outreach, invasive grasses like we just spoken about, and collaboration. I'm really excited. City of Aspen is a new resource manager. Shelley Grayle, you probably know her. She worked for the Forest Service for many years. She's phenomenal.
Shelley?
And she's so knowledgeable with invasive species.
Who is this?
Shelley Grayle. She started working for
She
City
was
of
with the
Aspen.
Forest Service.
Yeah,
Right,
She's
yeah,
a
great.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great. So I'm really excited about that, having that
great.
collaboration with the city. We worked with Eagle County this year, just kind of looking at each other's properties. Since Eagle County, we have our little nuggets of that, and their land manager is based in Eagle. So it was fun working with her, getting to know her. Weeds know no boundaries, no property or county lines. So I'm really excited about making these relationships with really knowledgeable people.
Have you always been land management or were you weed management before?
It's one and the same.
I was just wondering. For some reason, I always thought it was weed management.
I think the department's always been land management.
It'd
but
be a great
primarily-
T-shirt slogan, right?
It would be. Well, people get really confused about what I do, and they
Right.
realize when I'm talking about noxious weeds, they're not nearly as excited.
Not as
about my
exciting.
job.
Of course.
Yeah, who did that drawing?
Huh?
Who did the drawing?
Oh, I just made it on Canva. None.
Okay, nice.
Okay, we got lots of job opportunities for you.
Okay, let's move on to
I'll come pick up
budget.
an application after this.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
And as Romany said, there's really very little change to the land management budget.
I assume
Thank
the
you.
rest of your personnel cost comes out of Public Works.
That's right.
Just a little anecdote. One year I let bindweed go crazy down a rock wall. And it was so beautiful.
It is very pretty.
It just covered the entire rock wall. It had flowers, and that's the only place I like it, but then
Right, then it
It
gets
likes
away
to
from
be
you.
everywhere else, unfortunately.
it likes to be in my lawn now.
Yeah,
Right,
it is.
yeah.
It once
What is
it takes
that?
hold.
You know what? It's really good when you get home from a really frustrating meeting to rip the
I know, it's
bindweed
so
out.
fun to pull out.
It's the best.
It comes back, that stuff's
Sure
fine.
does.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay,
All right,
thank
great.
you. Good
Thanks,
job.
Romany.
Thanks, Romany.
Thank
Always a
you.
pleasure. Nice to have you.
Bearing with us all day.
Next, we have assets management and infrastructure.
No, he warned me he was coming before us this afternoon. How come you get a yellow pass and we get?
Those of us that have had to go through CGTV training, which I don't remember what the acronym stands for anymore, but it's for justice, security, and things of that nature. So in my new role, I need to have access to more portions
Everything.
of the county, and so I had to go through CGTV training, and then I got a yellow badge.
Oh, how cool is that?
And so maybe that's your interesting fact.
Fun
No,
fact.
I'm GR Fielding. I'm the construction and asset director, and I'm really excited for presenting again in a new role this year. And in the last 7 months, Jody and I have been able to team up and create the assets and infrastructure department. And I was made aware that we need to go through a branding exercise now because we've both been through a couple different restructures in the last few years. And as we're figuring out exactly what all of our roles and responsibilities are going to be on all of the assets and infrastructure that we're managing in construction, we should probably take a look internally and see and make sure that we're capturing it all. So again, we've been together for about 7 months, and Jody Grady is our asset and project manager, and then we have the benefit of half of Myosha's time as our administrative specialist. The other half, you had her sitting before you during the housing meeting, budget presentation last week.
Thanks for being here.
I thought we would start our budget presentation just to go over some of the projects that we've had over the last few years are really multi-year projects. So they need to be budgeted in successive years because of the way that the law works with our budgets. And so the first project is the microgrid and battery energy storage system. And so while we have made a lot of progress out there to date, we have all of the equipment on site. We're going through commissioning right now. We do have, for the battery energy storage system, we do have a lot more work to build out the actual switches and things of that nature to create the microgrid after the fact. And so we'll see that happen in spring of 2025. And so the commissioning dollar figures there are generally a rebudget from money that the board has already budgeted. And since the last time we spoke about this, we did receive a $500,000 supplemental grant from DOLA that is on top of the $1.7 million that they have given us to support this project.
That's fantastic. Well done.
The second is a project that the board had just seen the supplemental request for. And as of today, we are working on the final language on the grant from the Colorado Energy Office to bring to the board for consideration in the next few weeks. And that's for the geothermal energy heating district that will be in a very similar footprint to the microgrid, where we are going to finish the feasibility study for a thermal energy network that can be supplied energy from geothermal energy at the airport and in the AABC area, like the Rafta Bus Barn and the Public Works facility.
When you say energy, you mean converting the geothermal to electricity rather than just using it for heat?
No, it would maybe, but more likely it would, and that's one of the things that we can determine in a feasibility study, but more than likely, if you think about heat as energy, like you think about electricity, if you're taking 55-degree water and you're drawing down that temperature to 45 degrees, you're pulling heat out of the water. And then that heat you can concentrate and make something up to 130 degrees. And you can pump that through to heat an area.
Okay, yeah.
The third project is the electrification that the board saw at the beginning of October and gave staff to move forward. These budgets are what we had presented in October to the board for Health and Human Services at $2.55 million and the library at $3 million. Building security is something that we have been working fairly diligently on over the last year, and that is being rebudgeted along with the courthouse entryway stabilization, various parts of Phillips that were in the housing budget that you saw last week, and the Timusville lime kilns. All right, new projects. For this year, we're adding in Health and Human Services is probably seeing the most amount of work between the electrification project. And then there's several other things that need to happen. Exterior work on the building's starting to age, and it's time to redo the stucco and the paint on that building. We need to do a separation of services between the homeless shelter and the detox facility there. The board had just seen a budget supplemental for Q3 for getting some professional help. We are just getting started at scratching the surface on what all this will entail. We don't know exactly what the project will look like yet, but we've had a few meetings even this week to start lining out the office moves, which may actually be a bit simpler than we thought, but I'm gonna hold some reservation, and a lot of that budget could be eaten up very quickly if we need to change around any plumbing or add a bathroom to make sure that all of those facilities are fully functioning. Alongside that, we also have some money in the budget to address some roofing membrane at Health and Human Services. If we're going to be putting a new air handling unit on the roof, it'd be good to get some new roofing membrane down while we're on the roof. For this building, we have a dry sprinkler system for the evidence room in the budget, because that room right now has a wet sprinkler system, and we might not want to get some of the things in that room wet. The access control software replacement line, the system that we have right now is from a vendor who has been bought out. Their system will not be supported very much longer. We hope that we will be able to keep most of the hardware that we have, but we need to select a new vendor and a new software system that is, speaking of badges, Patty, that get us in and out of various portions of our buildings and out of the buildings themselves. OpenGov, it's our asset management implementation.
Well, I'm right here. Wait a minute. I'm over here.
The asset management implementation, we put
That was like 2 days ago.
a small budget line item in there so that if we need to look at the inventory that we have, we can get some help to get that entered into the asset management software system. That's something that we did when I was out at Public Works. We implemented the cartograph system, and that's what they still use today. We're working with facilities, and so in the same vein that Road and Bridge and the engineering office use that system, we'll start implementing that for our facilities. River Park Center down in Basalt needs some exterior stucco and painting repairs. And then I just want to take the opportunity to say that as needed capital projects, as the board has seen through a lot of supplemental requests this year, we don't have that great of a crystal ball all the time, right? So we try to plan our year out as much as we possibly can, but a lot of the projects that we get that come up are fairly emergent. I did put a kind of an issues, trends, and musings slide in here. I think you've heard from a lot of staff today just about a lot of supply chain hangups. We've experienced that on the microgrid. We've experienced that on various other projects. We have had to, we've weighed that into how we're going to do our electrification project. All of the industries that we work in are still very, very busy in our valley. And that creates issues sometimes in getting a lot of bids or getting good bids. Sometimes we get bids of what it's worth for that contractor to do the work, not how much it would actually cost them. It's an opportunity cost for some of them because they're so busy doing other things, whether it's building at large houses or other commercial facilities in the valley. I had mentioned the unplanned projects, and that's had a pretty big effect on our staff capacity. Again, we're a department of 2.5. We've lined out.
That's you.
And we've lined out a pretty aggressive work schedule for 2025. And so when we have things like we had 2 employee housing units that needed to be remodeled in the last year come open, that's an opportunity that we can't pass up to do the remodel while they're actually open because we don't know how long they're going to be, that lease will last. Mm-hmm. And so those are the types of things that are really hard to plan for. And because of that, and some of the size of some of those projects, you'll see us continue to use some owners' representatives to help manage some of these projects in some regards. And then some of them where, the geothermal or the microgrid, electrification and all of those things where we're on the bleeding edge, we need to bring in some expertise to help staff and figure out the best path forward when we have a lot of these different options in order to meet the board's priorities. Also, a lot of these projects are very high in complexity right now. A lot of the initiatives are not very cut and dry. And then also, even some of the ones that we think are going to be simpler, whenever you open up plumbing, the earth, and you don't know always what you're going to find. So there's always a few curveballs in there. Our team has been participating in the climate action planning with Michael and implementing some of the projects that have come through the previous efforts in doing some of that planning. We work a lot with housing, whether it's those capital repairs and remodels that we just mentioned, and also work with them sometimes on the purchasing of some of the units. We work on the internal services team with all of our facility security projects, the asset valuations, all of the leases that are in the general fund properties, with such as like they're not-for-profits or commercial tenants like Subway. And then we're also starting to track the jail planning.
Just a few things.
Impressive for 2.5 staff.
Then the budget for assets is a little bit different because most of the budget that they are dealing with is not in their own departmental budget. It's capital projects that are in the capital fund or in the library fund or within facilities. So it really spans multiple budget areas, and there's a lot of work involved in tracking and all the different coding, and MIOSHA's help certainly comes in there. So what you really see in this budget is mainly staff time and a few smaller costs. Some bigger changes are just because of the way the county has shifted around who's reporting to whom and who's in which department. So those are the changes. The only other item would be a placeholder for the microgrid for some operational costs, which are costs of electricity, but then also revenue coming in for the microgrid.
So you're selling it back.
You
Is
know,
that the ones that are online?
the energy will eventually be a net nothing, right? Because it needs to be cycled in and out. Holy Cross does have programs that we can participate in, and we're working on that right now, where it'd be similar to the Power Plus that they have for folks that have solar panels and have put battery walls in their houses. We need to get through some of the commissioning first, but yeah. And
What's our schedule on that? Is there going to be a ribbon cutting or a christening or something? What do you call
I
it?
think that we'd like to get through just the commissioning of the battery itself this fall. We are waiting on various pieces from the Holy Cross portion of the project to get implemented in spring, and then we can look at
So it'll
some
be
sort of.
spring before we're online, or summer.
Yeah.
Got it. I just wanted to ask about the kilns again. Oh, and Francie, go ahead if you have a question on
I
that.
have a couple of questions. One is about the budget. That's a pretty hefty raise you got there from 303,000 to 535. I'm confused about that.
That's, as I mentioned, shifting staff from one department to another. So
It's not just these 2.5 people.
Yeah, it is.
It's 2.5 people in the department.
We were multiple departments last year.
Yeah, I'll have to check the numbers and just make sure I've got this incorrectly.
Yeah, because adding a 0.5, a half position at
We
200,000 is a lot.
The original budget for 2024 did not include the extra staff. That was done later in the year. So there's been a lot of shifting around of people no one knew, but just where different salaries are accounted for. But I'll double check those numbers.
Just to remember, the comparisons are from the adopted budget, not the amended budget for 2024. So we'll double check
Yeah.
that. Though.
Which can
Okay.
be-
But no, these guys
Thanks,
aren't
Francie.
making that kind of money.
Too bad. I wish you were.
I wanted just to ask.
Wait.
Oh,
I have
keep
one more,
going.
if you
One
don't
more. Go
mind.
ahead. Yeah, please.
The other one is about the battery storage. So as it is continually being renewed, the energy in the batteries, are we then dumping some into the grid for
Yes.
Holy Cross?
Yes.
And that's what you're talking about, like finding the best time of day to do that and that kind of thing?
Yes, and they'll have a program available, and we're working through the details of what that program looks like. But it's very similar to their Power Plus or Power Plus Flex program.
But on
that
a
they
big
have.
scale.
It's on a whole other scale. And so we will have some, maintenance costs and things like that. But the first few years, hopefully, that is largely offset by this program.
By the sale of
by the sale, but over the next few years, as any sort of asset ages, you have increased maintenance costs and things like that.
And will they buy it back at the same price that we pay at Public Works, for instance, or will it be comparable, or?
So the meter that's on the battery is basically a net zero as it comes and goes. The access to that power comes at a price per kilowatt of access to the battery. So as we work out what's the healthiest thing for the battery, but also what balances that versus the resiliency that the battery supplies the county at our
Right.
facilities, what we'll look at is, say, like an average amount of charge that's on the battery and go down by a certain percentage and up by a percentage, take that capacity and be able to give them access to that to offset their peak demand.
But that'll be per kilowatt.
Yes.
It won't be a flat thing.
It'll end up being a flat thing because like the way that the contracts are usually
I think I see it.
usually structured is that you say that you have access to, say half or 3/4 of our battery energy storage. And they will say, okay, we can predict 24 hours in advance where we think our peak demand happens. They'll let us know, but part of the equipment that we're waiting on for the microgrid commissioning is what we'll talk to Holy Cross. So from their office, the 2 hours before their peak demand, they can top off a battery, and then we can draw it down.
And we can drop as much as 75% and still have the resiliency that we need, because do we have any idea how long before it recharges if it's not storming?
Well, and that's what we're trying to calculate out right now.
I see. Okay,
Well,
great.
it'll take some tweaking.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks.
And this is
Great questions. I like this.
Francie, I've had the joke in the office lately that I wish I had about 5 different hats of different colors that all said First Rodeo, because as we're figuring a lot of these things out, they haven't had anything with that sort of capacity on their system yet, and so the conversations have been a bit more than what we initially anticipated to figure out what that balance of resiliency versus offsetting some of that, and what the actual chances are that during their peak demand we actually have an incident where we'd have to set up the microgrid.
Mm-hmm. So you work directly with their engineers over at Holy Cross?
Yes, I've been working with 3 different departments within Holy Cross for this project.
Wow.
Field engineers and their design engineers, which are 2 different departments, and then also their Power Plus folks.
Well, it's great, GR.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Just a quick the Thomasville Lime Kilns funds have been in the budget for quite a while, but unexpended, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, were those grants from somewhere, or could we possibly get grants to stabilize that? And it just seems like not much has happened. You guys have probably more important things to do, but I'm just wondering where it is.
Yeah, so we started the project in early 2024 to start some design work, and we've done we had to wait until the snow melt to get up there to actually start to figure out what needed to happen. As we were starting to plan, we determined that the lime kilns are not designated. So we were ineligible for requesting grant money. So that's why there's an increase on this line item, so that we can do the full scope of work because we're not eligible for a grant.
Did we ever determine that it's something, I'm playing devil's advocate here, did we ever determine it's something we definitely want to preserve? I've driven by and thought it was pretty cool, but I'm just wondering, is it going to turn into something, or is it just something that's there and we don't want to see go away, or will it turn into an attraction?
Yeah.
Or
so
could we
18
use
years
the bricks?
ago, we the county at that time determined they wanted to save them. So we got a $100,000 grant from CMAC at that time, from CDOT. And they were the ones that helped us with the grant on that one.
Okay.
And we took them down like 12 feet and rebuilt them and stabilized them. That was part of the plan, was just to stabilize them and keep them. We're not restoring them here either. We're just restabilizing. The snow and ice have penetrated the top again. We're looking for a more permanent top that would allow us to, for the snow and ice to not sit there and deteriorate the cement or concrete again. And yeah, so I mean, we're planning on doing it unless you guys decide you want to, kind of let them go. What we did notice is that the pictures from X amount of years ago to now is that we do have some side bulging. And that's on the upside of the both units. The one on the upper end of the road is definitely bulging more than the other one. So again, we're going to take it down and stop that and get them secured again. So I think it's a great conversation.
Yeah, maybe we ought to bring it back, Patty, and then Francie.
Yeah, I'd hate to say, well, we restored it once, let's let it go now. I mean, I think we should maintain it. My second point is, or question, how do we get it designated?
How do we get what?
How do we get it designated?
Historically designated.
Yeah, so.
Is Susanna Reed been involved?
Yeah, Susanna and I are we're working hand in hand on this. I think the county's idea was there's a couple of structures that are not designated within Pickens County's historic items, some in open space, some in assets. So I think we wanted to take a holistic look at that and then get them all designated at one time. But that's not on our radar at this moment.
And we're tracking annual
That sounds great,
cost.
but if we have the opportunity, we're going to do this to get a grant, maybe we should bump this one up for historic designation so we can be in the grant cycles.
It would
I mean,
put
just
us,
a thought.
it would probably put us out another year, which is, up to you guys, just because the grant cycles and our construction period is very short.
Right, and I understand that, but so, I mean, yeah. So we just pay out of pocket rather than pursue a grant, so.
I'm just kind of wondering, why aren't we letting them crumble into the earth?
Because we've already spent money restoring them. Should we say, oh, we've put money to waste there, or should we maintain them? I
Good
think
money after
we
bad.
made a decision and we should maintain them.
Maybe we should
I figured
find
I'd
out.
get an answer like that,
Yeah.
but in general, I mean, lime
It's
kilns.
It's a historic part of that part of the valley.
So I guess a couple of us are asking, how valuable is it really to the community? And I don't know. I love preserving historic things, and I mourn the things we've lost, but I still wonder about those.
It certainly comes with a cost, and historic designation also is something that needs to be weighed with the pros and the cons. And if it sounds like it's a conversation that the board might want to have in the future, and
Maybe
we
up
can
at
certainly bring
Thomasville.
something
We
back.
should have that one at Thomasville.
Well, and I've gone to many of the Thomasville caucus meetings, and they're very passionate about preserving them. And I'm quite often asked if I would volunteer my time to get the cellar coke ovens redone, or kilns, and they're the cellar campgrounds just above, but they're pretty much gone. The other thing that Suzanne loves to talk about in terms of these historic sites is that we have one historic monument at every entrance of Pickens County. And that's something I know that she's very proud of for Pickens County. We have the Thomasville, we have Highway 82, we have Independence, and
Emma Store.
Emma Store, yeah.
What's the pass up there? The top-
Independence.
Town of Independence.
No, up above Thomasville, up the frying pan. What's the pass?
Hagerman Pass?
Hagerman.
Yes.
I wish we still had the trestles. That would be the monument, but they're gone.
I can work on it now.
Yeah. Let's rebuild
Let's
those.
restore those.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think this merits, I think, some additional knowledge for us. I don't know all the history of it. I start to wonder about sort of the equity when, we have Redstone that wants us to help them preserve their historic
Building.
home over there. Are we thinking fairly about these kind of applications of money and similar requests around the county? maybe we've done plenty in Redstone and Thomasville is due for their investment. So,
Good
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
Those are the difficult questions. I want to make sure we keep moving because we're on schedule to switch to other topics at this point. What else we got? Thank
That-
you for that.
That's all for assets and infrastructure.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm gonna step out.
Yeah,
You can
I'd like to have a 5-minute break. Is that okay? Before we begin, let's make it 10. Sorry, I think we need
Yes,
10.
thank God.
I'll need to get up and
So-
stretch. Okay, we're just back from break at the work session on the 22nd of October. I'm still in shock that it's already that late in the month. Up next is our airport conversation. So you've got the whole team here. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, good afternoon. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. I'm here with Diane Jackson, our Deputy Airport Director, David Schneider, our Manager of Security and Operations, and our ARF Captain, Andrew Treat. And Diane will also be playing the part of Greg Boyd, our Manager of Facilities, because he had a conflict. So our org chart is not changing in 2025. There's no anticipated changes. We have 46 current employees. We did add one employee in 2024, which was, thank you, Kara Brubaker, who is our airport project coordinator. And there's a number of projects that you'll see in the budget that she's going to be integral in implementing coming up. We were asked to provide a fun fact. I'm not sure how fun this fact is, but we figured we'd throw out a fun fact anyway. And it's always interesting that the fact that our runway length is almost identical to the number of feet above sea level that the airport happens to be. So if you want to kind of visualize it.
I know, that's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you. How many bananas is that?
No, it's fruit rolls.
Fruit rolls. That's Andrew's own quirky thing. I don't understand that. Thank you for that. Helpful.
So one of the primary changes to our budget in 2025 is the prohibition of airport improvement program grants from the FAA. They've taken those away from us in 2025 and are technically will not give those back to us until we remove the modification standard or come to full compliance with a 400-foot separation between a runway and taxiway. So there's some added costs with that this year, or this coming year, I should say, with the maintenance of that runway. We are also implementing some common ground recommendation programs, most notably our noise, our emissions, and some of our safety task force programs. We're implementing a wind study to look at some wind shear issues that are quite prominent at the Aspen Airport. We are also asking to put some additional funds into our annual budget for in case an opportunity rears its head for some additional employee housing for airport personnel. It'd be normally something we prefer to put in a supplemental. However, given the real estate market up here, by the time we took it back for supplemental and got approval for it, that property would be off the market. So it's something we'd like to hold in our budget just in case.
Question, just if you can throw out a number to attach to some of these bullet points.
Sure. So the airfield pavement, we're roughly looking at about 7.8 million. And that's locally funded only this year. No state contribution, no federal contribution.
And we had the same this year is what you're. Did you just say that it was 20? What was 2024?
2024 was about 4.5.
And that was unfunded as well.
No, that was funded.
It was
actually.
funded by the feds. Okay.
So,
got it.
Yep. 90 at a 95% level.
Got it. Thank you. All right.
I'd have to look back at the noise emissions and safety programs.
There's about 300,000 for the noise. It looked like around 550 for emissions and 50,000 for safety programs.
About 900,000, just short of $1 million for those programs. And we're finally getting, those programs are specifically tied to the Common Ground recommendations, so we are definitely seeding those programs in 2025.
And you're being very quiet.
Am I? Oh, I thought I'd be.
If your light's on, Francie can't hear you.
Yeah, that is, I'm.
Yes, will you stop yelling, Dan?
Okay. So there's a number, once our ALP is finally approved, we're hoping to move forward with the implementation of some of those projects. And that primarily parlays itself into the consulting costs to get those moving. Most notably the terminal design. That's going to take some time to go through a process to get an actual design before we can be shovel ready for that process. In addition, some environmental evaluations. One would be a written reevaluation of the current runway shift and terminal, but then subsequent environmental evaluations that will transpire that have not been looked at yet through the NEPA process. So we put money in for those. And then the pre-design for the airfield. We don't have an engineering design for the runway shift yet. And then some other airfield projects we've been looking at. So we put some money in to get us started with that as a catalyst, if you will. But you know, on the bright side, we're also looking at some significantly enhanced revenues from our fixed-based operator, Atlantic Aviation, once we get to a new long-term lease. But even the interim lease or lease extension gives us significantly better terms than we previously had in years past. So the enhanced revenue is coming in, but it'll be enhanced to that enhanced once we get into 2025, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yep. And then I'll turn it over to David.
Okay. Good afternoon. Having three things for the Airport Operations Security Department. First of it is the sterile area backflow prevention. It's a one-way corridor. This was identified as a need in the sterile area to keep people from accessing out onto the ramp during aircraft operations. The CCTV cameras, we identified a couple of places where we could install new cameras and kind of shine light into some dark areas. So it increases security at the airport. And then the access door crash bar replacement, we have some aging crash bars in the terminal. Help us with notifications, notifying us if there's alarms or something. These new crash door replacements would just upgrade and carry us off into the next.
They come with teddy bears?
Those are the cameras.
It's the stealth version.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't be that creepy out at the airport, I'll put it that way.
It's not actually a teddy bear spying on you?
No, it's more like the cameras to the right. We just thought we'd.
But if you
put
see a
that in
row
there.
of teddy bears in the shop, you be very careful.
But what is that picture?
It is one of the, it's a shelf teddy bear cam, sort of a nanny cam, if you will. But we just thought we'd put it in there for giggles. if nothing else.
You don't
Okay.
have one at your house?
We didn't have surveillance systems when I raised my kids.
Yeah, you may want to go back and revisit that.
We're trying to make security friendlier. So.
Just making the airport more
Yeah, or
friendly.
scarier, however you look at that.
So yes, I'm filling in for Greg this afternoon on airport facilities and capital projects. As Dan mentioned earlier, we are currently preparing for a 3.5, almost 4-week closure for runway repairs and ramp repairs starting May 5th, and there is a small typo there. We'll open back up June 1st. So, and
June 1st?
June 1st, yeah. There's a small typo in there.
If everything goes well.
Yes. And he wanted to highlight the heavy equipment replacement. It is a 1-for-1. It has outdone its useful life at 10 plus years for the airport as well as FAA. The blower has been in there, and you may have seen that in the past. We actually had to cancel the contract from Oshkosh, and this is just now replacing other equipment and redoing that contract for MB, as well as our mower unit. That's the one that you may see that looks a little off kilter when you drive into the airport if they're in use. It was our Harper unit, and we're replacing that along with a runway closure sign,
Now-
which are the large lighted X's that you
Now,
see.
is the snow blower the one on the right or is that the mower?
The one on the right. Oh, we don't have a picture of the Harper out there. I wish he had put it up
Okay.
there. I have to say it's a very unique piece of equipment.
So the lifespan of a piece of equipment that size is
It's
10 years?
per FAA.
That's the worst case of planned obsolescence I think
It's
I've
a
ever
lot
heard.
of, well, it's a lot of moving parts,
That's
right?
crazy.
How often do they have to change the brushes on the sweeper?
That all
We've
depends
done
on
that.
the
We've paid
season
for that
too, but we go
recently,
through a
too.
lot of rooms.
Yeah.
What happens to
Brooms.
this piece of equipment when it gets replaced?
We actually, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, put it up for auction through Fleet.
For parts or for a snowblower?
Just other airports can buy it, other municipalities, etc.
Typically
Who
airports.
have lower standards for their equipment?
Or less need.
Or less just,
Less
budget
snow.
or, thing. Yeah, not necessarily less snow. One of the airports that frequently buys used equipment is Leadville Airport, actually. And they get quite a bit of snow, but it's typically airports that don't have quite the need for it that we do. We honestly beat our equipment pretty heavily because of the snow
Use it all
removal
the
time.
I think one of the important differences is the number of operations that we have and the need to very reliably and quickly clear that airport runway between operations. We're running this equipment at high speeds. We can't afford a breakdown, particularly in the winter months. Because we would not, if we do not meet those standards, we would not be able to land commercial aircraft.
Correct.
A Leadville, Lake County and such, very different operating environment and very different needs in that case.
Okay, thank you.
Not as critical.
You do not drive the equipment over the pass when we sell it to Leadville.
No.
Just so you know.
Great, thanks.
I guess it's my turn now. Hello, everyone. So I got two things on my plate.
Tell me your name again, just to be sure.
Oh, yes, Andrew Treat.
Andrew, thanks, Andrew.
First thing on the list, we here have the mobile radios and portable radios at the airport. This is on my slide just because I'm managing it, but this is actually going to be for all of the radios on the airport. They're a pretty critical function. They allow us to communicate between staff when we're doing things such as responding to emergencies or snow removal and things like that, what I'm wearing right now. But all of our radios have reached their end of useful life, so we are doing a capital replacement on all of that equipment. And that should carry us for about another 10 years. With these new radios. We are working in conjunction with Pickens County Telecom for a volume price discount with other county departments.
Can I ask you a quick, is your radio system at the airport completely separate from our dispatch and the other radios from the sheriff and everything?
These particular ones that we are replacing are do work with those, yes.
Oh, they do?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. And it's actually everything in the county is on a statewide system, so we can actually use this statewide and talk to state resources, national resources. So they're pretty
wow,
pretty versatile.
Yeah, thank you.
I assume you can't talk to an aircraft.
That's the funny thing is that we actually have to have separate radios for that.
Right.
That's the only people we can't talk to.
That'd be like Channel 11.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And then the next project we have is our crash phone upgrade up at the Airport Operations Center. And what that is, what a crash phone is it's our primary means of alerting firefighters and operations personnel to aircraft incidents. So the second anything happens on airport, the air traffic control tower will pick up a phone and then simultaneously alert the fire department, alert airport operations, and then alert the 911 dispatch center. We replaced our crash phone system in 2020, but we did use a legacy analog speaker system that existed in the building. What this upgrade will do is remove all of the analog speakers and upgrade them to digital IP-based speakers. Once again, the analog equipment's just getting old, it's outdated, and just needs to be upgraded. So we're not replacing the crash phone system. We're just kind of making some changes and expanding it to new areas.
Is there redundancy? The Wi-Fi goes down,
Yep.
or what you've got? You can. That's where analog gets really attractive again.
Yes. No, we do have redundancy in the system, and what's nice about the digital system is that it's completely monitored by our company that handles the crash phone. So if at any time one particular endpoint goes offline, we're immediately notified. So that is an added benefit to the system.
Interesting. Great.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. That's it. Wow, that was easy. Good job.
And then from the administration part of the airport, one thing we are doing is we're building a bit of a reserve fund. We know we have a number of projects that are on the horizon here, not only with the implementation of the ALP, but the shift to the runway. We have a local share component of that. If you have $100, I wish, $100 million runway, usually 10% of that is locally funded. They would, of course, match. So that's automatically a $10 hit, or $10. I'm missing a few zeros today, just pardon me. 10%. So we have a $10 million hit that we'll have to address when that happens as well. We have the cost of designing and our share of building a terminal, in addition to the cost of operating the airport during a shutdown. So we're not only shutting down, this spring, but a longer shutdown for a runway shift, those types of items, which could be 8 to 9 months. We still have to operate without the landing fee revenue and other revenues coming into the airport. So we're building a restricted and unrestricted funds for doing that, sort of a emergency fund.
What will happen to all the employees when you're shut down for 8 or 9 months?
Well, don't tell them, but they're kind of, no, I'm just kidding. We definitely have projects for them that they'll be working on. So while we're doing the runway shift and other things, there are other projects at the airport that'll get taken care of during that.
So nobody gets laid off during that time?
No.
So that
Are you going to disagree?
no, I'm not disagreeing with our employees, but we do have other, SkyWest employees and a number.
That's different.
There are a number of people working at the airport who are not county employees, and I do think we will need to do some planning around that. It will be an impact probably not unlike COVID was for those entities. And so we have not gotten into that level of planning in large part because we still have to understand what those timeframes might be and what the impacts are through a design process. But that is something on our radar screen. And we'll have to come back and have that conversation with this board as part of the overall project planning.
I'm sure it's on their radar.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, then we have a couple other projects, the housing opportunities we want to keep our eye out for, and a budget sitting there for implementation of some airport layout plan projects, and the additional revenue we anticipate from a long-term FBO lease. And then, again, the implementation of some of those common ground recommendations, noise, emission, safety.
So you never gave a number for the housing set-aside fund?
1.25 million is, I think, what was.
1.25?
25 million.
1.3 is actually what we have in the budget.
Is that $130?
Yes, right about there, yeah.
Is this
in
the
round numbers,
on-site, on-property housing?
No, it would actually be Down Valley housing. So the airport has 3 units, I believe, Down Valley, in addition to the 3 units we have on property.
Got it.
So this would be maintenance or acquisition of new property?
Acquisition of a new unit of some sort, yeah.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
So is anything you want to show us, Connie?
Okay, yeah, this is the 5-year plan for the airport budget. I'll highlight just a couple of areas. This intergovernmental line is where you would see grants, whether from the state or from the FAA or other types of intergovernmental revenue. This is pretty small in this 5-year plan and does not really include much in the way of FAA grants. It's mainly state and excise taxes, fuel sales tax reimbursements, and a little bit of carryover funding. So there's quite a drop there, but you do see the large increase in the charges for services line. Most of the airport's revenue is in the charges for services, whether landing fees, parking, FBO, whereas the other revenue line would include rental income from airlines or car rental or whatnot. So you see the jump in revenue in this charges for services, which includes the FBO.
Can I ask you a question, Greg?
Yeah, please.
So I expected to see a larger jump between 2024 and 2025 because, so the FBO income for this year is not the same as it's going to be next year. So I thought there'd be a bigger jump there.
Well, there's about a $5 million increase between what we're getting now and what we'd be getting next year potentially. The part of the problem with that is you're seeing a swap there between not having AIP funding or federal grants and having to take that money and apply it.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at a total revenue budget of just over 41 million. Total expenditures are just over 37 million. They include the different projects that the airport staff has mentioned. In the one-time projects line, there's almost $8 million. That's mainly the runway pavement maintenance in that line item.
I can't quite hear you, Connie.
In the one-time projects line, where you see the cursor on the screen, I know it's small, so it's hard to see. The one-time projects has almost $8 million in that line, and most of that is for the runway pavement maintenance.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Other projects under the building line, that would include an employee housing purchase, but also design of the terminal, $3 million for that, and then other equipment and vehicle replacements. There are placeholders in this 5-year plan for potential capital improvement grants, infrastructure, and other projects, as you can see in the out years of the plan. These are placeholders right now.
Got it. Great.
And as Dan was mentioning, the airport is building reserves. You can see down next to the bottom line, putting some of that fund balance away into reserve accounts for future projects.
Can you explain what the debt service?
Yes.
What is? I mean, I know we've talked about the ability to potentially bond up to 100 million based on FBO revenue. We haven't really talked about what we plan to do with that money.
Yeah.
Or how to prioritize it. So is that just
in the
holding
5-year
that bonding in here?
In the 5-year plan in 2027, you see a big jump in the other revenue line.
Yeah.
Up to 126 million. This would include revenue bonds. Mm-hmm. Revenue bonds are debt that's issued against the revenue of the airport itself. And then this would be assuming debt service payments of about 5.5 million a year.
Mm-hmm. Kelly, right now, that is thank you. That is a placeholder. That debt would primarily be for the landside and terminal improvements, assuming that we're still able to leverage federal and state funding for the airfield. And so the dollars that are in there are in anticipation of issuing debt towards a new terminal building, mass transit hub and connectivity, and then any parking improvements and such on the land side associated with that.
Which we anticipate all to be more than $126 million.
Yeah, so be a combination. What we anticipate, and a lot of this will depend on timing and our ability to leverage, but there is grant funding out there for terminals and mass transit. We are accumulating fund balance that we can use towards these projects. If we are able to leverage the federal and state grants at that between 90 and 95% level, then we won't have as much of that fund balance going towards those improvements, so it would be available for the terminal and landside improvements. We've tried to keep the debt around where right now our municipal advisors have estimated we'd be able to issue revenue bonds based on anticipated airport revenues. And that would be a commitment right now as things stand today. So we'd have to commit roughly around 18 million in revenues, even though we wouldn't be paying that much in debt service, because you have to have debt coverage
more like
over
collateral.
and above.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me understand then, above that, there's an ongoing $101 million every year, not just one-time grants. Is that a one-time receipt that we carry over year? I don't know how to think about that.
I do think that this would be ongoing FAA funding spread out over a number of years, but I'm not sure. Unfortunately, Liz isn't here today to go into the details.
But the grant, we would anticipate, and I'm sorry, I don't have the 5-year plan that you're looking at right in front of me. It's
where the
one
red
on
dot
there.
is. See how there's 101, 101, 101, 101. I just want some clarity about, I'd like
John,
to be
it's
as
up at the
realistic as we
top.
can on the
Top right.
5-year projection. And I'm surprised to see we'd get that in annually rather than as a one-time,
Yeah, so,
grant.
yeah.
We can, we always revisit these things before we formally adopt it, right? But that's just a flag I'd like to understand.
Steve, question, comment?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Thanks
Well,
for that,
the
Kelly.
$400 million spread over 4 years, is that sort of the estimated maximum costs that the airside and the landside improvements would cost? That's the way I am reading it, and maybe the year 2030, maybe all that goes down to zero, the income. So we're talking, the way I'm looking at it, it's saying this is a $400 million project.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Is that correct, John?
Yeah, and the rub is, and I think what we need to go back and look is the balance, and talk to Liz, is the balance between the debt financing and the grants, because we are unlikely to get $400 million in grants against those projects, which I think is your question, Kelly. But it'd be a combination of grants and debt financing and fund balance. And so we may need to go back and rebalance that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be seeing this again. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Are we ready to approve this at this stage and move it on? We're going to
I
see
think
again.
there's some answers that'll come back later.
Yeah, the 2025 budget makes sense to me.
That's all.
It just kind of
Okay,
is a way
I
to
think
balance
that's
it
an,
out
I
for
think
5
that's
years
enough.
rather than.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing all this.
Thanks, Dan, the picture.
I'll work on that for next year.
I want the whole department. I want everyone to have glam shots, like.
Glam shots.
You're
Glam
gonna have to buy
shots.
suits for everyone,
Oh,
Dan.
Challenge accepted.
Glam shots?
Glam shots.
All right, we had a break earlier, but
Thank you. I know you guys have been working hard on this.
should we keep going and stay on track? We had a break earlier. We don't need another break now, do we?
No, I'm
Okay.
good.
Not for me.
All right, thanks.
Okay, we will be back on November 7th with the second half of Livable
And
and
hopefully we'll
Supportive
have some
Community.
really
That'll be
positive
an
changes.
Interesting day, won't it?
Thanks, Connie.
See us or you may not. Who knows? We may run out of town.
Okay.
Thanks, Connie.
Is Diane coming coming
I
back?
shared my chocolate with Rye. I couldn't eat it.
Diane
so.
coming back or not?
Yes. We're all wondering that, actually.
Oh, you're wondering? She ran away. I just wanted to know if we should start. We'll wait for you to come back. Now Dan's gone. Like, what's going on here? You guys are being abandoned by your...
I was wondering why you guys were being so nice and quiet in the.
Okay, there she is. Just wanted to wait for you. We're good. Oh, come on up. You're on the hot seat. Okay, take it away.
Just getting in there.
Maybe. There it goes.
There it is, okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Brian Elliott. I'm with the consulting firm of Recondo and Associates. We've been fortunate to have been selected by the county several years ago to be your airport business and financial consultant. Each year about this time, we come before you and present calculated airport rates and charges for the ensuing fiscal year for your review and consideration. I will tell you from the get-go, in just looking at the previous presentation, our numbers are off for about $4 million in revenue. We're stating annual revenues for the airport next year of about $37 million. I think you all were showing just over $41 million. So we need to reconcile that. I do not think that's going to have an effect on the actual rates and charges calculations, but it would have obviously effect on year-end cash or anticipated fund balance. So just start with that caveat.
It's very nice to have you here in person.
Yeah, thanks.
Normally, in fact, Mr. Peacock mentioned earlier that he always thought that I was like 2 feet tall because he only sees me on the screen. So yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. So this afternoon, what we'd like to do is just cover some assumptions that go into the calculation of rates and charges, look at the inputs that feed those calculations, and then review with you the actual calculations and some key metrics. There'll be a little bit of overlap between what the airport staff just presented to you, but hopefully it'll move along, and obviously if there are any questions, please feel free to stop and let me know. So some of the assumptions that go into the calculation of the rates and charges each year. Number one, the airport, the county uses what's referred to as a compensatory rate-making approach for airlines and general aviation, and what that basically means that for any fee charged to these entities, it is compensatory in nature. That means that the entity pays for what they use. There has not necessarily been an offsetting credit in years past. Doesn't mean there can't be one, but in the past that's not gone into the calculation. And the county bears full responsibility for the financial outcomes of the airport. The other models that are available in a residual kind of more robust rate or revenue sharing methodology, the airlines assume responsibility or the financial backstop for the outcomes. In short, the calculation of the rates and charges follows very much a cost accounting approach, in the sense that direct cost centers are identified in your budget, and that's how it's set up. And there are also indirect costs that are then spread among those direct cost centers. And in this case, those indirect costs, and those can be administration, intergovernmental services provided by the county to the airport and such, those costs are spread among the direct cost centers of the airport based on the percentage split of salaries in the direct cost centers. So I'll show you that in a few minutes. Historically, by December of each year, or at least in the recent history, the board has reviewed the rates and charges and has established those in December. And then in January of the beginning of the new fiscal year, those rates go into effect for airlines and also general aviation. So some of the key assumptions around the inputs. First of all, activity. So the volume of enplaned passengers, the amount of anticipated landed weight to be anticipated at the airport, both general aviation and air carriers, has a direct bearing on the establishment and calculation of the rates. So for activity as it relates to aircraft, What we utilized was historical actual data from the airport, as well as actually loaded schedules that the airlines have already put in place for fiscal year for 2025. That became the basis for looking at aircraft activity next year, particularly relates to airlines. And of course, just because an airline loads a schedule doesn't mean the flight actually operates due to weather, due to mechanical, whatever. So we've kind of tempered that down a little bit and assumed that only 94% of those flights actually operate. So that's what we mean by a confidence factor. For passengers for next year, what we looked at there was continuing this assumption of 50 passengers per flight, which is consistent with historical actuals. So it's pretty straightforward. The number of airline flights that actually operate, factor that by 50 passengers, and you get the output of in-plane passengers for the year.
You're talking just commercial, right?
Just commercial, correct.
That's interesting. I thought they were fuller than that every flight. That's only 2/3 full, right?
Yes, and part of that, again, is just to hedge on the side of being a little more conservative and looking at the activity levels in that lens versus getting overly aggressive from a forecasting standpoint.
I thought I had seen that they were 75% full as average, but it's a little less.
And I guess the other consideration is, again, in May, you will be basically, no flights will operate pretty much the month of May. So that's also a determining factor and maybe, leaning more on the conservative side for passengers next year.
Yeah, and when it's windy, when it's windy, they carry fewer.
The off seasons would be a period perhaps where that 2/3 of 75 wouldn't.
Yeah, but I was thinking about weather events, like if it's super windy, they don't fill the planes.
Correct.
That kind of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thanks.
I'm sorry, you got it. When we looked at landed weight for 2025 for the airlines, historically, at least in the past short term, all of the airlines operated the CRJ 700. It was pretty straight calculation. You look at the landed weight, the anticipated landings, the landed weight per aircraft times the anticipated landings, you get the total landed weight. A bit of a different twist for 2025 is the fact that United is anticipating bringing in the E-175. So for the first 8 months of 2025, it was assumed that 72% of United's flights would be utilizing the E-175. And then in the final quarter of the year, or the last 4 months of the year, they'd be using 100% of the 175s.
Okay, great.
As I think you saw previously, the COVID relief funding, CARES, CRISA, ARPA, all of those funds were drawn down by the county, or that were eligible to be drawn down in fiscal year 24. So there are no funds available for 2025 and going forward. Our statement of operating expenses and revenues, again, albeit the $4 million, is based on data provided by the airport staff and the county for 2025 as of September 2024. Operating expenses include $8.8 million for runway pavement maintenance, paid exclusively with airport funds. That assumes, in addition to the $7.8 million for the actual construction, about another $1 million for design and construction services. ARF expenses, which flow to the airfield requirement, it was either last fiscal year, 2024 or 2023, the board determined to split those expenses 60% to the airlines, 40% to general aviation. We're carrying that forward, that split on into 2025.
And what's ARF?
Oh, I'm sorry, aircraft rescue and firefighting.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. It's a separate line item for the airfield. General aviation revenue budgeted to total about $22.3 million for fiscal year 25, and that's primarily due to the anticipated new lease with Atlantic Aviation. The capital program, as discussed, is around $8.2 million, and that's to be funded exclusively with airport funds. Yes.
Is that ARF expense split defined by the regulations?
That split is based upon board direction from a previous fiscal year. I think in the past that split was 70% to the airlines, 30% to general aviation, and I'm sorry, I don't recall whether it was FY '23 or '24, but the board made a policy decision to change that to the current 60/40 split.
And we're required to have aircraft rescue and firefighting services because we have commercial services. You're not required to have that for general aviation. However, over the number of years, more of our requirements for ARF to attend to have been general aviation, so we decided to slide.
All of it.
It has been, although we couldn't charge 100% because we're not required to have it for them. So
Well, why don't we charge 80/20?
Or 90/10.
that would probably be seen as
Discriminatory.
yes, partially discriminatory.
It's not is it the number of people versus the number of aircraft?
No, well, there's something called an ARF index, so the longer the planes get, the more equipment or personnel you need to have. But it's just the fact that you have scheduled commercial service means you have to have aircraft rescue and firefighting on field.
So it seems like a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Yeah.
Even if you don't have.
But if the
commercial
GA
service.
flights are 83% of our flights, why aren't they taking the 83% share?
Well, it comes back to the fact that FAA doesn't require you to have any ARF services.
It's
for GA.
discretionary how we
To an extent, I think
divvy it up.
if we pushed it any further, we'd probably be getting into a challenge from the FAA on that.
We don't pay attention to them.
Yeah, and a challenge from the airlines.
Well, and also bear in mind that when you refer to aircraft rescue and firefighting, we're also referring to the fact that those professionals are trained as first responders. So they respond also to any medical-related incidents that may occur in the terminal building, on the roadways, in the parking lots, et cetera. So the calls for service, when you think about the ARF in its totality, is not just to respond to aircraft incidents, but it's also medical.
But are we empowered to change those numbers?
You will, the more you change to those numbers, the greater effect it will have on the landing fee for either the airlines or the general aviation.
Exactly.
And, that is, we, as a consulting group, see that in a lot of airports, that split is usually at the most 75% airlines, 25% general aviation.
But my guess is that at most airports, 83% of the traffic is not private compared to commercial. And we have a lot of pressure in this community to take some steps to limit the amount of private jets that come in and out compared to the commercial service. So if we were to truly represent our constituents, those numbers would be very different.
I think it would be difficult to justify a split any more than that, again, because that requirement is a requirement for commercial. I think you get a significant amount of pushback from the industry groups that represent general aviation at that point.
So we could lose it all.
Well, you'd probably get what's called a Title 13 challenge from the FAA potentially if they went down that road. I mean, it's possible. It'd be difficult to push it anymore. And I see Jason creeping up here.
I don't know if this is
Red light is on.
No, I just wanted to mention too that
Tell me your name, sorry.
Jason Knapp with Roconda.
Thanks, Jason.
I just want to mention too with the ARF that the county has obviously historically received FAA grants for the ARF equipment. And so because it is the commercial operations that are driving that requirement, you are getting federal funding for that equipment. So I think that's just part of allocating that to the airlines, to the extent that it is driving that requirement, and you are benefiting from those federal funds, even though you may be using it for GA. Federal government is paying for a lot of that equipment.
Okay.
And the AOC. When the AOC was constructed, there were federal funds that were used.
It doesn't make sense yet, but you guys sound pretty.
It was a couple of 3 years ago that this discussion was had with the board.
Me too.
And we looked at different scenarios, and out of that was the 60/40.
Got it. Okay. All right. And you're confident we don't need to analyze it any further. You think this is the sweet spot? I can tell Francie's like, "Grr." I understand.
Well, it's like a pay your own way,
Yeah,
like
and that's what they're arguing is that they are.
Right.
I think Steve has a question.
Oh, Steve, yeah, thank you.
I think an important element of that 60/40 split is that about 90 or 95% of the people flying into the airport are on the commercial airplanes. So even though it's a fewer number of flights, it's a majority of the people coming there. So if anybody requires medical assistance in an emergency, or if there is a fire on a commercial plane, it's way more important to have immediate response and put that fire out because there's a lot more people involved. So that's an important part of the equation, I'm sure.
That's true, but that's balanced by the fact that all of the wrecks have been GA.
True. And that's why we made that adjustment too.
Got it. Thank you. All right.
I'd just like to take a few moments to talk about how those assumptions transfer over into the numbers. So the activity assumptions that we discussed, what you see here is a comparison of budget 2024, 2025 in planed passengers, and then landed weight by 1,000 pounds of aircraft, both for signatory airlines and GA corporate. So for the enplaned passengers, a year ago, the 2024 budget assumed that there would be about 335,000 total passengers. And when we began to develop the 2025 activity assumptions, we looked at the actual enplaned passengers through August. We looked at the master plan forecast, and based upon what we were seeing, we came back and assuming a roughly 365,000 total enplaned passengers for the year. Those assumptions for airline landed weight is telling us that it's about 518,000 pounds. Again, the bulk of that's driven by the new aircraft, the E-175 versus the CRJ-700. And the GA corporate activity is estimated to increase by about 2% to around 455,000 pounds. And so the total landing weight, which this will transfer over into the calculation of the landing fees, is just shy of 973,000.
Let me ask you just regarding the enplaned passenger count, 9% increase seems high to me, and I'm just wondering how's it been historically? Because I've been thinking it's been a much lower increase of enplaned passengers.
Again, bear in mind this is budget to budget, that comparison. You obviously, when you came out of COVID, there were significant increases. I think 2025 is probably a little bit more of a function of that continued catch up to where you were before COVID. So you're looking 2019, 2020. So you're getting back, 2019. So you're getting back to those pre-COVID levels and then getting to that 2% per year growth rate.
Got it.
When we look at 2024 to date and then projecting for the rest of 2024 versus the projection for 2025, it's really about 1.5%, 1% increase. So it's really not that much. It's just the function of the budget.
Where's the 1.5% increase compared to the 8.6 that this is?
So if you look at 2024, so up on
Yeah.
the screen is 2024 budget.
Yeah.
So if you look at 2024 year to date through say August, and then what the passenger projection would be for the rest of the fiscal year, which would be through December, and then compare that to the budget 25 projection, it's not a 9% increase, it's more like a 1.5% increase.
That's year to date for 2024,
No,
but
what you see on the screen is what was projected on the budget for 24.
A year ago. That was what was presented in the budget and used for calculations a year ago.
we don't
And
have
what
the
Jason-
actual numbers
Jason
of
is
employments?
Jason is referencing the 1.5% to be what has actually been recorded at the airport through August and then anticipated.
And projected, yeah.
Yeah, and so the 1.5, the 364,579 is actually about 1.5% greater than that.
We present the budget to budget because the rates that are presented in here are budget rates that were adopted last year, and that was what was charged in 2024. So just so it's an even comparison, that's why we do budget to budget.
But neither of those numbers really reflect employments, actual employments. I mean, don't we have a count of actual employments?
You do, yeah, you keep a monthly count, yes.
But we don't have a full year count for 2024 yet. And then we
Right,
got-
so
we
that's
definitely
not year-to-date, that's projected for the whole year.
I think that was what we projected last year. And
So the 2024 is what was projected last year at this time, last year for 24. The 2025 is what we're projecting
now.
Based in large part on the year-to-date for '24,
Yeah,
and then the rest of the year '24, plus what we're seeing in airline schedules for '25, that's how we're getting to the '25 projection.
okay, I understand that, but I don't understand the discrepancy between 9% and 1.5%. Why is this coming out at 9%?
That's the difference between the '24 budget and the '25 budget.
Why, I know.
9% is
You're asking why we were so off?
Why is it so far off?
Well,
part of it was, again, coming out of COVID, you're rebounding to pre-COVID levels. And I think secondly, it's just, again, a function of how the forecast was developed a year ago. I suspect that 335 a year ago, 335,000, was based on year-to-date 2023 to that point in time, and then extrapolated for the remaining 3 to 4 months of the fiscal year to get to the 335.
Okay,
So
that helps.
So
also, that confidence factor of the 94%, so last year that was about 90%.
Okay. And so 2023, you're thinking was still COVID-ish?
I don't think you had fully recovered from COVID.
It was a skew.
Kelly has a question.
Okay.
Are the receipts that we collect are based on actuals, right?
Yes.
So we're being conservative in how we put money in a budget for us to plan for next year. But our receipts are gonna actually reflect, based on the proportions that we agreed to, what is happening on the ground.
Right. You'll see in a few slides that the landed weight will feed the calculation of the landing fee for 2025. That landing fee, calculated landing fee, or whatever landing fee is adopted by the board, will be charged to the airlines and general aviation beginning January 1, 2024.
And we're calculating that landing fee on a conservative budget projection.
Based on your budget numbers that were
Right.
presented previously
Yeah,
today.
so
Yes.
in the end, we're likely to collect the same or more. Got it.
And then the 15% increase in the signatory weight is because of the E-175 additional weight?
Correct.
Okay.
So, clear enough? Not really.
Fine.
It's hard to understand because we don't have all
It's
the.
just a really daunting number because there's so much pushback in this community about growth. So when the community sees 9%, if they saw that, they would freak out.
Well, in that 1.7%, let's say, annual growth rate, that's an average annual growth rate. So if you take 2019 and you had a bunch of dips in there for COVID and it comes back up, some years are going to have extremes, but when you average that out, you're looking at a more.
So the
Except that when we were working with the FAA to come up with projected growth rates, it was more like 1.8 or 2.1. It wasn't 7 or 9.
No, but now, again, we're averaging out over a number of years. If one year you're seeing a blip or it's a forecasted budget number where you're seeing it, that's different than an FAA forecast that's averaged
It's
out.
the trend line.
Trend line, exactly, 20 years.
It's a trend line over
It's
20
still
years.
weird. It's off by a factor of 6 compared to what we
Well, it's a
expected growth rates to be. So
anomaly.
Some of that's the rebound, as Brian was talking
Yeah.
to, though.
Right. I think I'm beginning to get it. So the message really is, we're still on an anticipated trend line of about 1.2, 1.6%. Is that fair to say that?
1.8 to
I think we're more
2.1.
1.8-ish.
I think
1.8.
FAA went with 2.1, did they not?
I thought they
I
went
think
with-
We wanted it to
they
be
wanted it to be-
1.8.
They wanted it to be we wanted it to be 1.2, 1.3. They wanted 2.1. We came back with a 1.8.
Oh, okay, thanks.
1.8, okay,
Yeah,
so we're
thank you
still
for that
there.
clarification.
And if I can, that confidence factor that I mentioned, so I mentioned for '24, we used 90%, so that would have been based on historical at that time. So you can see that for '25, that's now 94%, which means that actual in '24 and in '23, you've actually landed more aircraft in the schedule than what would have been historically projected. In other words, you had maybe better weather or other circumstances where you had more aircraft coming in that might have been projected in that budget for '24. So that might account for a lot of that increase too, of the actual versus budget.
Okay, now I understand. All right.
So the other considerations or inputs are operating and maintenance expenses. So these are two charts that compared the terminal, your airfield, and other direct cost centers and their budgets for 2024 to 2025. You can see that in 2024, the budget was estimated to be about 15.4 million, and in 2025, that amount is now 29 million, with the biggest change being in the airfield and primarily driven by the runway project. A year ago, the green section represented about $7.3 million, and for 2025, that amount is about $18.2 million. So you can see the impact of that one project on O&M expenses in just 1 year. Capital was covered in the previous presentation, so we've taken your capital plan and again divided it among the various cost centers. The terminal is estimated to be about 4 million of the 8.23 million, and 3 million of that is generally related to anticipated engineering fees for the modernization program, terminal design, and the projects that Dan was mentioning earlier. The airfield with just over $3 million, about half of that is associated with the snow removal equipment that was discussed. And then there's also in these various cost centers the allocation of the airport employee housing of 1.3 that's spread among all the others. So again, 8.2 million with all of this funded via the airport with no federal or state funds being made available.
And that terminal is design?
Design.
That's expensive design.
Yep, it's pricey stuff.
So next year's flyers should know their airline cost is contributing towards a future terminal.
Exactly. This is a breakdown of the non-airline revenues, again, for your various direct cost centers, general aviation, concessions, which would be obviously anything inside the terminal building, food, beverage, gift, et cetera, rental cars, parking, and other. Again, the general aviation a year ago was about 17.7 million, and it's anticipated to be about 22.3 million in 2025. You just completed an RFP on rental cars, so the blue section or the light blue section represents the anticipated increase in rental car revenue anticipated for 2025 as well.
What kinds of things are other?
So that would be like ground transportation, your contracts with your resorts and hotels for ground transportation privileges, Turo or Lyft, those types of ground transportation services. Thank you.
Car services and hotel vans.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe we can
Turning to
incentivize
the calculations themselves, this is a rather busy chart, but this shows the calculated airline proposed landing fee for fiscal year 25. So the top 1/3 section of this slide represents what's defined as the airfield requirement. So this takes the O&M expenses, both direct and indirect, for the airfield, aircraft rescue and firefighting, amortization, and small capital projects. So amortization represents those projects completed by the county in previous fiscal years, and then those thank you.
Much better.
Those expenses are then recouped, if you will, over the useful life of the asset. Basically, this is kind of viewing the county as acting as a bank for capital projects, and then it's recouping those funds that have been expended in ensuing fiscal years through rates and charges. So for 2025, you can see that that amount is just over or just shy of 1.1 million. So the total airfield requirement for 2025 is approximately 19.3 million. The county has historically granted credits to that requirement amount. The first two items are the fuel tax rebate from the state excise tax rebate, which totals about just around $1 million. And you'll see for 2025, there are two new credits that are being proposed for your consideration, and that is the use of airport fund balance to pay for the airfield maintenance project of about $8.8 million, and a discretionary application of non-airline revenue of just over $2 million. What this does is it reduces the overall airfield requirement from $19.3 million to about $7.5 million for 2025. Very much on level with where things were in 2024.
Can I ask one quick question?
Please, yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, could you explain what requirement means here, what the airfield requirement means?
That is the sum of both operating and maintenance expenses, capital projects, and amortization. So it's whatever, it's trying to capture what historically you are trying to recover as your cost of providing the airfield. So it means,
I get the numbers. I don't understand the word requirement. Why is it called requirement instead of, like that?
It's basically,
I don't know that word
yeah, it's
in
basically
this
the
context.
allocated cost that would be required to maintain the airfield or
Okay,
the
great.
terminal.
I get it. Thank you.
because the calculated rate is applied to both general aviation and the airlines, and those that is split among the airlines. The middle section here breaks out the allocation to the airlines, and so you can see that we basically take the requirement from above, and we say that of the 19.3 million, 9.9 million is attributable to the air carriers based on formula. And then after applying the credits, the airline requirement is 3.6 of the roughly 7.5. You take that net requirement, which is about 2/3 of the way down the screen of 3.6, you divide it by the anticipated landed weight of 518,000, and that results in a signatory landing fee of around $7 or $6.98, down a little bit from the amount that was charged in 2024.
And that's a fee per 1,000 pounds?
Yes.
Got it, thank you.
And that's because it's spread out over more landings?
Well, the weights, as you can see, the weight is definitely greater than what it was a year ago, and what we discussed earlier. And the other is those two new credits that are being proposed to be applied.
Okay.
Those are the primary drivers for the rate remaining pretty consistent with where it is today, actually down about 10% over the year. This is not deja vu, but it's very similar in terms of the layout. At the top is, again, the roll-up, if you will, of the overall requirement for the airfield applications of credits. And then the middle third of the slide is the allocation calculations for general aviation. The net general aviation requirement is 3.8 million of the 7.4. Divide that by the anticipated landed weight, and that results in a recommended landing fee for general aviation of $8.41.
What's the difference between the general and the seasonal?
So seasonal would be for instance, a charter operator or that may come in and bring in someone from Texas to ski for the weekend, come in and pick them back up. They would be charged a seasonal rate because they would just be a one-time operation.
And so they have a different algorithm for coming up with that?
Yes.
We don't have any seasonal, do we?
It's there in case you were to
I
get.
noticed at the front, you said we don't have X signature, well, yeah, it's on the front page.
Kelly?
It wouldn't be fair and reasonable and equitable to charge someone that would just show up like that, the same as airlines or general aviation who are routine users of your airport.
Help me understand the credit for use of fund balance and discretionary application of non-airline revenue.
It primarily comes down to affordability, that unless the county were to not, if the county were not to grant these two credits to the requirement, you'd be looking at about an $18 million requirement and a landing fee of on the order for airlines of about $19 per 1,000 pounds of weight. and for general aviation, about 1950, 1975, which is very high for any airport. So the assumption here is that the county would use its funds that are being basically generated through the new FBO agreement to be applied to this maintenance project in lieu of retaining those funds for future investment in airport modernization projects.
Where is the commercial land or fee charge?
So again, the top 1/3, when we get to the net airfield requirement on both of these slides is the same. The result is, with these calculations, of about 7.4 million.
Okay, so one is $698 for the commercial landing fee charge per ticket. Is that right?
Yes, and then the GA would be $841
Per plane?
per landing.
Per
yes.
1,000
Per
pounds.
1,000
Excuse me,
Oh,
per
yeah.
1,000 pounds, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry.
Kelly, or sorry, Patty has a question.
Yeah, we've been asked repeatedly recently by the public why we can't just charge a higher landing fee to help
To
pay
GA.
for GA, but for GA primarily, but some people have asked why we can't charge it for everybody, just charge them more to use our airport, but primarily GA. Could you, just again to be clear so the public who might be listening can understand why we can or can't do that?
Especially since you've got in your notes, number one is non-airline revenue is applied to reduce the airfield requirement solely at the discretion of the county. So when I read that, it's at our discretion. How far does our discretion go?
Well, let me answer my,
Yeah, tag that onto, I think it's
Again,
part of the same thing.
If those two new credits, the 8 points, roughly 8.8 and the 2.1 were not to be applied, in other words, if the county chooses not to do that, your landing fee would be among the highest in the nation, both commercial and general aviation. It would be fair to assume considerable pushback from both the airlines serving this market and general aviation that those fees are fair, reasonable, especially if they were to become aware of a fund balance on the order of magnitude that you have today.
can I further that? And for the commercial, would we be led to believe that it's possible that the airlines would flip that over into charges that the people flying commercial would end up paying?
It's a tough
It could happen.
jump to say that there is a nexus between those two. What the airlines look at is profitability.
Okay.
And they have profitability expectations for various markets. And they would look at a $19 landing fee to say, can we still make the profit margin that we
And if
need?
not, they'd roll it into a passenger ticket price or whatever.
Or they decrease service.
So, wait, the other question I have,
get to
though,
go
we
next.
couldn't discriminate and say, we're only gonna raise GA to here, we're not gonna raise commercial, because that would be blatant discrimination. Correct. Okay. Just
Another-
wanted the public to hear those explanations, thank you.
And another argument that an aircraft operator could make is the fact that our landing fees our capital or operating maintenance costs have gone up precipitously based on our inability for FAA funds, but those are things beyond the operator's control. Therefore, it'd be difficult for us to pass all that direct cost off to them. That could be considered an issue.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know, I think it's an issue we should consider further. I mean, this is an extraordinary circumstance to not have FAA funding help repair a runway with a crack down the middle of it, So I don't, we need that $8.5 million to build a new terminal. Like, it's not funny money, that's real money to advance a real community goal. And, until we suss out this mess, asking everyone to pay more to fly in and out of here doesn't seem all that unreasonable to me.
That might be a difficult and this is what some of the things we're hearing kind of behind the scenes, that they're paying more for things that they're not responsible for necessarily. The operators aren't. It's for other reasons outside their control. The fees and the maintenance or the lack of funds coming in isn't their fault. Why are they paying for it?
Yeah, but this is a charge that passengers are paying for.
Well, the
That
passengers.
pilot plane owners are paying for.
Yes, and
True, but-
all things remaining equal, if the airport had an approved ALP, that $8.787 million would be more like $435,000.
Right.
Because the airport receives entitlement funding from the FAA every year. That's a formulatic equation that says, based on the number of passengers that have already paid into the Airport and Airways Trust Fund of the federal government, every time they buy their ticket, they pay into that fund. And each year, the FAA pays money out of that to airports based on formula and at their discretion based on the merits of a project. So a user, be it an airline or the general aviation community also, because they pay taxes that go into that fund as well, could look at this and say, well, we've already paid our share of this. Why are you double charging me now to turn around just because you don't have an approved ALP? Why am I being asked and my passengers being asked to pay for this again out of no fault of their own? Opportunity cost is basically what it is.
I'm going to go to Francie before I go to you.
I have a few questions. So aren't the entitlement funds, don't you get those entitlement funds whether or not you have an ALP?
Absolutely, but you cannot. But we cannot use them. That's the problem. So they're buildings. Yeah, we can. The FAA will not allow us to take grant funding and put it into pavement that's not lasting or to an airfield that doesn't meet safety standards. So they have given us a prohibition. They are still compiling, but we can't use them.
For 3 years. If you don't use them within
Then you
3
lose them.
years, you lose them.
And somebody else.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
And that was, I believe the county was in that situation in the late 20-teens, where it had entitlement allocations made by the FAA, but were unable to use them, and those funds were not.
Why were we unable to use them then?
Because I think that was back when the environmental assessment was going through, and there just weren't any approved
We didn't
projects.
adopt the 2018.
So,
We had reaction to the
So
2018 ALP.
those funds are gone and not able to, so once you reach that 3-year max, they're no longer available to you.
Okay. And then last year, or whenever it was, to where we looked at these rates before, we were really low on our rates. So now we had such a significant jump that now we'd be one of the highest if we went higher. I thought we compared it to a lot of other airports last year. Maybe it wasn't last year, maybe it was 2 years ago or whatever. I remember thinking, oh, well, we're charging so much less than this airport and that airport. Is my memory?
Historically, there have been benchmarking analyses done. I don't know if it's been in the past 2 years or not, but, in 2024, the airline landing fee rate was $775, and that was up over 2023. I don't recall the actual delta. The general aviation was $918, and again, that was up over 2023 as well. So the landing fee rates have been increasing. The terminal rate also is increasing, and has been increasing over the past several years. So they've all been growing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we made some decisions to increase them, but now you feel like we've played that out, we've gone far enough?
I think if the decision is to apply the proposed credits or not to apply the proposed credits, I think the not taking the proposed credits send you into a new stratosphere.
Okay. What's the average weight of like a CRJ 700?
67,000 pounds.
67,000?
Right.
So 67 times that number.
Yep.
It's per 1,000, right?
Yes.
That's not very much. 67 times $7, or is that what we're talking about?
Well, the total anticipated airline revenue from landing fees for 2025 is anticipated to be about 4% greater with the credits over 2024. 2024 is estimated to be about $3.5 million. 2025 is estimated to be about
Right,
3.6.
but, I mean, but per plane,
Right.
67 times $7 is not very much, but anyway. And then, I thought that when we went through this the last time, that, and I can see now a little bit of error in my thinking, I think. So I thought that we had to set the fees according to exactly what we needed, and that's what you're trying to do here. That's the requirement word. So that's where that comes from. So were we to raise it above that, it would be a little bit arbitrary.
That's correct.
Okay.
What you want to look at in the airfield particularly is the historical cost.
Yeah, I think I get it now. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Patty?
So I'm just gonna tag on to Francie's, how much does a CRJ 700 weigh? What about the E-175?
It's heavier.
75,000.
75, I think, it was in the slide deck earlier.
So, okay, so the weightier, but what my real point was going to be is the fact that these rates and charges go back before the National Business Aircraft Association, the NBAA, and through the AOPA. So it's not, and they weigh in, no pun intended, on where our landing fees are and our rates and charges. So if we were to make a jump and raise our landing fees to double or whatever because of numbers and what we feel is just and fair, what we feel may not be seen as just and fair to these two organizations, which would come back to us to, what are you guys doing?
Correct.
Okay.
Have you all considered all the scenarios that we're just being introduced to here today regarding, it just doesn't seem like, it's still hard to make a lot of sense of this. And you're presenting a case, and I'm assuming you've considered all the options, but I kind of think you're advocating for us, but I feel as if you're pushing back because we're still so new to this, we don't know what we're talking about yet.
Actually did go through a number of scenarios back and forth over several conference calls about how much do we apply here, how much credits do we do this.
Right. And how conservative are you if you're worried about lawsuits or getting in trouble with, we've got a community that's telling us to tell the FAA to go pound sand. Mm-hmm. Are we being too worried about what the AOPA or anyone else is thinking? It's like, well, if we're on a stance, I just want to understand where we are and how conservative are we in our approach. And I'm not suggesting we become less conservative, but I just want to understand, how bold are we being in trying to figure out, we don't know what the outcome of November 6th will be, 5th will be. Right. But, how bold can we be and how bold, what options are we going to have? I'm just trying to understand this.
I think part of the argument here too is this is something we can contemplate each year as far as, we're applying $2 million, a little bit more of our FBO revenue as a credit this year. But next year, if we start receiving, like in '26, if we start receiving funds, we can pull back on that perhaps a little bit. So we'll recheck this every year. However, if we don't, the runway costs could be twice what they are this year, perhaps, to maintain. So we may have to apply more. So it's one of those things we're probably going to have to evaluate year after year.
I imagine we will.
She's first.
Let me just tag on, but this is not new. We've been doing this every year.
Yeah, we've been doing it every year.
So this is not a new formula. This is not a new. This is just every year we have to reevaluate how the numbers fit into the formula.
Yep. I think the real rub here is that if we're telling the FAA to pound sand, so to speak, they're not telling the FAA to pound sand. So as an operator, that's where things get tricky.
Francie and then Kelly.
So it's not about the money. It's not about getting the money. Mm-hmm. It's about making a statement about general aviation at the Aspen Airport. And so I'm just wondering, so could somebody just give me a number, figure it out in the next few minutes? What, for one of those big jets that flies in, what's it going to cost them to land at the airport? I don't know how much they weigh and stuff. Would somebody just figure that out for me? Because it seems to me these are really small numbers.
$800.
Everybody's looking up.
Yeah, it's hardly any money. It's not very much money. These people are billionaires. Why are we fretting over $800?
But that's the problem where you start to get discriminatory. If you're treating the airlines differently than you're charging a general aviation aircraft, that's where things get. And I hear you, Francie. I mean, we really do. But that's where things get tricky. And you also have lobbyists behind the scenes. You know, there's a whole bunch. There's a whole number
Over
of-
$800?
I
Doesn't
agree.
matter if
adds
it
up.
was $1.80, they
What we
would
need is
still-
more billionaires to fly commercial.
Well, I mean, the thing I'm getting hung up on here is at no point in the last 5-year plan did we say we're gonna take $8.8 million to subsidize landing fees for any flyer, you know, at no point. You know, and so I feel like it's like, okay, so now, you know, we have to pull out of savings to do a very important runway maintenance project, undoubtedly. We're gonna spend that money. But now we're taking it out of and away from the future purposes to which we had allocated and planned for on behalf of our community, and not ask anyone to pay that back in.
I think, you know, honestly,
It's not a shared burden, you know, and I'm struggling with that. Maybe the subsidy has to be less. Maybe it's 4 million and not 8 million, you know, like maybe we sort of split the difference here, like,
Or we don't
you
do
know.
the credits.
Well, that's what the credit, you know.
The credit.
Yeah. So, you know, that's just what I'm saying. Like, it's like, this is a real pivot.
well, it was also a real pivot for the FAA all of a sudden to pull our
Oh,
funds in
100%.
2024.
Yeah.
You know, when I look at this, it's oddly coincidental that all of a sudden we're getting additional revenue from an FBO at the same time the FAA pulled the funds. We're actually lucky in a sense, because then we're not drawing out of our unrestricted fund balance, or our savings account that we have now. We're just taking revenue that we're getting, extra revenue that we just happen to be getting because of things just came together, and applying it.
No,
So-
we're closing the hose factor, Dan.
Yes, you're right,
We're
you're
not,
right.
we're getting exactly what we're entitled
You're
to, that
true,
we have
you're
not
right.
been getting.
True.
You know?
We're just,
So having them pay more now, or for a year, or for 2 years, maybe isn't like, I don't know. It's not that far a leap for me.
and that's why we went round
You know,
and round.
ostensibly, we're gonna sort this all out in the next 6 months. We're gonna have a plan. We're gonna know what it is. We're gonna know if the FAA has given us money. This is a 1-year budget.
Yep.
So,
And that's actually.
like, who's gonna
why-
fight us over a year, right?
Everyone is paying.
Yep.
Well, I don't know.
But potentially, and so that's. Well, it's a good thing my mic wasn't on. No, I think, you know, I think our concern and the problem we are solving for may be different than where the board's at, and this is ultimately the board's decision. I think we're using the same logic to say we've got a 1-year issue here. And so in order to provide consistency across those years, we would issue the credit and avoid the, you know, the arguments and such and the challenges that would ensue for this 1 year while we're trying to do the other work. If this becomes a permanent situation, which it could, I think that's a really different conversation for all of us. But if the board, you know, I do think we will be absorbed with dealing with a lot of challenges to these increases for that 1-year period. And that is part of the reason we were suggesting the bridge, which is the credits. If that is not where the board wants to go, I think we are perfectly within our rights by these calculations to go ahead and increase the landing fees. And then I think we can expect that we'll have a lot of process to deal with going forward while we're also trying to work on other projects. So that was part of, I think, our logic was to even that out. But again, I think if the board disagrees with using that credit because it is bridging a 1-year issue that would otherwise be depreciated, then we go out. I just think
This
we're gonna
seems
have a
like
lot
it's
of
like $10
challenges.
million to avoid a lawsuit. That's a real expensive settlement.
Could you
You know,
explain the credit?
that's
So,
taking
again-
away from, I mean, that's 10% of the money that that's the money we have to come up with for, you know, a match for on $100 million. Like, I mean, it's very real money. It's a lot.
And are the credits real money, or are they just saying, oh, we're gonna give you less value here so you don't have to pay such large fees? How do the credits work? Could you explain that?
So the 8.8 million would be proposed to be taken from existing fund balance or fund balance that may grow into 2025.
So we would be paying it instead of landing fees paying it, is what you're saying?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
The 2.1 million is basically a reallocation of some of those non-airline revenues that we showed earlier. So it's, it's recognized in revenue in your accounting system, but then it's given as a credit versus flowing to the bottom line.
Okay.
For the airline rates.
And what's your justification for our doing that? Why do you think that's important, other than that somebody like, not Bill Gates, because he probably wouldn't complain, but somebody like him, they're not going to complain about $800 or $1,000 compared to $800. I mean, why would they? They spend that in a restaurant in 20 minutes.
I am never stymied by what general aviation operators complain about when it comes to cost. That's probably the nicest way I can put it.
I'm never stymied by the extent to which the airlines push back on rate increases.
$10 million is a lot to bowl over, you know? I don't know.
Well, it's an exceptional circumstance on all accounts, right?
Yes,
You
yes.
typically do not have a runway where you make repairs that don't last more than a year, right? That's a problem.
Yeah.
That we have right now that we have not historically had. We hope in the future not to have, and that other airports that we're comparing ourselves to don't have. We also anticipate that this will be a 1 year, we hope, kind of issue, that we'll be able to start amortizing out these repairs, because that's the real issue, right? Is we can't amortize out these repairs over the life that the repairs should be lasting, which is why we're having all these difficulties we're having right now. And we were looking at sharing responsibility with that, and those credits can go at any level, right? Whatever, from 0 to what we've proposed, which is we're going to absorb the risk and we're going to absorb the impacts of this unique situation for this 1 year period. That's what is recommended.
No, I
here.
get that.
Yeah.
So let me ask a question then. Can we create a repayment over 5 years? Like, can we add that in over the next 5 years so that we're not, it's not a doubling, it's a
So that's,
spread out
that would be
repayment
very
back into the
similar to
fund?
amortization. The challenge, though, is that when you amortize a project, it's typically a capital project that would be recouped over the useful life of the asset, and not a maintenance project that will only have a shelf life of 1 or 2 years. So that's the challenge with amortizing any or all of that roughly $8.8 million is.
I have a suggestion.
You let him finish.
Oh, I thought he was finished.
No, I'm fine.
Okay,
Good.
go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we just not lower them? Like,
Keep them
they,
constant.
obviously, they're not going to freak out if they have the same fees this next year as they've had this year. So why are we lowering them? Let's at least not lower them and then adjust the credits to reflect that. What about that as a suggestion? Just for GA
Sure.
for right now. I'm just thinking GA for right now. I don't, or okay, both.
You'd have to do both.
Both.
We'd have
both.
to do mechanically,
Yeah.
the way
Do
that it would
both
work
equal.
is that in that scenario, so you'd have the 8.8 million, right? And call that a credit or call it use of the unrestricted funds, right? But then it's that discretionary credit, which you're saying if you don't have that discretionary credit, then yes, the rates do go up. And they would go up for both airlines and GA in proportion to the ratios that are set as part of the methodology.
But you could adjust the 2.143 million to keep rates constant. That
Yeah.
is, yes.
I mean, to me, that would be the minimum that I would recommend, that we at least keep it steady and we don't reduce it. I cannot justify reducing it. I just don't see that this year. If it were 5 years from now, maybe, but.
So what do we have to do today? What's up?
I think it would be good to get some direction on if the board would like to see any level of credit, right? So Francie, you just offered, I think I'm hearing everything from, no, we should absorb this full amount into the fees to there's a sliding scale. I think we can do any of the above. Am I correct?
Keep them constant. Again,
You
it's
could adjust that discretionary
You
credit
could
to keep it constant.
keep them up.
We get
You
our fuel
could
replaced.
provide half the credit that staff has recommended and let the fees float up that way if you want to share responsibility a different way. These are options. I think it would be good to get some, at least general if we're going to need to come back, some general direction where this board might like to see us do more work. That would be really helpful today.
That's where I want to go. Patty?
Yeah, I think a happy medium would be to give the credit at half, because it's the first time we would, rather than the full 9 yards, and then adjust the landing fees accordingly.
I'd rather base the I'd rather work backwards from keeping the rate the same and then figure out whatever credit that amounts to.
Okay.
I'd like to do it that way. Rather than arbitrarily picking a credit, I'd like to have the credit depend on
Well, what is your policy goal? I'm confused.
not giving them a break. That's
Yeah,
my,
but so then it's, we're gonna use some of our savings to, we're gonna draw down
Cover
on
the
some
fact
of
that
our
we don't have an
savings.
ALP, which in fact is partly our fault because we've been engaged in public process instead of getting an ALP. That was our choice. So I do think we have some responsibility
Yeah.
for those decisions.
To the community for those decisions.
This is a
No.
one-time thing, because who knows what's gonna happen in the middle, in November.
I'm
2
just
weeks.
looking for a solution right now so that we can have an, landing fees settled before January 1st.
So you're suggesting you want to leave them alone?
I want to leave them alone, and then the credits will reflect that, whether it's taking away one of the credits or however. I mean, I don't know exactly what that would come out to be.
And then we have a deadline, quote unquote, to submit our landing fees and charges to these other two groups.
Yes, we'll have to go back and
So
reevaluate
October
that with them.
29th.
Yes, because we need to get this ultimately into our vector landing system that charges these, and usually they need about 30 days to make that adjustment, so.
On top of this, we have a deadline. So whatever, I think we need to look at it further
Yeah.
in a timely manner.
Certainly would like to revisit it in what time we can. I don't think I'm prepared to change your recommendation yet, only because I'm not sure what the consequences are, one for our commercial aviation passengers. If we find out that everybody, which is a large percentage of locals, air tickets get raised because we've done this, and it really isn't making a huge dent in what we're trying to do, it's counterproductive. So I know there are other considerations that we need to review, and I'm not confident enough to make a change. That's where I am. So I mean,
Up or down? What do you mean? Which?
I'd like to go with their recommendation, but then I want to call it up for review so we can understand it more thoroughly and understand what the consequences are for commercial air travelers,
When you
many
say
of whom
call it
are
up,
locals.
like before
Well,
the 29th, when they have to take
I
it
think
to-
this year we leave it alone, and, situation is changing. Maybe this is a future year conversation, but I'm not prepared to throw a monkey wrench into this because I don't understand it well enough, and I'm not sure what the consequences are for our traveling public. Whether or not somebody with a private jet can afford it isn't the question. The question is, what does this do to the people trying to visit their kids at school, or locals who use 30% of our commercial air traffic are locals.
Well, it doesn't do anything if we don't change the rate, right?
It may not, but it
That's
all
not true.
depends.
It draws down the savings that we have been building up to pay for a terminal.
Yeah.
No, I meant it the other way around. I mean, like he's saying, he doesn't want the rates to go up because it'll affect people, but I'm only suggesting we keep them the same. So why would that change people's experience buying a ticket to Aspen?
I was thinking,
One additional hit you'll see that the airlines are going to have in this is the terminal rents are going up a fair amount, just due to an aging facility.
So they're already paying for a new
They're going to
terminal.
get hit
Double hit.
twice otherwise. Or one will stay the same and then they're getting hit.
Right.
This essentially helps not offset much of it, but some.
And then we have to decide, is the fight we get into it with them worth the actual increased or revenue we would take from it.
One thing we could do is decrease the credit by half, which isn't a random number. It's half of the number that's presented. We could do that without affecting the landing.
Oh, no, if we take the credit by half, it's gonna go up from what I did last year.
That's clarification.
Steve
I
has
don't
one
want to know that
Okay,
until, I don't
thank
want to
you.
do that until
Thanks
I know how it's.
Thanks for doing my job. I appreciate it. You can see, Steve, thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering what do the airlines do with, if their landing fee goes up from what we have posted here? Do they just pass that on to the passengers? Same way with their rent. Does that increase the ticket prices or the passenger facility charge or what? I think that would maybe help us answer some of the questions that have been asked, if we could find out that information.
I think it's more a function of how the airlines, again, view the profitability of the market, and whether rates go up to a point where an airline says, I cannot afford to fly this route 3 times a day. I can only afford to do it 2 times a day because I've got a profit margin that I'm trying to meet for a particular market. I think that would be the consideration more so than being able to pass rates and charges along to the consumer. That's, I think that's a different kind of equation.
Steve, finish.
Would that be likely to happen if the rates stayed the same as this year, or only if they went up significantly?
Up significantly, I think would. Typically, what you hear from the airlines is that anything over 10% has to be taken back to quote-unquote corporate, which means they have to take that up to their finance group and to others that make decisions on routes. The people that this would be presented to are airline property representatives, and they have people they need to go back and coordinate things with. So that's kind of the discussion they would go back and have. So that, at least that's what we see at other airports, is that when the rates jump by more than 10% or so, that they begin to have those kinds of remarks and conversations.
But would they even blink if the rates didn't change? They're not expecting the rates to go down, are they? And why would they?
No, they wouldn't. If they, again, if they remain unchanged, you probably still get pushback because they would say Aspen is not necessarily the most affordable place to operate to and from. But if rates remain the same, I think they would see that as a good faith effort on your part of trying to keep their cost of doing business here reasonable.
A discretionary credit of 1.4 million instead of the, what was it, 2.1 would keep the rates
The same.
the same.
Thank you for crunching those numbers.
It's not exactly 1.4, but that's
Yeah,
ballpark,
right.
yes.
Well, that's where I'd be, but
What happens in the out years when we pay for a whole brand new project? Thinking about the rates.
Well, prior to COVID, we worked on developing some of those scenarios, and we had some introductory types of conversations with the airlines. One of the key metrics that the airlines look at, in addition to any overall revenue increases or rate increases, is what's referred to as the cost per enplaned passenger. So a cost per enplaned passenger is just that. It's what's the total cost to the airline to operate in terms of airline fees charged by an airport proprietor for landing, terminal rents, et cetera, divided by the number of passengers that they bring through the terminal. Your Aspen's cost per enplaned passenger is around $18 today. Again, this was pre-COVID, earlier calculations of the overall project cost. I think we were calculating at that time somewhere in the order of $65 to $69 per cost per enplaned passenger.
And what is it now?
It's like 18 to 19.
Okay.
However, bear in mind that those calculations were prepared prior to the FBO agreement being renegotiated and those additional revenues coming to bear to the airport. So one of the thoughts was, and again, we haven't worked with Dan on updating those forecasts, but again, one of those thoughts would be you would take the delta or that increase in those FBO revenues, use it as general airport revenue to help retire the debt. That helps bring down the requirement for the airlines. So that was kind of that thought process in terms of what the increased FBO revenues could help with, whether it's terminal airfill costs or wherever the debt is applied. So you would have those increased revenues. You would have PFC revenue that would be applied to the debt service, and then the other general airport revenues, bringing together to help retire the debt and the debt service requirement, coverage requirements as well.
Over 30 years.
Yes, if that's the term of the.
So what are
of the
we so
bonds.
worried about if our near horizon is going to result in
The airlines.
a significant increase in these fees anyway? Why, like,
The airlines.
in one way or another, it's getting paid for.
Let's say that the airlines in 2019 did not ask for Penn to sign a new agreement for a $63 or $65 CPE. There was concern expressed about the increased cost of doing business here with that level of cost per enplaned passenger. Now, whether that went back to the corporates, because again, it was only one or two very preliminary meetings, and it was based on very preliminary cost estimates at the time.
Is it fair to say that happens in all airports when new air terminals and runways get built?
From an 18 to a 65?
Or for an increase in, we're talking
There
about
are-
8 to.
There are
not 18.
increases, but nowhere, you'd have to go to New York, Los Angeles, those airports to see that order of magnitude increase. Would you say, Jason?
Yeah, although those airports are already very high, so.
Right. Right.
I just don't think, I don't know, I'm not told.
Well, we have
Okay.
first reading on this on November 20th, because we have to approve this in a public meeting, correct?
Sixth, I think, Patty.
I didn't
I
see
think
it on
it's
our
the
agenda.
6th and the 20th.
I didn't see
I
it
think
on
it
our
was
agenda.
First reading is 6.
Yeah.
I saw it
So
was
where do we
6th.
stand? You're thinking about bringing us a different proposal, or we're going to talk about it more? I'm confused about where we are.
I want to understand who you're working for. Like, you're working for us, you're our consultant, but the advocacy doesn't seem, it seems like
It's
you're
not on our
so
agenda for
concerned
this.
about the airlines or someone else. I'm thinking,
Well,
wait a
Limiting our
minute.
liability.
Well, I wouldn't say,
Joe,
again,
I will get back to Patty on that
this
one.
is,
'Cause
this
I
is
think it was set
the
for 6th and
methodology
20.
that has been used at the Aspen-Pitkin County
Right.
Airport for the last 4 to 5 years, at least, that we've been involved with.
Right.
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as advocacy. It's only to the extent that in bringing this recommendation
second
forward
reading on the
today
20th.
was working
No
with
first reading.
staff over the past several weeks saying what, if any, could be a reasonable credit or an expectation that would be put forward. And, the 8 to 10% decrease was what came forward. And that's basically, cover the cost of the maintenance from fund balance and look at some form of credit was what is proposed. As at the end, as we indicated before, and as you all well know, the rate is ultimately set by the board. So it's, where policy
right.
decision based on where you all
There's the
desire to
rub.
go.
And directionally, as we've seen, mathematically, what you do to the airlines directionally is what's gonna happen to GA. So you can't make one go up and the other
Right,
go
we
down.
can't, we can't
It's-
control that, right, okay. So anyway, I don't want to sound too critical
And
or
I wanna
aggressive, I'm
be-
just trying to understand where we stand and how this works, because clearly this isn't just our decision, and it's not our money either, but we have to make a discretionary decision. I want to make sure we understand what we're doing.
And I want to be clear that they are operating in conversation with staff. And so, rightly or wrongly, what staff recommended, because we had so many exceptional circumstances that came together in the same year, was that we choose a methodology that would be as consistent as possible had we not had all of these exceptional things happening over the year, which did result in the recommendation of a credit. Part of that was driven by the, by us being able to get our FBO contract where it should be, and having those resources, which are also largely paid by these same users at the end of the day, right? And so that was part of our logic is, you know, we have the FBO revenues coming in, that is paid by both our commercial and GA users. We have these one-year exceptional circumstances driven by a lot of factors, some of which were in our control, some of which were not. And the fact that it was going to go for 1 year, and I think if we had major changes to the fees, it is going to drive a lot of conversation and relitigating these decisions with the board that we gave direction to our consultants that, you know, that is kind of the direction, because they had calculated it all different ways for us. So I just want to be clear. I want to
Already done
own,
that brain
I want to
damage.
own
You're owning
having
it.
that recommendation. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Kelly.
No, it just seems prudent to me that perhaps we need to do multi-year planning on this. You know, given the horizon ahead for having a big project, trying to figure out how this does relate to all these, managing expectations and getting some policy agreement on implementing that. It just doesn't make sense to me for this to be like a year by year thing when, you know, frankly, we can have a broader conversation and think more in the future and how 1 year plays into that future trajectory.
That's reasonable.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, Francie and then Patty, then we've got to end,
I don't
close
have
this
anything
Quick
out.
question for Jason. So that was about $1 million difference between what we're gonna credit and what we wouldn't credit. Is that what you,
think it was
or was it
a little-
800,000 or?
A little less than $1 million difference, I think. What was it, 1.4 to 2.1?
Yeah,
Something like that.
800,000.
So.
Does that satisfy you?
Yeah, so we haven't come to an agreement among us, so what happens? Where are we?
Well, we need to move it forward, and on first reading, we'll probably have another conversation to hopefully bring
First
some
reading
clarity
is
to
the
this.
6th, it's just not noticed on our agenda.
Do we feel we have direction to make the changes we need to make? Or are we bringing forward what we've just brought
Some
forward?
options.
I don't feel like I've got direction from y'all what to do.
I want to
here.
understand the options we've kicked back at you. Probably the most conservative one, which would be Francie's, I think. What if we, on the 6th, we were able to understand the differences and the consequences between what's been presented to us and what, I'm going to say Francie, because it seems like the least radical shift from what you've brought to us. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I don't know what
So
you just said.
I think what I'm hearing is maybe
Keeping the
run,
reins.
and I think this is pretty, I'm going to say easy within your spreadsheets because you do it and not me, but is maybe bring back the, you know, no charge, something, or no
Change.
No
change. God.
No
No
change
charge.
versus proposed
Whose side am I
change.
on? Yeah. No charge.
You're on
No
my side.
change.
Change, no change. Doing the credit halfway, and then the full credit, as we said, and then
Look at
we will
those
be
options.
looking for you guys to make a.
And I
make a
think
decision
Kelly would
at
like to have on the table no credit. Is that correct?
I think John said that, but I didn't hear the rest
I
of
didn't hear
you
him say
chime
that.
I
in
kept
on
saying
that.
no change. I think I meant no credit.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
You got it there.
No,
So
wait a
given
minute.
that
Those
array
are
of
two very
choices-
different things.
So
No
I
change
think
and
what
no credit.
Francie was looking for is no change in current fees. We have the no subsidy going in, a halfway point in what we have today.
So there are multiple
four
options.
options.
And the thing is,
Three options.
if you just come in on the 6th, I think our packet is going to have to get to us as soon as possible so we can understand what we're talking about.
Sure.
You know, do
First
our
reading is
due
the
diligence.
6th.
Okay. We can
So-
do that.
Seems like a lifetime away right now, the 6th.
Thank you.
Thanks, nice to see you.
Thanks for coming. You're going to say, well, I think I'm going to go Zoom next time.
And in a way, it may make more sense to understand what the results of the election are while you're making this decision.
Well, there's that too.
We won't know on
day
the 6th
after.
yet.
Right.
Sure we will.
Oh,
County
yeah,
elections.
I'm sure the presidential
11
election.
Now, we've
We'll
got to
know
keep
on the
moving.
4th.
We are, I think we're going to try to get through future discussion as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Are you guys ready to roll out, or is there more?
quickly need to go through the terminal?
We've got more.
They're only halfway
there's
through the.
more.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there is
Sorry
more,
that
but
we
as far as the
short
rates
stopped
go,
you.
I think just the terminal was the last one.
So
to
the terminal,
go through.
again, the board has reviewed the recommended rate historically
I think
and
we're
then set
fine
that
with that.
rate. So again, think about the requirement being what it takes to deliver the terminal to your users today, and there are three components. The O&M expenses, amortization, and small capital projects for 2025 based on budget data. That's estimated to be about 6.4 million. Just in the past, that amount is divided by the usable square footage of the current terminal building, just over 49,000 square feet, to arrive at a terminal rental rate. There's several classifications for the airport. There's interior space, there's exterior space. That exterior space is not conditioned, so it is it's a reduced rate. But you can see for 2025, the rate is anticipated to increase by 12% to 129.36 and 43.12.
Per what?
Square foot.
Square foot. Anybody have
Square
a
foot?
problem with that?
No.
I'm ready to go with your recommendation. Thank you.
No homework on the terminal.
Just the landing fees. Okay.
All right.
And again, the actuals are based on actuals. So.
Thank you for that, and we'll we'll look forward to seeing the next tranche of material from you to help us get to November 6th.
We'll see whether they actually show up in person to deal with us again. They might go back to Zoom.
Yeah.
Depends on the results. of
And we
November.
appreciate the work you put into it. It's just trying to get up to speed to understand how this happens.
Okay, let's.
Really
see, where
appreciate
are
you
we?
guys coming up here.
No, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for
Okay,
this.
we've got to keep moving. Now we're behind. We're way
Yes,
behind.
we are.
So future agendas, I assume that's going to be a very short conversation.
I don't
Yeah,
have
we were going to do calendars for next year. We're going to push that to another meeting.
Thank you.
I just want to make you aware the APSHA interviews are scheduled November 7th from 10:30 to 11 instead of trying to work them in before the Wednesday meeting on the 6th. Does that work for folks?
Sure.
Kelly.
I'm not going to be here on the 7th.
Or
I'll
online.
watch the interviews though.
Are you okay
You'll
with that?
catch up
Yes.
after. Great.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to CCAT's retreat,
Great.
which is the 7th and 8th.
All right.
And then the other thing we would like to add a brief executive session to the end of the meeting tomorrow. If we're ending early, it looks like we have a lighter agenda.
We'll see.
I have
Are we having
SCORM
some
night
things
tomorrow night.
continued?
She's got to be out of here.
I have SCORM night.
Okay,
Okay.
if we
But
have
it's
If
at
we have
7.
time, we're going to add an exec to the
I
end.
have
So
to
when
be
we
there at
go in,
6:45.
we'll leave the exec
I have to
open.
leave at
We've
5:15.
got short-term rentals, we've got a major land use application, we got mitigation at the distillery. Yeah,
done
no big
Yeah,
deal.
no problem. We'll
If
get
we
through
don't
it.
have time, we won't do it.
What
but
was
it
the
on?
topic?
It is regarding airport layout plan.
Oh, got it.
I hope
Oh,
it's not
that,
it.
okay. Thanks. Okay, can we go to open discussion?
Talk about
Yes.
the airport.
Okay, John, you're up first on open discussion.
Yeah, and I think Rai was going to try and come down if he's listening, but a letter was distributed to you all that I received from John Bauer at the FAA last week. This letter basically raises concerns from the FAA that if decision-making power were to be removed from this board for the purposes of determining the runway dimensions or future projects at the airfield, that we would likely be out of compliance with grant assurance number 5, which is preserving rights and powers, that states that Pickens County will not take or permit any action which would operate to deprive it of any of the rights and powers necessary to perform any or all of the terms, conditions, and assurances in this grant agreement without the written approval of the Secretary, and will act promptly to acquire, extinguish, or modify any outstanding rights or claims of right of others which would interfere with such performance by the sponsor. This shall be done in a manner acceptable to the Secretary. They have foreshadowed that if your authority is removed, they may choose to pursue a Part 16 action. And I think it would be staff's interpretation that based on this letter, we would not be allowed to apply for any discretionary federal grants, as we would not be able to confirm that we would be able to comply with this grant assurance number 5 in the future, that any grant application be subject to a vote. So I just want to pause there because that letter did come in last week. It's of interest, and we suspect there will be some questions about it.
Great, thank you. Kelly has a question.
Do we know if any similar letters to this effect have been sent to other airports?
Yes, Utah, I'm forgetting the name of the airport now.
Oh,
Heber.
Heber.
Yeah, Heber.
Who?
Yeah, Heber.
Heber City.
It's a general
Heber
aviation
City.
airport.
We were aware of that. That was a little bit different situation, and maybe why the FAA took a little bit longer responding. In that case, the board itself was putting a question on to proactively put to the voters a decision about a project on the airfield. They received a very similarly toned letter at that point. In that case, they did remove the question from the ballot because that was their decision. You all were in a little bit different profile here, and I think the FAA took time to just review the questions that are on the ballot.
Why is it a different profile?
I have another question.
Because this was petitioned.
Oh.
And we had no choice by state
I want
statute.
Kelly to follow up before
Sorry,
we all
yeah,
jump
thank
in.
you. And,
Do they have copies? John, do you have copies?
okay. I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if have they followed through on this type of statement anywhere else for other reasons
Well,
relative
with
to grant
others, you mean?
assurance 5?
Are you talking about with others, or are you with precedents elsewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're going to assume that there's precedent for this, but I'd rather get into what are the potential, what does this mean
What is Port 16?
in particular, and then what are the potential consequences of this beyond this? And
Well, I think to start to answer Kelly's question, then I'd like to kick it back over to Ryan, Dan on the more, the real answer to that question. But
thank you.
The FAA's primary objective, just like it is with us when we get into a regulatory position, is to seek compliance, not punishment, right? There are several potential avenues available to the FAA that I'll let Ryan, Dan talk about. Should there be a negative finding in a Part 16 complaint, but their main goal is compliance. And so I think what you see is, like in the case of Heber, once there was compliance, there wasn't necessarily a follow-through action. Generally, as we've asked those questions, Kelly, generally, once grant dollars start to be in question, airports have generally come into compliance. So we can certainly seek with our outside counsel and such to see if they have any examples. I don't know that they did, Rye, but I think I'd turn it over to you all to talk about what avenues are available to the FAA should they pursue a Part 16 complaint.
Thanks, John. That's perfect. That's perfect tee up. This is the letter you received, but I really want it to be interpreted by legal and airport. So.
No, I think, well, maybe Dan can talk a little bit about what he understands to be the potential enforcement proceedings sought by the FAA. I mean, I don't want to, from my side of things, I don't want to speculate too much into what I think is likely and/or I want to share something publicly that I would retain as confidential for you all and share that with you that way. But, and that doesn't mean that we can't talk about the realm of possibility of what the FAA may or in this case is almost telegraphing they will do with respect to initiating these types of proceedings. And before Dan jumps in, these are two different separate avenues, being a Part 14 or a Part 16 investigation. And the Part 14 being a little bit more of an informal process, and Dan can fill in part of this if I'm missing something. But a Part 14 being a bit more of an informal investigation that kicks off is more of a conversation, I would describe it, between the FAA and the airport sponsor. And the Part 16 being a more formal proceeding that is more in the realm of an administrative law proceeding with due process protections afforded in both instances. But ultimately, from what I understand, and we haven't gone down this path with our airport before, is oftentimes FAA will begin this process in a Part 14 type of posture, and that can merge into a Part 16 type of posture in the event the Part 14 does not yield the results the FAA is looking for. Meaning, as John alluded to, ultimately what the FAA is looking for is compliance, right? If compliance can be achieved in a Part 14 type of setting, then there is no need to move further into a Part 16 proceeding. In the event a Part 14 proceeding is unsuccessful in the eyes of the FAA, that is when usually it moves into a Part 16 type of proceeding.
I don't see Part 14 in this paragraph.
I'm sorry, it's in the second to last paragraph.
It says 14 CFR Part 16.
Sure.
I don't see Part 14.
It does say that, and 14's right there. I may have just misspoke that they alluded to that in this letter, but.
Usually there's two things. There's a Part 13 and a Part 16.
Part 13.
But this only mentions Part 16.
Yes,
Right.
so typically what a Part 13 would be, so let's say some user at the airport thought we were being discriminatory in some manner. They would issue a Part 13 complaint to the FAA, which from there the FAA goes through an investigation process.
Speak up just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. The FAA, from a Part 13 challenge, so if somebody sent in to the FAA, so-and-such is being discriminatory, the airport's being discriminatory, they issue a Part 13 challenge to the FAA, or a complaint to the FAA. The FAA goes through an investigative process with that. If they find something, they issue a Part 16, and that comes from the FAA. My interpretation of this letter is they're skipping over the Part 13 and going directly to Part 16. They've already found something to be a problem, so they're skipping that. So those are the difference between the two, typically. Part 16 is definitely from the FAA, and that's where they're actually going through that administrative due process aspect at this point. And what comes out of that could be a number of things. I think we're already starting to experience the loss of AIP grant funding. That one's kind of already rearing its head, even though they're not, I wouldn't say they're directly connected yet. One is the current loss of funding is more of a, we can't give you funding to maintain an asset that can't meet its useful life. But however, under a Part 16, it's you're not meeting your grant assurance obligations, we're not giving you any more money. So that's where that comes in. So right now we may just not have funding to maintain the runway, but we might have access to other funds from the FAA for, I don't know, I can't even think of anything off the top of my head that we'd need it for, but whatever it might be. If they come through a formal challenge, then that might mean nothing, zero. No PFC funds, no any type of grant funding for anything. Other things they can go after as far as they can go after, repayment of grants. Not sure that would be applicable in this case necessarily because we've gotten to the end of the useful life of all the assets they've given us money for, with the exception of property. And property is sort of a last resort nuclear option for the FAA, typically. If things get egregious enough and they think something's not being done safely, they can pull your operating certificate. When they pull your operating certificate, that's when everybody kind of leaves town, so to speak.
And the operating certificate is our license to operate
our
an
license
airport.
to operate the runway, operate the airport. Yep.
And this would be for something egregious if they determine this is.
But there's various things they could do that for. If they see that, for some reason they see a safety concern, an egregious safety concern, they can pull that operating certificate. They can issue a letter of corrective action initially, and they give you a certain number of days to correct that item. And if they don't, they pull your certificate.
Now, would a corrective action be something like demanding that we sterilize the airport if a large airplane lands?
That could be, yeah.
Or fix whatever.
Fix whatever the problem is.
Fix whatever,
And-
fill the crack.
Yes, exactly.
Fix
That's
what's
what that is.
broken.
And then beyond that, that's where they can go to sort of what they call administrative actions, but that's where they do the sterilization. The sterilization
Okay,
would
so
be an
the sanctions
operational
are,
administrative
that's a
action.
sanction.
Yep.
Kelly, that's your list of 5 points, correct?
Yes, that
Okay,
would be
Kelly.
Could they use their own regulatory authority or eminent domain to build the ALP?
You know, that's a good question. I think what they would do, and this is just my thoughts on it, is they would turn up the heat as far as they would sterilize, they'd do some operational things, sterilize the taxiway, where it becomes so difficult to operate the airport. But the airport would be operated safely because they've done things such as pull the modification of standard, and by continuing to operate safely without a modification of standard, even though you don't meet the design standards for safety, they sterilize that taxiway. They will basically probably sit back and say, see how you like it and how long can you stand this. That typically tends to be the FAA's MO a little bit because they don't rush into things. They'll slowly implement various pressures and then to maintain safety. And then eventually you get to a point. I think there is a large portion of this that is uncharted territory. I mean, we're always looking for precedent on things. I'm not sure there's a whole lot of precedent on a grant assurance 5 issue. There are other grant assurances, discrimination, other things like that are tested, fairly regularly. But a grant assurance 5 is not a regular
It's kind of
test.
uncommon.
It's uncommon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Question about modification of standard, pulling a modification of standards, that fall into an administrative sanction or a legal
That would
sanction?
pull into administrative sanction.
Okay.
Yep.
Francie?
So this is pretty much what we've been saying for about 6 months. The only difference is that now we have a letter that specifically states it from John Bauer. That's the only difference, right? I mean, we've known this for a long time.
Right.
I mean, I've been saying this for a long time. I was hoping it was right. So,
Yeah, and this gets to the MO I was talking about with the FAA, is they'll first kind of broadcast it, hey, this is something you might be running into, you might want to pay attention to it. The next level is where you start getting these letters. And then eventually you get into the...
But the letters still are saying this might happen, this may happen, because it becomes quasi-judicial, and they're not going to predetermine a judicial process.
True. And they have a number of options they can pull. It's any one of these, they could go ahead and pull the trigger on any number of things or multiple things, so.
Got it.
So I just want to tag on what Francie said. This is something the community has been asking us, saying we don't hear anything in writing. We don't see anything in writing, and so they've been challenging the BoCC. Show us in writing that FAA could do, would do, might do, will do, and that's pretty much what we've said. But this, I think, now has it in print, coming from FAA, and I have a feeling that John Bauer got direction from Washington to issue this letter to us.
in Washington.
Because this is, well, he's not yet, I don't think, but pretty significant. This might have been his last thing here, but I think it's pretty critical. I think this is what the community has been asking for, so here it is. But also, again, I'll restate that we don't know what FAA may do. We know what they could do. We don't know whether or not they will do whatever. But there are all kinds of possibilities out there, and we just need to be discussing and be prepared for what actions FAA may choose or may not choose to do related to our airport and our ability to operate in a safe and efficient manner. So I think this is a really critical letter for the public to be aware of.
Rye.
I just have one point of clarification for your question, Greg, which is the FAA's position is that they do not have to go through, or as I understand the FAA's position, is that they do not have to go through or initiate or carry out a Part 16 investigation to remove the modification of standard. You asked if that was a sanction in connection with that. I suppose that could be a possibility, but removing the Part 16 investigation is more directly related to the ability for grant funding.
Okay.
I have one other
The
question.
decision to remove the modification is a discretionary decision of the director and or regional director, as I understand it.
Got it. The line that I
that your-
see in our correspondence that resonates for me that I think people should listen to is that it's very simply the consequences depend upon the severity of the violation and the airport's response, how we're responding to that. And the outcome of the coming vote is a very clear message to how we'd be responding, and it puts us in a certain jeopardy.
Yeah.
Patty.
I just need another point of clarification here. Within Heber, they were able to withdraw the question. For us, it was a different scenario. And I want to be clear that it's my understanding that because this question was petitioned by the citizens, which I think is a right of the citizens to do, in this case, we were not able to say no, or we could have said no, but we'd be in violation of a state requirement, state statute, state something.
Once the required number of signatures were obtained on the petition that was initiated by our airport, our vote, both under the county home rule charter and state law, the BoCC was required to take the necessary steps to put that onto the ballot.
So we don't have the opportunity or the luxury or the option of withdrawing the question from the ballot or ignoring the results of the
Past
question
that
from the
point.
ballot. Or ignoring the results. I mean, because we, by state statute, home rule charter, had really no choice but to put.
Right, now that you've gotten this letter, I think is what you're going, you can't take the citizen-initiated amendment to the home rule charter, Pickens County question 200, off of the ballot. No, you don't have that option.
And we didn't have the option to not put it on.
Well, that's
the ballot.
another way to put it, too.
Yeah, I think that's what the community needs to know. It's different than Heber where they were able to remedy the situation. We don't have that opportunity here. And so question 200 moves forward on the ballot, and this is FAA's interpretation of what may or may not happen with that question moving forward.
And I believe your question is to reaffirm your
Authority
to do what this letter's saying.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
I think Steve might have his hand up.
He does have his hand up. Steve?
The one thing I think that we could do, which we did do, was to put our question on the ballot, which basically reaffirms our authority to manage the airport. And that could come into play at some point in the FAA's further, future decisions. I guess so much hinges on what happens on election day at this point, though.
Right, thank you. If that's all, that may be all we have today, and if that's all, I think we can, we have another question
one
from
more
Kelly.
open
Yes.
discussion.
Sorry, do we reply to this?
The letter did come to me, and I just acknowledged receipt of the letter and let them know that we'd be presenting it to the board today.
Thank you, John.
And so we can craft a response, but we don't
To do
have
what
one
with?
yet.
I'm sorry.
You presented it to us to do what with?
Have a
Well,
conversation.
one, I think it's important that you're aware of this. This was initiated by the FAA, and so I don't think there's a particular action that is in this board's hands right now related to this. But it is, I think a fairly serious letter from the FAA, and so we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that and that you had an opportunity to discuss it and ask questions.
This is the shoe that drops after the election, if the election 200 were to prevail. And so this doesn't mean an awful lot until we have election results. In that case, when it does, if it does happen, then it's going to be very consequential for us.
And I think it's important, I don't want the voting public to see this letter, this is coming from the BoCC, as a threat about ballot question 200. It's just, this is what we received from FAA, and this is a fact. than what we receive from FAA.
Thank you. You've got other open discussion?
I have one piece of good news to end the day. I wanted to save that for the end. We did receive an award letter for a $200,000 grant to do the Regional Sustainable Aviation Fuel
On my
Sustainability
list.
Study.
Jackie called me and let me know.
Really want to
great.
congratulate Rich. Has really
Rich,
been pulling
thank
the
you, thank
partners
you.
together. To
Thanks
make
for that,
happen.
Rich.
Yeah, it's exciting.
It's a big deal.
We have an after
This is-
retirement job now for you, Dub.
So this is a matching grant of 200,000 to our 200 that we've put in. So we have 400 to study the viability of a sustainable aviation fuel facility on the western slope.
It's a great multi-partnership
When that facility
project.
is built, it will be something like $1 billion or $500 million facility. So it's a huge project. And we just have to find out if it's viable, and that's where this money is going.
Yeah, we're going to be seeking a third party to really evaluate this to make sure everything, we got the feedstock, the right feedstock to be able to make this work. So, and
Corn
we
stalks,
can't forget
not
that also
corn
Mesa County
cobs.
donated 50,000 as well. So we actually have 250 as a match to the
That's great.
200.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Thank you for that. Congratulations. It was one of our goals, and you just knocked it right out of the
Well,
park.
we've got a great team. There's a lot of regional partners. That's what's really exciting. The people that are involved in this at all levels, even on the public-private side of things as well. So,
And those
it's
are,
exciting.
just read them off if you've got them at the tip of your tongue.
Sure. We have Eagle County and Eagles Regional Airport. We have Grand Junction's Regional Airport along with Mesa County. We've got Pitkin County, you all, along with the airport. And then we have Grand Junction Economic Partnership, which is GJEP. And they're that quasi-private side of things that really looks at economic development side in the Grand Junction, Mesa County area. So, and we have had, and now a great partner in DOLA, to the fact that they are financing us. But we have shared this with so many different agencies, Department of Energy. We've got a lot of interest out there in this project.
And other counties are looking at it too.
And, by the way, I have reached out, Hickenlooper's office actually.
Yes.
Based on Patty had a conversation, we're trying to hook them up as well to try to give them as much information because of the contacts you all have at that congressional level. So it's getting some traction here.
That's great. It's a topic of great interest across the country, and hopefully it will lead somewhere good.
Yeah.
A comment?
Conversations I had with the CCI director, she's been talking to people at the state level and has had conversations with United and Amazon who are interested.
Your mic's not on.
Yes, it is. It's just not close. About this as well.
Got it. Thank you. Well, that's great news. Good to end on a high note.
Yeah.
Yeah, congrats.
I think we better get out of here.
Congratulations to you all.
Thank
You
you
sponsored
for,
it.
thanks for rushing
Thanks.
through that, and thank you for the extended conversations about fees and charges at the airport.
Thank you, guys.
More to
Thanks for
come on
coming.
that. And we're making sausage here, so thanks for your assistance with that.
So tomorrow we have an 8:45, we go to.
And/or
exec.
we are finished.
8:45 what?
Or, Amy, we're finished.
I believe we go into exec.
Hi, Amy.
At 8:45? God, I have to leave so early.
Ryan are gonna
Thank you,
be
Rakondo, very
tagged.
much.